Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Junwan said expressionlessly, since the prince is already afraid, then the prince should stop thinking about letting me manage the prince's mansion's assets. Find someone else. Lu Chen said with a smile. I was indeed worried for a moment, but then I thought, the conditions for becoming a celestial are extremely important for someone in the Unity realm. No one would willingly share their celestial test, for if they did, others might find ways to prevent them from achieving unity. Since you disclosed it of your own volition, it proves that the celestial test is definitely not that. Seeing that Lu Chen had guessed she was lying just now, Wu Junwan still did not care in the slightest. What did it matter if he guessed correctly? Her words had already planted the seeds of doubt in Lu Chen's heart. He could never fully trust her. Just when Wu Junwan thought that Lu Chen wouldn't let her get involved with the North Prince Mansion's assets anymore, Lu Chen continued, if your celestial test is not to betray me, but it's somehow related to me, then I guess that your test is probably to bear me a child. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Junwan tensed up, body and soul. She had not expected Lu Chen to guess her celestial test so easily. Feeling Wu Junwan's body suddenly tense up, as if she were very nervous, Lu Chen whispered in her ear, Wanyan, darling, such a big reaction, it seems have hit the mark, Wu Junwan snapped back to reality and scoffed, quickly denying, ridiculous. How could the celestial test in this world be something as simple as bearing a child? You're really wild in your imagination. Lu Chen said, oh. It's not about bearing a child. Do you think bearing a child is a simple matter? Since it's not one, could it be two kids then? This. Wu Junwan was briefly taken aback and became nervous once more. In their current state, even the slightest tension in Wu Junwan's body was easily perceived by Lu Chen. Noticing that Wu Junwan tensed up again, Lu Chen said with a smile, Wanyan, darling, why are you nervous again? It looks like I've guessed correctly this time. Wu Junwan said coldly, did the prince come here today just to force out the nature of my celestial test? Lu Chen said with a smile, are you trying to change the subject? Thinking about it, I must be very close to the answer. Since it's not two, could it be three? I'm certain my guess is right. You must become a celestial by bearing me 3 children. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Junwan froze completely. This rascal had actually guessed it right. Although Lu Chen had guessed correctly, Wu Junwan would certainly not admit it. She said coldly, if the prince has no other business, you may leave. Lu Chen said, how could I have no other business? Since I have come to find you, our morning exercise is definitely going to proceed. With that, Lu Chen lifted his hands and directly placed Wu Junwan's on the edge of the bath, letting her arms rest on the side, and they began their morning exercise. Lu Chen didn't push Wu Junwan too hard. He had not forgotten the real reason for coming that day. After a while, he wrapped his arms around Wu Junwan's waist, letting her sit in his embrace, and then said, I still trust you rather much. Starting from tomorrow, you'll assist Zixuan in managing the prince's mansion's assets. Tomorrow, I will take you to meet Zixuan. Seeing that Lu Chen had made up his mind, Wu Junwan said indifferently, could it be the prince really believes that my celestial test is to bear the prince 3 children? If Lu Chen didn't believe that, how could he dare to make such a decision? This left Wu Junwan somewhat puzzled. This young man was being rather too bold. Lu Chen said with a smile, you're not good at keeping secrets. Your body was so tense just now, looking very nervous, it's obvious that I guessed right. Hearing Lu Chen's response, Wu Junwan fell silent. She couldn't help it, this man had put her through torture as soon as he arrived. If she showed any sign of nervousness, he would immediately notice. It seemed to her now that no matter how much she argued, it would be useless. He was convinced her celestial test must be to bear him children. It was done. Since she had already been guessed, there was no point in lingering on it. As long as she didn't admit it, it should be fine. Thinking this, Wu Junwan said, I only hope the prince won't regret it. Lu Chen said, since I have already decided, I will not regret it. I believe with your help, the prince's mansion's assets can continue to expand. Wu Junwan didn't say anything more. At that moment, Lu Chen let go of Wu Junwan, got out of the bath, and a maid hurried over with a towel to dry him off. Lu Chen said, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Take your time with your bath. Wu Junwan scoffed. This darn man, after all was done, he just ran off. Once Lu Chen was dressed, he went straight to the study. After coming out of the bath, Wu Junwan sat down at the dressing table and looked at her reflection in the mirror, slightly zoning out. She felt that she was tightly ensnared by the young man, likely never to escape his grasp in this lifetime. Not only could she not separate her body and heart from him, but even her breakthrough test to become a celestial was connected to this man, and he had so easily guessed what the test was. Wu Junwan even began to doubt that Lu Chen was guessing at all, and instead, through some method, knew directly about her trial to become a celestial. That is to say, this young man might have quite a few secrets she did not know about. But it was of no use thinking about it now. She had to accept her bad luck and admit that she had been outwitted by this young man. However, on second thought, it probably won't be just her who falls into this man's hands. There is a high likelihood that her good sister will end up in his clutches as well. Ever since entering the Unity realm, she'd realized one thing, that her good sister wasn't actually a true celestial. She had always thought her sister was a celestial, before whom a Grand Master would have almost no power to fight back against the Yu Emperor. But now she understood that the Yu Emperor was like her, merely having entered the Unity realm to become a pseudo-celestial. Coupled with their cultivation techniques originating from the Misty Immortal sect, their strength was indeed stronger than that of an average pseudo-celestial, which is why the Grand Master was powerless before the Yu Emperor. But after all, a pseudo-celestial is a pseudo-celestial. No matter how formidable a pseudo-celestial might become, they cannot be a match for a true celestial. Now that the mysterious Moon Palace had allied with the North Country, and the celestial from the mysterious Moon Palace seemed to have come to the North Country as well, there might come a day when the North Country declares war on Great Jew, and Great Jew might have no power to resist. The thought of her good sister ultimately sharing the same fate as herself gave Wu Junwan an odd feeling inside. With this in mind, Wu Junwan sighed quietly. Next, she would just wait to reunite with her good sister in the North Prince Mansion, hoping that by then her sister would quickly accept all that had happened. Afternoon. Shui Linglong again came to the North Prince Mansion to chat with Mu Zixuan. The two now seemed truly like good sisters, having reached the point of sharing everything. At this time, the two sat in a pavilion, holding hands. Shui Linglong sighed and said, "Sigh, the Crown Prince has been gone to the south for so long now, with almost no news, leaving me alone in the North Country, even the vast Lu Mansion feels empty." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan consoled, "Sister Shui, the Crown Prince probably has a lot to deal with lately, so he hasn't written to you. If you feel lonely by yourself in the Lu Mansion, you can come to the North Prince Mansion every day." Shui Linglong smiled and said, "I am also grateful to have Sister Zixuan here. Without you, I would not know how lonely I would be in the North Country. But speaking of which, with the Crown Prince not by my side, every night I sleep, I always feel the room is so empty. Sigh, ever since marrying the Crown Prince, I have not truly experienced what it feels like to be a woman. And now the Crown Prince has gone to the south, I have no idea when he will take me there. Living like a widow is truly tortuous." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to be troubled by this, sister." Shui Linglong replied, "I am not ashamed to tell you, Sister Zixuan, I am a woman too, with passions and desires. Being left to live like a widow, it's really a torment." Saying this, Shui Linglong looked at Mu Zixuan and asked, "Sister Zixuan, with so many women in the prince's mansion, the North Prince probably doesn't spend many nights in your room, right?" Mu Zixuan said with a smile, "That's not true, he often comes to my room." Shui Linglong sighed again, saying, "I really envy you." Mu Zixuan replied, "Sister Shui, this is not something to be envied over." Shui Linglong pretended to be curious and asked, "Why is that?" Mu Zixuan replied, "It's primarily because the prince has too much vigor and is overly robust. Every time the prince comes to my room, he leaves me quite exhausted." Shui Linglong said in confusion, "With so many women in the prince's mansion, can't they mitigate the North Prince's vigor?" Now it was Mu Zixuan's turn to sigh. Sigh, although he has many wives and concubines, altogether, they are no match for the prince. Shui Linglong said, astonished, the North Prince is that fierce. Mu Zixuan remarked, it's a pity Sister Shui married the Crown Prince. Had you not married him but instead the prince, you might also be able to appreciate my troubles. Shui Linglong sighed and said, sigh, it's all fate, I don't have that luck. Just then, Mu Zixuan suddenly thought of something and said, Sister Shui, the clothing factory of the North Prince Mansion has recently designed some new clothes. Would you like to try them out? Upon hearing this, Shui Linglong's heart skipped a beat. Try out clothes. This meant entering the inner courts of the prince's mansion, right? Up until then, their chats had always been in the outer courts of the prince's mansion, and she had never been to the inner courts, nor had she had the chance to get close to the North Prince. If she could enter the inner courts of the mansion, she would have many more opportunities. Shui Linglong immediately replied, sure, I quite like the clothes made by the North Prince Mansion's clothing factory. Mu Zixuan then stood up and said, then Sister Shui, follow me. Okay, sure. And so, Mu Zixuan led Shui Linglong to the inner courts. The two went straight to a bedroom that was usually unoccupied. Mu Zixuan had specially picked it for Shui Linglong. After entering the bedroom, Mu Zixuan instructed the maids to bring in the new clothes made by the prince's mansion's clothing factory, and then the two of them began to slowly try on the new clothes. Shui Linglong tried on many new outfits, and it had to be said that the designs from the North Prince Mansion's clothing factory were indeed unique and very much to Shui Linglong's taste. When Shui Linglong was trying on clothes, she was so focused on the fitting that she almost forgot why she was there in the first place. After a while, Mu Zixuan took out a black gauze skirt and said to Shui Linglong, Sister Linglong, what do you think about this skirt? Seeing the black gauze skirt in Mu Zixuan's hands, Shui Linglong's eyes lit up. As a member of the demon sect, her favorite was black clothing. This black gauze skirt suited her taste perfectly. Taking the dress from Mu Zixuan's hands, she said, Sister Zixuan, this skirt is beautiful. Will your clothing factory at North Prince Mansion sell dresses like this in the future? Mu Zixuan replied, that has not been decided yet, but if you like this skirt, Sister Linglong, then I will give it to you as a gift. Shui Linglong said, then I have to thank you, Sister Zixuan. Mu Zixuan said, Sister Linglong, try it on. With an agreeable, okay, Shui Linglong swiftly took off her clothes and slipped into the black gauze skirt. The black skirt clung tightly to her graceful figure, the hem spread out like petals opened lopsidedly, with pleated edges. Through the gauzy black material, it seemed one could nearly glimpse her snow-white skin beneath, full of allure. However, because the skirt was entirely black, Shui Linglong, having put it on, appeared like a dignified widow who had just lost her husband. Shui Linglong stood in front of the mirror, constantly swaying her body. She didn't feel anything amiss with the dress, on the contrary, she loved it immensely. Just then, a maid entered the room and whispered something to Mu Zixuan. Mu Zixuan then said to Shui Linglong, Sister Linglong, something has come up suddenly, so please continue trying on clothes. I'll be right back. Shui Linglong, admiring her own beauty in the mirror, responded, okay, you go ahead with your tasks. After Mu Zixuan left the room, Shui Linglong had no idea that her departure was part of a plot. Not long after Mu Zixuan left, the door opened again. Shui Linglong thought it was Mu Zixuan returning, and turning her head, she said, Sister Zixuan, this skirt. Before Shui Linglong could finish her sentence, she froze, because the person walking in wasn't Mu Zixuan but the North Prince. Seeing that it was the North Prince, Shui Linglong was overjoyed. She had entered the North Prince mansion hoping to get closer to the North Prince, and surprisingly, there he was today in the bedroom. All she hoped for now was that Mu Zixuan would come back later, or better yet, not at all, so she could seize the opportunity to tempt Lu Chen. At that moment, Lu Chen said with a smile, so it is Linglong, my sister-in-law, who is here. I thought it was Zixuan trying on clothes. Shui Linglong replied, Zixuan had to leave for a bit, I have no idea when she'll be back. Lu Chen said, I see. As he spoke, Lu Chen looked Shui Linglong up and down in her black gauze skirt. The skirt was parted at an angle, thus revealing her long, fair legs. Seeing that Lu Chen's gaze remained fixed upon her and could not be diverted, Shui Linglong felt even happier. She hadn't expected that without even making a move, this man seemed already bewitched by her. Bringing down the North Prince would be all too easy. Now, the biggest worry was that Mu Zixuan might return soon. If Mu Zixuan stayed away a while longer, she was confident she could capture the heart of this lecherous man. At that moment, Lu Chen said to a maid in the room, "Go and see where the princess has gone." "Yes, prince," the maid replied. The maids tactfully exited the room, and Shui Linglong was ecstatic inside. This man had even sent the maids away. Now her opportunity had arrived. Once the maids had left the room, Lu Chen approached Shui Linglong with a smile and said, "Sister-in-law, you look truly beautiful today." Hearing Lu Chen's direct compliment, Shui Linglong covered her mouth and giggled, then replied, "Younger brother, you are as sweet-talking as ever. No wonder I heard from Sister Zixuan that all the women in the prince's mansion are genuinely in love with you." Lu Chen replied with a smile, "Sister-in-law might be mistaken. It's not because I compliment people that the women of the prince's mansion love me sincerely." Shui Linglong asked with a smile, "Oh. Then what is the reason?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "You'll know the specific reason in time." Just as Shui Linglong was about to continue the conversation, Lu Chen suddenly changed the subject. "Now that Yi is waging war in the south, it will be a while before he is back. Sister-in-law, being alone in the north country, do you ever feel lonely?" Shui Linglong replied, "You know me well, younger brother. Indeed, I have been feeling quite lonely and desolate lately, but what can I do about it? I'm married to your brother, so all I can do is wait for him faithfully in the north country. I do envy your concubines, sister-in-law, for being able to be with you every day." Hearing these suggestively phrased words, Lu Chen slowly walked towards Shui Linglong. When he got close, he stopped and said, "What's there to envy? They all complain that I'm always at home, pestering them all day and not attending to serious matters." Shui Linglong replied with a laugh, "That's because they don't know the plight of those who are hungry. Once you leave them for a while, they'll know what suffering is." Lu Chen said with a smile, "So, is sister-in-law struggling every single day now?" Shui Linglong answered, "Indeed, it's rather tortuous." Lu Chen said, "That's my fault. When Yi left, I promised to take good care of sister-in-law, and yet I'm unaware of the suffering you are enduring. I should relieve you of your troubles." While using her charm skill, Shui Linglong replied, "It's not your fault, younger brother. The problem lies with your brother. Even if he were in the north country, I would still be in agony." At this moment, Shui Linglong's face showed a look of desolation, as if she had suffered some great injustice. Lu Chen pretended to be concerned and asked, "Why would you say that, Linglong? Could it be that Yi doesn't treat you well?" Shui Linglong let out a sigh. Yi is completely focused on his cultivation and has no interest in women whatsoever. Since I married him, he has never touched me, even though he is still in the north country. My situation is no different from that of a widow." Hearing this, Lu Chen looked incredulous. "Is what you're saying really true, Linglong? So, are you saying that you are still chaste to this day?" Shui Linglong replied, "Yes." At this point, Shui Linglong gazed at Lu Chen with affectionate eyes. "I heard from Zixuan that you are also a martial artist. We are both martial artists, so why is there such a big difference between us? Yi shuns the company of women and has practiced martial arts for so many years without breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. Yet you, who indulge daily in the pleasures with your wives and concubines, have already surpassed Yi in strength. Alas, Yi is truly useless." Hearing this, Lu Chen quickly said, "Linglong, you must be careful with your words. If Yi hears what you've said, he's likely to get very angry." Shui Linglong replied, "Right now, there are only the two of us in this room. The only way Yi could find out what I've just said is if you tell him." Getting to this point, Shui Linglong walked up to Lu Chen and raised her delicate hand to his chest, gently caressing his broad chest as she spoke, "Would you be willing to see me punished by Yi?" Seeing Shui Linglong take action against him, Lu Chen chuckled silently in his heart. The woman had finally become impatient. At that moment, Lu Chen glanced at Shui Linglong's favorability towards him and discovered it had reached 90. This was not surprising. Shui Linglong had been visiting the North Prince mansion daily lately and her favorability was increasing rapidly. Lu Chen took a tentative step back and then said, Linglong, what are you doing? Seeing Lu Chen avoid her, Shui Linglong asked, Ninth brother, didn't you just say you would help me relieve my troubles? Why do you seem so afraid of me now? Are you that worried that ye will find out about what happens between us? As long as you don't tell, and I don't tell, he will never know. As her words fell, Shui Linglong's eyes remained fixed on Lu Chen's, continually using her charm skill to bewitch him, attempting to make him obey her. Lu Chen then felt something was amiss. He found Shui Linglong increasingly seductive, his body growing more restless, with impulsive images flashing through his mind. Soon, Lu Chen realized that this must be some sort of charming skill, which the woman was using on him. Quite interesting. This was the first time a woman had used a charming skill on him, she truly knew no fear. At that moment, Shui Linglong approached Lu Chen once more, raising her slender hand to his chest and tracing her fingers across it again. Ninth brother, Zixuan told me you have excellent massage techniques. My stomach has been quite uncomfortable lately, could you help me rub it? This time, Lu Chen did not dodge. His expression became somewhat vacant. This isn't right. Shui Linglong continued to seductively say, there's nothing wrong with it, no one will find out. Come on, help your sister out. Come on, sink into your sister's dream world. By now, Lu Chen's eyes were already half closed, and his body seemed unsteady. Shui Linglong felt a surge of triumph in her heart. Just as she had thought, this man had easily fallen for her charm skill. Wearing a triumphant smile, Shui Linglong asked, do I look beautiful? Lu Chen muttered, beautiful. Shui Linglong kept probing, compared to your other wives and concubines, who is more beautiful? Lu Chen replied, you are more beautiful. You are the most beautiful woman in the world, none of them can compare to you. Hearing Lu Chen's response, Shui Linglong felt immensely satisfied, thinking this might be the perfect opportunity to probe for secrets about the North Prince mansion. With this in mind, Shui Linglong asked, tell your sister, where do those mysterious weapons of the North Country come from? Lu Chen responded, they were given to me by my master. Shui Linglong was taken aback, a master. So, he indeed had someone supporting him from behind. Shui Linglong pressed on, who is your master? Lu Chen replied, my master is the Honorable of the Mysterious Moon Palace. Shui Linglong paused for a moment. The Honorable of the Mysterious Moon Palace. So, all this that had been happening in the North Country had been the doing of the Mysterious Moon Palace. She had wondered why the palace master had stayed in the North Country for so long without leaving. Furthermore, the Mysterious Moon Palace had made contact with the North Country a long time ago. It turned out that the Mysterious Moon Palace was plotting something. The corners of Shui Linglong's mouth couldn't help but curl slightly upwards. No matter what the Mysterious Moon Palace was scheming, Lu Chen must be a very important pawn for them, otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen him. Shui Linglong thought that now she controlled an important pawn of the Mysterious Moon Palace. If she inadvertently sabotaged what they were planning, she wondered what kind of expression those people from the palace would have in the end. At that thought, Shui Linglong felt a surge of exhilaration within her. She and the Mysterious Moon Palace had no direct enmity, but since the palace was part of the righteous sects, and she was from the demon sect, any opportunity to make the righteous sect suffer brought great pleasure to her heart. At this moment, Shui Linglong's slender jade hand reached out to Lu Chen's exceptionally handsome, sharp-featured face, gently caressing it while commenting, worthy of being a suspected son of destiny, so handsome. It's a pity to sacrifice him just like that. The goddess skill has never been used by me before, how about? Shui Linglong's gaze was fixed on Lu Chen's face, and she could not help but swallow. For some reason, she suddenly felt her body getting hot. Shui Linglong quickly realized that she had begun to lust after this man's body. She was conflicted, this man was meant to be a sacrifice for their sect hierarch. If she did something to him now, and later, if their sect hierarch needed his body and chose to reincarnate into him, wouldn't he potentially discover what she had done? While Shui Linglong was tangled in her thoughts, she suddenly noticed that Lu Chen also exhibited some changes. It seemed that her charm skill was already making the man unable to extricate himself. Shui Linglong thought again, if this man truly was the son of destiny prophesied by the Taiyin divine sect, then using the goddess skill to take his yang to supplement her yin, might her strength dramatically increase. The North Prince had so many women, his yang energy must have long been exhausted, but to absorb some of his yang energy could also be a great help in her cultivation. Increasing her strength was ultimately for the sake of the Taiyin divine sect, and she believed that even if the sect hierarch knew of her actions, she would not be blamed. With that in mind, Shui Linglong leaned towards Lu Chen's ear and blew gently before asking, "Little brother, would you like to do some happy things with sister?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's body grew even more restless. He thought to himself how talkative Shui Linglong was, she could have just taken action directly. In his past experiences with women, he had always been quick to take charge, and he never liked to talk so much. He actually wanted to just pin her down on the bed. However, Lu Chen had no intention of doing so just yet. He wanted to see how far this woman would go on her own initiative. At that moment, Lu Chen pretended to gulp, and then he said, "Want to, very much." Shui Linglong then seductively said, "Then come with sister." As she spoke, Shui Linglong walked toward the bed, hoping secretly that Mu Zixuan wouldn't come and interfere at this moment. The thought of Mu Zixuan possibly returning made Shui Linglong feel guilty, as if she were a thief. But at that moment, she suddenly came up with an idea. "Little brother, if you want to do happy things with sister, send your wife away. Don't let her come back to disturb us," she said. Lu Chen instantly understood Shui Linglong's intent and then said to the maid at the door, "Xiao Qing, tell the wife to wait for me in the study. If I don't come to the study, just keep waiting for me. She should not come here again, and no one is allowed in without my permission." The maid's voice immediately came from the doorstep, "Yes, my prince." Once the maid left, Shui Linglong rejoiced inwardly, now no one could disturb her. She could now focus on figuring out how to use the goddess skill. Although she had long cultivated the goddess skill and knew what it meant to take yang to supplement yin, she had never actually practiced it. If it weren't for the fact that the North Prince was so handsome, such a thought wouldn't have crossed her mind. Of course, this was just Shui Linglong's inner belief. She thought that her desire to use the goddess skill on Lu Chen was driven by her genuine inner thoughts, completely unaware that she was now under the influence of Lu Chen. Lu Chen's influence on Shui Linglong was twofold. On one hand, she had been drinking dragon and phoenix tea for a long time, and on the other, Lu Chen had long learned the heart-controlling skill. He could manipulate the thoughts of those who had a lower cultivation state than his own, to a certain degree. The heart-controlling skill was somewhat similar to the charm skill, except that the charm skill could only be used between individuals of opposite sexes, while the heart-controlling skill could be used on any person or even non-human entities. When Shui Linglong applied the charm skill on Lu Chen earlier, he was also using the heart-controlling skill on her. Now that Shui Linglong was under his spell, she remained completely unaware. Her innermost desires for Lu Chen's body meant that even though she was affected, she did not believe anything was amiss. At this moment, Shui Linglong could hardly wait. She pushed Lu Chen down onto the bed and with a movement of her hand, she gathered her energy and ripped his clothes apart. But just then, Shui Linglong froze. Shui Linglong stared at the object in the distance, barely believing her eyes, and muttered to herself, "It's actually like this." She didn't finish her sentence, but deep down she was already thinking about retreating. It was her first time using the goddess skill with such intensity, and she was somewhat worried. Seeing Shui Linglong standing there dumbfounded, Lu Chen wondered if she was considering withdrawing. This wouldn't do, they had come this far, how could she think of retreating now? Lu Chen pondered whether he should simply stop acting if Shui Linglong really decided to withdraw. After hesitating for a moment, Shui Linglong decided to continue. However, an idea struck her and she said to Lu Chen, "Come, use your past experience to please me." Shui Linglong thought that since Lu Chen was under her charm and lacked any self-awareness, she might as well drop the act and refer to herself as me. Thinking about being served by a son of destiny made Shui Linglong's heart swell with pleasure. Lu Chen chuckled. The enchantress sure knew how to enjoy life, actually wanting him to serve her. Initially, he pretended to be charmed to see what Shui Linglong, the enchantress, would do. To his surprise, she bluntly asked him to serve her. Fine then, he would grant her wish. Lu Chen feigned a dazed look and said, I understand. Shui Linglong quickly slipped off her embroidered shoes and lay down beside Lu Chen. While she was curious about what he was going to do, Lu Chen suddenly turned over and kissed her red lips. At the same time, Mu Zixuan was waiting in the Wind Cloud court when a maid came in and said, Your Highness, the prince has asked you to wait for him in the study and not to go back to the courtyard from earlier. Upon hearing this, Mu Zixuan smiled faintly, immediately understanding Lu Chen's intentions. She replied without delay, I understand. You don't have to go back either, just stay with me. Yes, Your Highness. Mu Zixuan did not go to the study to wait for Lu Chen. She knew that he was likely to be busy today and wouldn't go to the study or even come back for dinner. Obviously, what he had said to the maid was meant for Shui Linglong. He wanted Shui Linglong to know that no one would disturb them that afternoon. At this very moment, inside a room in the North Prince mansion, Shui Linglong wanted to get up, but Lu Chen pinned her down, rendering her immobile. She then commanded in a demanding tone, Huff, get off me now. However, as soon as Shui Linglong finished speaking, Lu Chen acted as if he was unfazed, completely ignoring her command. Shui Linglong was baffled. How could this be? Wasn't he already charmed by her? Why would he suddenly lose control and not obey her commands? This couldn't go on, her consciousness was about to collapse. She could clearly feel that her cultivation state was rapidly improving, her power growing incessantly, but this enhancement was now beyond her control. When she began kissing Lu Chen, the feeling was marvelous, and her body felt ecstatic. However, she soon realized that something was wrong. As she exerted her power to use the goddess skill on Lu Chen, the spiritual power within his body surged crazily into hers, overwhelming her senses. She quickly lost control over her body as Lu Chen led her on, making her utterly powerless to resist. Although she felt no discomfort, the experience was too surreal, which frightened Shui Linglong, prompting her to want to break away from Lu Chen. But no matter what she tried, she couldn't push him away. Instead, she seemed to become a plaything toyed with by him. Shui Linglong became increasingly terrified, but gradually, she forgot her fear, forgot everything. When evening came, during dinner, Mu Zixuan sent a maid to check on Shui Linglong's condition, and after receiving her report, she said to Chu Yukan and the others, the prince probably won't come back for dinner tonight, let's eat without him. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingli pouted and said, the prince is so bold, daring to lay hands on that woman. Putting aside the possibility that she might be from the demon sect, she is openly the crown princess consort after all. If word got out, Chu Qingli stopped herself. Chu Yukan spoke calmly, Chen'er knows what he's doing, Qingli, there's no need for you to worry. Chu Qingli commented, thinking about it, he didn't even spare sister once, so there's probably no woman in this world he wouldn't dare touch. Hearing this, the beautiful Chu Yukan's cheeks tinged with a hint of red. She too had never expected to end up in the prince's harem. Chu Yukan changed the subject, Zixuan, didn't you say that there's too much industry under the prince's mansion for you to manage alone? Have you spoken to Chen'er about this? Mu Zixuan replied, I have. The prince plans to have Princess Wu assist me in managing the North Prince Mansion's industries. When Mu Zixuan provided her answer, Chu Yukan was momentarily stunned. She had not expected Lu Chen to dare entrust the mansion's industries to an outsider who hadn't even officially entered the household. Wu Junwan was still the princess of Great Wu, wasn't he afraid that the secrets of the North Prince Mansion's industries could potentially be leaked out? Seeing Chu Yukan speechless, Mu Zixuan added, Sister Chu, I know what you're worried about, but rest assured, the prince isn't foolish. If he believes that Princess Wu would not betray the North Prince Mansion, then she surely won't betray us. Chu Yukan sighed and said, the things Chen'er is doing are becoming more and more incomprehensible to me. I can only hope that all this won't lead to any problems. Chu Yukan felt that as Lu Chen grew up, she could no longer keep up with his thinking. In the past, it was she who taught Lu Chen how to act, But now, Lu Chen had his own ideas, and many of the things he did seemed very radical to her, somewhat inappropriate. However, Chu Yukon did not interfere in Lu Chen's affairs. After all, Lu Chen had grown up. At this moment, Chu Yukon wondered if she was too conservative and therefore couldn't understand what Lu Chen was doing. The long night would eventually pass. At dawn, the sky was still dim. Shui Linglong stood by the bed, getting dressed while looking at Lu Chen lying there. Lu Chen had once again become controlled by the charming skill, his eyes vacant, looking like a puppet. Shui Linglong, thinking about the events of the previous night, clenched her teeth and tightened her fists in anger. After glancing over Lu Chen's entire body, she said viciously, "Dare treat me this way, see if I don't cut you down." Despite her words, Shui Linglong took no action. Shui Linglong then sighed deeply. She touched her lower abdomen, noting that her strength had indeed increased significantly. This shouldn't be just the effect of the goddess skill. I've never heard of the goddess skill having such a good effect. It seems this guy really is the son of destiny. Shui Linglong was completely unaware that the cultivation technique they practiced last night was not the goddess skill but the dragon phoenix yin-yang spell. Her consciousness had been blurred yesterday, so how could she know what cultivation technique they had used? After getting dressed, Shui Linglong did not leave immediately. She bent down and looked attentively at Lu Chen's handsome face. Strange, why did this guy lose control last night? Shui Linglong still didn't understand. According to logic, since she controlled Lu Chen, he should have been very obedient to her. Whatever she told him to do, that's what he should have done. Instead, he turned fierce, completely disregarding her commands, and she thought she might have lost her life. Could it be because of the charming skill? It should be. Certainly, I must have completely drawn out his inner desires, which is what led him to focus solely on that act, completely ignoring my commands. Finding a reasonable explanation for Lu Chen's loss of control the night before made Shui Linglong feel much better. She scanned Lu Chen's body again and muttered to herself, "No wonder Mu Zixuan said that all the women in the prince's mansion combined are no match for you. Truly a disaster." Having said that, Shui Linglong fell into deep thought. What should she do next? Although she had temporarily controlled Lu Chen using the charm skill, she still couldn't take him away now. After all, the palace master from the mysterious Moon Palace and that celestial from the mysterious Moon Palace were very likely still in Yan County. If she acted rashly, she would most certainly be discovered by the celestial from the mysterious Moon Palace. Lu Chen was an important pawn of the mysterious Moon Palace. They certainly kept a close watch on him and would not let him leave Yan County. It seems that taking Lu Chen away required more careful planning. Thinking this, Shui Linglong's gaze moved down to look at the plum blossoms on the bed, then she coldly said, "Lucky you. Just live a few more days." Shui Linglong thought to herself, letting this guy live a little longer, afterwards she could continue to use the goddess skill for cultivation. Now raising her delicate hand, she turned Lu Chen's face toward her and gazed into his eyes, seductively saying, "Look into my eyes, you forcibly claimed my body last night. You feel very guilty in your heart, and want to compensate me with everything." As Shui Linglong's words fell, Lu Chen murmured, "I claimed Linglong's body last night, I must do everything to compensate her." Hearing these words from Lu Chen's mouth, Shui Linglong felt very satisfied inside, just needing to wait for Lu Chen to wake up. In the future, he would surely be entirely obedient to her. Shui Linglong said, "All right, continue sleeping." Lu Chen promptly closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Shui Linglong straightened up, ready to leave. Yet before departing, she couldn't help but glance at Lu Chen once more. Gazing at the man who had bewildered her all night, Shui Linglong exhaled softly, "I must be mad." As the words fell, Shui Linglong left reluctantly, heading toward the doorway. After Shui Linglong had left the room, Lu Chen opened his eyes, a slight smile curving the corners of his mouth, and then he opened the system interface. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a wife, rewarded with the primary puppet skill. Host has cultivated affection with the wife once, Chi refinement mantra experience points add. Seeing the reward he had received, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. The primary puppet skill. This must also be a cultivation technique of the immortal world. A moment later, knowledge of the puppetry technique filled Lu Chen's mind. The primary puppet skill could only use spirit wood as the material to refine puppets. Spirit wood, where to find spirit wood? At that moment, Lu Chen had a flash of insight. Wasn't the dragon phoenix tree a kind of spirit plant? They had cut many branches from the dragon phoenix tree when they transplanted it, and those branches were still stored in the warehouse of the North Prince Mansion. Lu Chen thought to himself, thankfully he had the foresight not to burn those branches. Considering the dragon phoenix tree was a spirit plant, he figured the branches might be useful in the future. So he had them stored and sealed in one of the warehouses. Next, all he needed was to find some craftsmen to work on those branches, shaping them into the form of wooden figures, and then he could apply the puppetry technique to those figures. With that thought in mind, Lu Chen immediately rose from the bed, ready to test what the puppetry technique could do. However, at that moment, Lu Chen's gaze was captured by the plum blossoms on the bed, recalling last night's events. Lu Chen chuckled and said to himself, a vixen's body truly is different from that of an ordinary person. It seemed he would be in for a treat in the future. Without giving it much thought, Lu Chen called for the maid, got dressed with her assistants, and headed to Wind Cloud Court. Mu Zixuan was at Wind Cloud Court's small paddy field, intently observing the spirit rice. Seeing Lu Chen walking into the yard with a spring in his step, she greeted him with a smile. Congratulations, Prince, on acquiring another beauty. Lu Chen walked directly behind Mu Zixuan, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and rested his head on her fragrant shoulder, saying, all thanks to my beloved concubine. My beloved, what are you watching so intently this early? Mu Zixuan answered, Prince, the rice you planted seems to have matured. Hearing this, Lu Chen's attention shifted to the spirit rice. The spirit rice had indeed turned yellow, and observing the full panicles, Lu Chen was surprised. He hadn't paid much attention to the spirit rice recently and didn't expect it to have already matured. Furthermore, the panicles of the spirit rice were more plentiful and filled out than those of ordinary rice. Lu Chen released Mu Zixuan's soft body, bent down, and picked a grain of rice in his hand. Then, he carefully peeled off the husk and tossed the spirit rice into his mouth to taste. The moment the spirit rice entered his mouth, Lu Chen immediately felt invigorated, his body so light it seemed transformed. But that wasn't all. The spiritual power within him also expanded several-fold, and he felt as though a certain restriction in his body was preventing him from breaking through. Lu Chen realized instantly that this restriction must be the celestials, preventing him from breaking through until he unified the entire world. This spirit rice might not be of much use to him now, but if given to his wives or subordinates, their realms could elevate quickly. No wonder the system sent him just 3 caddies of spirit rice seeds. The impact was significant, with obvious effects. Moreover, the spirit rice matured very quickly, with 3 harvests possible in a year, and the yield was not small. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for 3 caddies to turn into 3,000 caddies. Lu Chen thought to himself, if he could use spirit rice to enhance the strength of the soldiers in the army, setting aside everything else, just the increase in physical strength alone could bolster the military's combat effectiveness. In the army of the North Country, many were ordinary people, especially the soldiers in the artillery camp, whose physical strength was far inferior to that of martial artists. Yet, these ordinary soldiers were tasked with transporting cannons and carrying ammunition. If these ordinary soldiers could all become martial artists, not to mention how high their realm might be, as long as they could reach the level of a 5th-grade martial artist, the speed at which they marched with heavy weapons would be significantly increased. Speed is crucial in warfare, and sometimes, battles are won by racing against time. Lu Chen's gaze was fixed on the spirit rice before him, thinking that he needed to find someone trustworthy to be in charge of the cultivation of the spirit rice. Once he had enough spirit rice, the overall strength of the soldiers of the North Country could be greatly enhanced. As Lu Chen was lost in thought, Mu Zixuan spoke, Prince, it looks like the spirit rice is ready for harvest. How about I find someone to harvest it? Although Lu Chen had always been the one looking after the spirit rice, there was so much of it, it could not possibly be expected for Lu Chen to personally go to the fields and harvest it himself. Lu Chen replied, yes, please trouble my consort to find some trustworthy people to gather these grains and keep them as seeds for planting at a later time. Having said that, he continued, I'll go have breakfast first. Arrange for a few carpenters to come to the prince's mansion and have them wait for me in the outer court. I have some work for them later. Mu Zixuan responded, understood, my lord. Then Mu Zixuan instructed a maid beside her, go and bring the prince's breakfast. Lu Chen then went into the Wind Cloud Palace for breakfast. By the time Lu Chen finished breakfast and came out, Mu Zixuan had already arranged for some carpenters to wait for him in the outer yard, and she was curious about what Lu Chen needed the carpenters for. Since it was something happening within the prince's mansion, she should be able to see it, so Mu Zixuan also followed Lu Chen to the outer courtyard, intending to see what he had planned. Lu Chen arrived at the outer courtyard, saw the carpenters, and had the branches of the dragon phoenix tree moved there. Then he instructed the carpenters to make wooden figures inside the mansion. Hearing that Lu Chen wanted to make wooden figures, the carpenters were baffled and unsure of their purpose, but since they were craftsmen from Great Yu City, they followed Lu Chen's orders without question, and set to work on the tree branches without much thought. Seeing the carpenters busily at work, Mu Zixuan approached Lu Chen and asked directly, Prince, why did you instruct them to make wooden figures? Lu Chen smiled mysteriously and said, my consort, no need to worry. You'll understand once they are ready. Seeing Lu Chen say this, Mu Zixuan didn't press the issue further. It seemed Lu Chen suddenly remembered something and then added, that's right, there's something I nearly forgot. I spoke with Junwan yesterday and said you two should get to know each other. He then instructed Mu Zixuan's maid, Xiao Ru, have Lady Wu come to Wind Cloud Court. Yes, my lord. After the maid went to fetch Wu Junwan, Lu Chen wrapped an arm around Mu Zixuan's slender waist and headed towards the inner court, saying as they walked, my consort, let's go to Wind Cloud Court to wait for her. Mu Zixuan softly acknowledged with a, and followed Lu Chen back to the Wind Cloud Court. Mu Zixuan felt pressured by the thought of meeting Wu Junwan, for the latter was the princess of Great Wu and held a more exalted status. The Mu family had a high standing in Great Sha, but compared to the grandeur of the great martial royal family that Wu Junwan hailed from, they meant little. Despite the pressure, Mu Zixuan quickly adjusted her state of mind. After all, she was Lu Chen's consort and could not afford to embarrass him. Soon, under the maid's guidance, Wu Junwan arrived at the core area of the North Prince Mansion. As Wu Junwan entered Wind Cloud Court, Lu Chen and Mu Zixuan were sitting in a pavilion, seemingly discussing something. Wu Junwan proceeded towards the pavilion, and upon her arrival, Lu Chen greeted her with a smile and said, my consort, let me introduce you. This is the helper I found for you, the princess from Great Wu. At this, Mu Zixuan immediately got up, stepped out of the pavilion to welcome Wu Junwan, and said, Sister Wu, I have long heard about you from the prince. Unfortunately, since you've been staying in the eastern courtyard, I haven't had the chance to meet you. Rumor has it that Sister Wu is stunningly beautiful, and seeing you today proves those rumors true. Seeing Mu Zixuan, a consort, being so warm to her, Wu Junwan grew wary, suspecting that Mu Zixuan feared she might threaten her position and was pretending to curry favor before plotting to harm her later. Someone who had grown up in a royal family like herself was all too familiar with the dynamics of a harem. However, she wouldn't rebuff someone who offers a smile. Since Mu Zixuan was ostensibly being friendly, Wu Junwan chose not to say anything unpleasant at that moment. With a smile, Wu Junwan replied, thank you for the compliment, my lady. Glancing at Lu Chen, she continued, the prince is indeed fortunate to have taken a consort as clever and capable as you. Hearing the mutual business flattery between the two, Lu Chen lifted the teacup from the table, took a light sip, and then said, stop flattering each other and come sit down. Let me talk to you about how we're going to manage the prince's mansion's properties from now on. Mu Zixuan immediately took Wu Junwan by the hand and said, Sister Wu, let's go over. Wu Junwan responded, all right. After the two women sat down in the pavilion, Lu Chen continued, the prince's mansion's properties are growing, and it's highly likely that the two of you alone won't be able to manage them in the future, so we will need to recruit more talent to the prince's mansion. As he said this, Lu Chen told the two women about his plan to set up examinations to recruit talent. Hearing Lu Chen's ideas, both women thought the method was feasible. Now, the management personnel of the prince's mansion's properties were all arranged by Mu Zixuan alone, and promotions were decided solely by her. While this ensured that all those in charge were from the prince's mansion, the breadth of properties was so vast that Mu Zixuan had to spend a great deal of time every day on personnel changes. If there were a dedicated human resources department responsible for examining and selecting talent, Mu Zixuan would only need to sign off on their decisions. At this point, Lu Chen looked at Wu Junwan and said, "Wanyan, although I'm letting you start getting involved with the prince's mansion's properties now, you haven't married over yet. So, there might be some inconvenience for a while. For the time being, you'll assist the princess in managing the prince's mansion properties. After you marry over in the future, I'll hand over some of the properties directly to your management." Hearing Lu Chen calling her Wanyan, Wu Junwan couldn't help but give him a sidelong glance. She was clearly older than this young man, yet he dared to address her in such a manner. Although she felt some slight emotion, Wu Junwan didn't dwell too much on it. "Alright, I understand." At that moment, Lu Chen reached out his hand and wrapped his arms around the slender waists of both Mu Zixuan and Wu Junwan, smiling as he said, "In the future, the burden of managing the prince's mansion's properties will fall on you two ladies. I believe that under your management, the prince's mansion's properties can continue to grow and strengthen, earning more silver for our prince's mansion." Being embraced by Lu Chen in front of the princess made Wu Junwan feel strange inside. This man was deliberately doing this, seeking to close the distance between herself and the princess. Having once held a high position with significant power, how could she not see through Lu Chen's little schemes? However, she didn't say much. After all, she had already made up her mind to be with this young man for a lifetime. As long as Mu Zixuan didn't actively cause trouble for her, she wouldn't go looking for problems with Mu Zixuan either. Just then, something occurred to Lu Chen, and he continued, "If in the future you two ladies have differing ideas, you can tell me directly." Since he had tasked them both with managing the prince's mansion's properties, they were bound to have different ideas in the future. To prevent any conflict between them, Lu Chen decided to step in and make decisions whenever their ideas diverged. Mu Zixuan said, "Your concubine understands." With that, Mu Zixuan's gaze fell on Wu Junwan as she continued, "Sister Wu, since you are already the prince's woman, you should also come to the Wind Cloud Court for dinner in the evenings from now on. This is the tradition at the prince's mansion. Every evening, the family gathers together for dinner." Wu Junwan naturally had already heard about this practice of the prince's mansion. "Alright, I will come tonight." Wu Junwan looked at Lu Chen and asked, "Prince, right now the number of your wives and concubines is still quite small, and the Wind Cloud Court can accommodate everyone. But if one day you have dozens more wives and concubines, and hundreds more children, and those children have even more children, will you still summon all your wives and concubines to dine together at that time?" Hearing Wu Junwan's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, "That is indeed a problem." Initially, there were not many women, so gathering together for dinner was unproblematic, and it also helped to build relationships. However, as the number of wives and concubines increased, along with their children, the dinner times had become noisy, and the whole Wind Cloud Palace sounded like a marketplace. Lu Chen remarked, "How about this? After Nanyan and Yao Yao's children are born, we won't hold dinners anymore. We will just organize feasts on major holidays." When she heard this, Mu Zixuan was taken aback. To her, gathering as a family in the Wind Cloud Palace for a lively dinner was quite pleasant, and most women in the prince's mansion were used to it. She did not expect Wu Junwan's comment to lead Lu Chen to cancel the dinners. Though it wasn't immediate, Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao's children would be born in just a few months. Mu Zixuan felt somewhat regretful internally, but then she thought about how two more people would be added to the prince's mansion when those children were born. By then, the Wind Cloud Palace would be even more crowded, indeed posing a problem. Every additional child meant 2 more wet nurses to care for them, and 2 children meant 4 wet nurses. Even if the wet nurses did not join the table for meals, they would still enter the Wind Cloud Palace, taking up space. Lu Chen then said to Mu Zixuan, "My love, next you should give Wanyan a good rundown of the prince's mansion's properties." "Yes, your concubine understands." Afterward, Mu Zixuan took out some of the property documents from the prince's mansion and explained the situation in detail to Wu Junwan. Upon hearing Mu Zixuan's explanation, Wu Junwan was incredibly shocked. She had not expected the prince's mansion to own even more properties than the great martial royal family. This princess consort was no simple woman. Managing so many properties on her own without any major issues proved that Mu Zixuan had some real abilities as a princess consort. This also heightened Wu Junwan's wariness towards Mu Zixuan. After Mu Zixuan had explained the estate's situation to Wu Junwan gained a deeper understanding of the entire North Prince mansion. Just as Wu Junwan was about to continue learning about the estate's affairs, a maid entered the courtyard and said, "Prince, the carpenters have completed a few small wooden figures according to your instructions." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. "So soon?" Lu Chen said, "Have the finished wooden figures brought here directly?" "Yes, Prince." The maid turned and departed. Seeing the maid's retreating figure, Wu Junwan murmured to herself, "Wooden figures." She was curious about what kind of strange and unusual thing Lu Chen was up to now. At that moment, Lu Chen said to Mu Zixuan with a smile, "My love, aren't you curious about the use of these wooden figures? You'll find out very soon." Before long, several female guards brought in the wooden figures made by the carpenters. However, upon inspecting them, Lu Chen found that the wooden figures were not large, only the size of a palm. But the craftsmanship was exquisite, they resembled the proportional miniatures of certain individuals. Seeing these wooden figures, Wu Junwan also became interested. She was eager to find out what they were for. At that moment, Lu Chen bit his fingertip, squeezed out some fresh blood, then channeled spiritual power and, using the primary puppet skill in his mind, drew a rune on the body of one of the wooden figures. After a short while, the wooden figure emitted bursts of green light. Subsequently, Lu Chen placed the figure on a stone table, and not long after, the wooden figure unexpectedly stood up on its own. At this spectacle, both Wu Junwan and Mu Zixuan were stunned. Lu Chen closed his eyes at that time, attempting to control the first puppet he had crafted. The next moment, he felt as if a link had formed between himself and the puppet, making the puppet's sensations seem to be shared with his own. Following that, his vision changed to that of the puppets, and Lu Chen subsequently made the puppet take a few steps on the stone table. Upon seeing the wooden figure moving about, both Mu Zixuan and Wu Junwan's eyes widened in astonishment. Once Lu Chen had gotten the hang of controlling the puppet, he made it leap directly towards Wu Junwan. She hadn't even reacted before the puppet jumped onto her chest. Wu Junwan, of course, knew that this was Lu Chen, that scoundrel. Up to mischief, she raised her beautiful eyes and glared at him. Lu Chen continued to control the puppet as it climbed further, eventually standing on Wu Junwan's shoulder. Mu Zixuan, puzzled, said, "How did this little figure come to life?" Wu Junwan said, "The prince is controlling it." Having been to the Misty Immortal sect, Wu Junwan was well versed in many things. Although she had been genuinely shocked when the puppet had begun to move, she soon came to understand what was happening. Hearing Wu Junwan's words, Mu Zixuan turned to look at Lu Chen, finding that he had his eyes closed. Mu Zixuan was still profoundly astonished in her heart. The prince could actually control a wooden figure. But on recalling that Lu Chen was a disciple of the Immortal, her emotions quickly settled down. After all, as a disciple of the Immortal, Lu Chen was practically half an immortal, so it was normal for him to be able to do things ordinary people could not. At that time, Lu Chen tried to make the puppet speak. The next moment, the puppet asked from atop Wu Junwan's shoulder, "Ladies, how is my puppet skill?" Seeing the puppet speak, Mu Zixuan was flabbergasted once more. Mu Zixuan said blankly, "The prince truly is a disciple of the Immortal." Curious, Wu Junwan inquired, "Prince, what use is this puppet?" Lu Chen, controlling the puppet, replied, "I'm not sure yet, I've only just learned the puppetry technique and need to experiment a bit." Lu Chen thought to himself that if he could control a puppet to go anywhere in the future, wouldn't that mean he wouldn't need to leave the North Prince mansion? He could use the puppet to inspect the North country on his behalf. Furthermore, He could place a puppet beside certain people and give orders directly through puppet control if anything came up in the future. It would be faster than relaying information through a telegraph machine. However, he realized he didn't yet know the maximum range of his connection to the puppet. According to the puppetry technique heritage in his mind, the further the puppet strayed from his body, the more spiritual power he would need to expend. Currently, he was only a pseudo-celestial, and if ranked according to the cultivation world standards, he feared he was still the lowest rank of cultivator. Therefore, it seemed unlikely he could control a puppet to travel all over the world. At that moment, Lu Chen opened his eyes. He wanted to try multitasking to see whether he could control the puppet while doing other activities. When he opened his eyes, another scene appeared in his mind, and his visual experience was particularly strange, as if he had gained an extra set of eyes. However, this didn't make him uncomfortable. It felt as though the puppet's eyes had become one with his own. Lu Chen controlled the puppet to jump down from Wu Junwan's shoulder and then directed it over to Mu Zixuan. Mu Zixuan quickly caught the puppet, and the puppet immediately climbed onto her shoulder. Seeing the wooden figure hop around, Lu Chen suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment. He then controlled the puppet to jump down again, heading straight toward the courtyard's exterior. He wanted to test the furthest distance he could control the puppet. After a while, the puppet ran to the entrance of Wind Cloud Court and was still linked to Lu Chen. Lu Chen directly said to the guard at the entrance, "Tell Qin Yushan to go to the study, I need to see him." The female guard, seeing the puppet speaking to her, was momentarily stunned, but she quickly realized it was the voice of the North Prince and promptly replied, "Yes, Prince." At that moment, Lu Chen stood up and said to Mu Zixuan and Wu Junwan, "My love, you and Junwan discuss the management of the prince's mansion's properties. I have other matters." Mu Zixuan immediately replied, "This concubine understands, Prince, take your time." Lu Chen then proceeded to the study, waiting for the arrival of Qin Yushan. It wasn't long before Qin Yushan appeared in the study. "Greetings, Prince." After finishing the salute, Qin Yushan looked up at Lu Chen and noticed that Lu Chen's gaze was fixed on the wooden puppet on the desk, which seemed to have come to life, jumping around on the desk. Seeing this scene, Qin Yushan was completely taken aback. Regaining his focus, Lu Chen looked up at Qin Yushan and said, "Commander Qin, take this puppet and leave Yan County. After a while, I will speak to you through the puppet. If there is no sound from the puppet, ask actively. If I do not reply, return to North Prince Mansion immediately. I want to test and see how far I can control this puppet." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Qin Yushan instantly understood his intent and quickly replied, "Yes, I will leave Yan County at once." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yushan went to the desk, picked up the puppet, and then left North Prince Mansion directly. Meanwhile, Lu Chen sat in the study, closed his eyes, and concentrated all his thoughts on the puppet. Qin Yushan quickly rode out of Yan County on a horse. However, at this point, he noticed that the puppet had not made any sounds, and he wondered if perhaps the puppet had lost the prince's control. He took the puppet out of his hands, looked at it, was about to ask a question, when suddenly the puppet spoke, "Commander Qin, keep moving forward." Hearing the puppet actually speak, and in Lu Chen's voice, Qin Yushan hurriedly replied, "Yes, Prince." Qin Yushan then continued southward along the straight roads constructed by the North Country, puppet in tow. When Qin Yushan reached a military camp in the south, he once again stopped, took out the puppet, and Lu Chen again spoke through the puppet, "Continue forward." Qin Yushan was astounded. He never imagined that, despite the distance, the North Prince could still control the puppet. With this means, couldn't the North Prince now inspect the entire North Country through the puppet? Without further thought, Qin Yushan set off again, continuing south. After half a day, he reached another city in the North Country with the puppet, but Lu Chen was still able to speak through it. Not only that, but Lu Chen could still control the puppet's movements, although he now felt noticeably more strained in his control, and even the puppet's vision was beginning to blur, not as clear as before. Even though his control over the puppet wasn't as strong as before, as long as the link between them wasn't broken, Lu Chen decided to continue testing. Then, Lu Chen spoke through the puppet to Qin Yushan, "Commander Qin, find a trustworthy subordinate, let him continue with the puppet southward, you need not proceed any further." After all, Qin Yushan was the commander of the Brocade Guard and there were many affairs waiting for him in Yan County. Considering it was unlikely to discover the upper limit of his control over the puppet that day, Lu Chen thought it better to switch people, specifically assigning someone to continue southward with the puppet. Qin Yushan immediately entered the nearby city, found a Brocade Guard commander, and briefed him on the matter with the puppet, instructing him to continue south with it. When the commander heard Lu Chen's voice coming from the puppet, he too was startled, but remembering that the North Prince was the son of Destiny, a disciple of an immortal, he soon accepted the fact. Subsequently, the Brocade Guard commander took Lu Chen's puppet and continued southward. Over the next 2 days, Lu Chen could still speak through the puppet. Even when they reached Anping City, at the border of Qi country, the puppet continued to emit faint sounds intermittently. This truly shocked Lu Chen. He had not expected that mere primary puppetry skill could allow him to control the puppet from such a distance. Of course, he also realized that although he could currently control the puppet as far as Anping City, doing so greatly consumed his spiritual power. Just saying one sentence through the puppet left him feeling as though his energy had been drained. With no other choice, Lu Chen had to ask the Brocade Guard commander to stop moving south and directly send the puppet back. Several days later, the commander of the Brocade Guard delivered the puppet to the North Prince mansion, and the carpenters had also created bigger wooden figures. Morning. After climbing off Wu Junwan's body, Lu Chen returned to the Wind Cloud Court, ready to refine new puppets. Seeing several wooden puppets as tall as himself in front of him, Lu Chen revealed a slight smile. At this moment, Lu Chen's wives and concubines, having heard about the puppets, all ran to the Wind Cloud Court to observe. Then, Lu Chen bit his fingertip and drew some spell runes on the puppet. After a while, he closed his eyes and controlled the puppet, as tall as himself, to start walking. However, no sooner had he begun to control it than Lu Chen distinctly felt the spiritual power within his body rapidly depleting. Lu Chen instantly understood that the larger the puppet he created, the more spiritual power it consumed to control. The previous puppet he had made was only the size of a palm, so it was very easy to manipulate and consumed hardly any spiritual power, allowing for a much greater controlling distance. The controlling distance for this puppet certainly could not compare with the previous, smaller one. Seeing Lu Chen's puppet come to life, Xiao Wenyao exclaimed in surprise, "It's moving, it's really started moving." The rest of the women were also stunned by the scene before them. At that moment, Lu Chen tried to have the puppet throw a punch into the air, but as it did, he suddenly felt completely exhausted. Lu Chen took a deep breath and then said to himself, "I hadn't expected controlling a life-sized puppet to consume so much spiritual power. It seems my strength is still insufficient." Subsequently, Lu Chen gave up controlling the life-sized puppet and picked up the few thumb-sized puppets, quickly refining them. Although he was currently unable to use life-sized puppets for combat, they still served some purpose. He could leave these puppets with the Brocade Guard and then have the Brocade Guard patrol the North Country with them. If anything happened within the North Country's territory, the Brocade Guard could inform him immediately. Afternoon. Yun Shenxian was enjoying the prince's mansion's afternoon tea and pastries in the pavilion of the Yunrong courtyard when Lin Wanyan entered the pavilion. Yun Shenxian asked, "It seemed rather lively this morning at the Wind Cloud Court, what were you all doing there?" Lin Wanyan immediately told Yun Shenxian about Lu Chen refining puppets. Upon hearing that Lu Chen could refine puppets, Yun Shenxian's hand holding the teacup paused midair. Refining puppets. This guy knows how to refine puppets too. Yun Shenxian fell into thought. The Dragon Phoenix Yin-Yang spell that Lu Chen had revealed was already a heaven-rank cultivation technique, and now he had demonstrated the ability to refine puppets. As far as she knew, puppetry was something only the high-ranking worlds possessed. Did Lu Chen actually have the art of puppetry? If this guy was like her, hailing from a high-ranking cultivation world, how could it be possible for him to know about things from a lower world? Those trains, electric lights, and such, those were clearly the products of a lower-level technological world. Most people from the cultivation realm would not be familiar with such common knowledge, as those things did not exist in the usual cultivation worlds. After thinking it over, Yun Shenxian still did not pay it much mind. So what if this guy came from a high-ranking world? After all, his current strength was lower than hers, and, besides, he had taken her as his mentor. In her heart, Yun Shenxian still did not take Lu Chen seriously. She just wanted to recover her strength as soon as possible. Since Lu Chen had learned puppetry technique, he had been practicing controlling puppets every single day and had reached the point of obsession. He even had a craftsman carve several palm-sized puppets and distributed one to each of his wives and concubines so that they could use these puppets to contact him if they had any issues. However, Lu Chen's gifting of puppets made Chu Yukan feel very uneasy. One night, Lu Chen came to Chu Yukan's room, and after an intense exchange between them, Chu Yukan expressed her concerns. "Chenur, you are still alive, yet you've made so many puppets that look exactly like yourself. Is that really appropriate? In the Great Xia dynasty, not making statues of the living, and not erecting stels for the alive, was common knowledge, let alone these wooden, small people. Whenever small people were mentioned, people would first think of straw effigies. These straw effigies are usually used when cursing someone. There had been several disasters related to witchcraft and curses in the Great Xia dynasty, and they were all closely related to such effigies. But those effigies were made by others to curse someone, and here was Lu Chen making so many effigies of himself, and the key was that all these little figures had his blood on them. When it comes to the effectiveness of a curse, these little figures stained with his own blood would be more effective. Therefore, Chu Yukan felt that it was very inappropriate for Lu Chen to give away these little figures, and they should all be taken back. After all, Chu Yukan was from this era and possessed the thoughts of this era. Upon hearing Chu Yukan's words, Lu Chen gently stroked her jade back and said with a smile, "Madam Chu, I have never believed in such witchworm skill." Seeing Lu Chen's response, Chu Yukan sighed inwardly. She knew that Lu Chen certainly did not believe in witchworm skill, otherwise, he would not have let a craftsman carve so many little figures that looked like him. Chu Yukan then advised, "Chenur, with such matters, it's better to err on the side of caution than dismiss the possibility." Lu Chen then got up from Chu Yukan's body, turned her around to face him, and gazed into her eyes as he asked, "The wooden figures I carved were also given to my women. Is Madam Chu suggesting that among them, someone would wish to harm me?" Chu Yukan blushed and said, "Maybe not now, seeing how robust your body is. But the human heart is unpredictable. As the number of your women increases, you may begin to neglect some of your wives and concubines in the future. And as your children multiply, once the kids grow up, those women may start harboring inappropriate thoughts for the sake of their own children. You are also a member of the royal family, you have experienced those incidents. You can't be too careful." Moved by her words, Lu Chen felt in his heart that indeed, this woman cared for him the most in this world. Lu Chen lifted his hand to touch Chu Yukan's jade-like face and said with a smile, "Madam Chu, I have already considered all that you have said, but rest assured, my women will not harm me." Despite Lu Chen's confidence, Chu Yukan sighed internally. Every time she reminded Lu Chen of potential dangers, he would respond the same way. The more confident Lu Chen was, the more worried Chu Yukan became. Just then, Lu Chen leaned in close again and as Chu Yukan let out a soft groan, he whispered in her ear, "There's a secret, and I am not sure if I have ever spoken to you directly about it. After much thought, I've decided to tell you because you are the person closest to me." Chu Yukan's curiosity was piqued by his words. What secret was Lu Chen about to reveal? Lu Chen continued, "Madam Chu, do you know what dragon and phoenix tea is used for?" Looking puzzled, Chu Yukan replied, "Isn't it used to enhance one's strength?" Lu Chen said, "Enhancing strength is just one of the functions of dragon and phoenix tea. It has another, greater purpose." Chu Yukan asked with curiosity, "What purpose?" Lu Chen answered, "Dragon and phoenix tea can deepen and stabilize my wives and concubines' affections for me." Chu Yukan was taken aback by that revelation. She quickly made a connection and her face flushed with embarrassment. You little rascal. No wonder you had me drink dragon and phoenix tea, and you actually." Chu Yukan felt a hint of emotion stirring within her. She had wondered why there had been a period where she constantly thought about getting involved with this rascal. Although she found Lu Chen handsome and had wanted to protect him all her life while she was in the capital city, she had never thought she would end up sharing a bed with him. And yet, it hadn't been long since she arrived in North Country when this little rascal completely devoured her. It turned out that this little rascal had used some despicable methods on her. As Lu Chen twisted his body, he said to Chu Yukon, "Don't be angry. This tea was meant for my women, and besides, it can also enhance strength. My main intention in giving it to you was to help boost your power." Chu Yukon snorted lightly, then said, "I don't believe you, you little rascal." She had gotten pregnant by this little rascal, and he still told her it was to improve her strength. How could she possibly believe that? This little rascal had his eyes on her body from the start. Finally, Lu Chen spoke plainly, "Since you don't believe me anyway, I won't pretend anymore. I coveted you, my lady, that's why I let you drink dragon and phoenix tea. Anyway, it's all happened, what do you plan to do about it?" Sigh. Chu Yukon ultimately let out a helpless sigh, knowing full well that regardless of the dragon and phoenix tea, her fate was already sealed. This little rascal had set his sights on her since he was small, and he was not going to let her go. Chu Yukon then said, "It's no use talking about it now. Consider it my bad luck to have encountered you, this little rascal, in this lifetime." Smiling, Lu Chen replied, "How can you call it bad luck? Meeting me, you should feel blessed instead." Chu Yukon huffed again, "I won't pester you with these matters anymore. No wonder every time I remind you to pay attention to the inner court's affairs, you appear so indifferent. It turns out you've long known that your wives and concubines will not betray you. And here I was, so worried about you." Lu Chen said, "My dear wife, haven't I explained the reason to you just now? From now on, you don't have to worry." Having said that, Lu Chen began to focus on his own matters, leaving Chu Yukon with no choice but to immerse herself in the happiness he created. Meanwhile, at the Lu mansion, Shui Linglong, dressed in a silky undergarment, tossed and turned on the bed, her mind filled with the images of her entanglement with Lu Chen at the North Prince mansion that day. Whether practicing or sleeping, she would think of Lu Chen. Shui Linglong felt as if she were becoming addicted to that sensation. After rolling around on the bed with the blanket for a while, Shui Linglong sat up abruptly. She muttered to herself, "Strange, several days have passed, why hasn't that fellow come to the Lu mansion looking for me?" Logically, her charm skill had succeeded, and though Lu Chen had regained consciousness, she had already planted a seed deep within Lu Chen's heart. Lu Chen should be feeling a profound sense of guilt towards her and would seek ways to compensate her. She had estimated that Lu Chen would probably come to seek her out voluntarily the day after her return and try to find ways to offer words of amends. But after so many days, that fellow hadn't made a single move, nor had he sent anyone with gifts to the Lu mansion. She began to doubt whether her charming skill had been effective at all. Shui Linglong's mind surged with a sudden realization of a possibility. Could it be that my charm skill was noticed by a celestial from the mysterious Moon Palace, and that celestial helped the North Prince undo it? If that's the case, it spells trouble. If the celestial from the mysterious Moon Palace discovered that she had used the charm skill on Lu Chen, they would surely seek out the person behind it. If her actions were exposed, she would have no choice but to leave Yan County, which would prevent her from taking Lu Chen back to the Taiyan divine sect for the sacrifice. This thought made Shui Linglong feel extremely unsettled. She decided to visit the North Prince mansion the next morning to investigate and see if her charm skill had indeed been undone by someone from the mysterious Moon Palace. Just then, she once again felt an overwhelming emptiness in her body, and she began to heat up all over. Shui Linglong bit her silver teeth, her hands gripping the blanket tightly as she said angrily, "It's all that scoundrel's fault. I should never have done that with him." Another sleepless night ensued. Early the next morning, Shui Linglong arrived at the North Prince mansion, using the same pretext as before, to chat with Mu Zixuan. While drinking tea and chatting with Mu Zixuan asked, "Sister Shui, have you been busy lately? Why haven't you come to the North Prince mansion in several days?" Shui Linglong said, somewhat sheepishly, I've been tied up with some matters these past few days, but they are all settled now, and I'm free again." Shui Linglong asked tentatively, By the way, Sister Zixuan, has anything happened at the prince's mansion recently? Mu Zixuan inquired. Sister Shui, why do you ask? Shui Linglong replied, I heard that many craftsmen have been entering the prince's mansion these days, so I was a bit curious if the mansion was undergoing renovations. Mu Zixuan answered, not at all. It's just that the prince's behavior seems to have changed a bit recently. He brought in the woodworkers to the prince's mansion, actually it's to carve some wooden figures. Upon hearing Mu Zixuan's response, Shui Linglong was taken aback. His behavior changed a bit. So, her charm skill hadn't failed after all. But why then hadn't he come looking for her? Shui Linglong continued to ask, what is the prince carving wooden figures for? Mu Zixuan replied, I don't know, but it seems like he wants to carve the figure of a certain woman. I even suspect the prince might be bewitched. Shui Linglong's heart jolted. Was Lu Chen carving the figure of a specific woman with the intention of having something to remember her by? This was indeed very likely. No wonder he hadn't come looking for her. So he planned to use the figure to comfort himself. This wouldn't do. What she wanted was for him to actively seek her out, not for him to comfort himself. In Shui Linglong's view, not only had her charm skill not failed, but its effect might have been so significant that it caused Lu Chen to feel too guilty towards her, making him fear and dare not face her, which was why he hadn't come to her. For her, this was not a good sign. She was keener on Lu Chen taking the initiative to leave the North Prince mansion to seek her out, providing her with the chance to take Lu Chen away from Yan County, away from the North Country. Shui Linglong, after confirming that her charm skill might not have lost its effect, decided to find a way to approach Lu Chen once again. If Lu Chen really was avoiding her out of guilt as she suspected and she did not take the initiative to reach out, wouldn't that mean their relationship would never progress further? Therefore, she still needed to take the initiative. With this thought, Shui Linglong said to Mu Zixuan, perhaps the ninth brother has taken a fancy to a lady from some family recently, which is why he has seemed so distracted. Mu Zixuan replied, what elder sister Shui says is possible, but considering the prince's status in the North Country, if he fancies a lady from some family, it should be easy for him to marry her. There's no need for him to be so melancholic. Shui Linglong remarked, this I do not know. Perhaps the lady is not from the North Country. By the way, Sister Zixuan, I'd like to ask for your help with something, if that is possible. Mu Zixuan feigned curiosity as she inquired, what is it? Please, elder sister Shui, just tell me. Shui Linglong explained, I'd like to meet with the ninth brother to inquire about the crown prince's well-being. It has been a long time since he last wrote to me, and these past few nights I have felt restless, as if something has happened, and I cannot sleep well. Smiling, Mu Zixuan said, that's easy, I will just have the maid inform the prince. At that point, Mu Zixuan directly told the maid beside her, Xiao Ru, go check what the prince is doing in the study. If he is not busy, let him know that Linglong wishes to meet him to inquire about the crown prince's condition. As you wish, princess consort. The maid immediately left the courtyard and headed for the study. Lu Chen was dealing with state affairs in his study when heard from the maid that Shui Linglong wished to see him. He smiled faintly and instructed the maid to bring Shui Linglong to his study. Since the enchantress had taken the initiative to come to him again, he would have to deal with her properly. It wasn't long before Shui Linglong appeared in the study. Upon seeing her, Lu Chen had the maid exit immediately and close the door behind her. Soon, only Lu Chen and Shui Linglong were left in the study. Lu Chen's expression was complex as he began to speak, Linglong, about that day. He trailed off, unable to continue. Seeing Lu Chen's guilty expression, Shui Linglong's lips curled into a slight smile. Swinging her hips, she walked toward Lu Chen, saying as she approached, ninth brother, it was my own willingness. Rest assured, as long as you don't speak of it, no one will know what happened that day. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment, about to say something, when Shui Linglong was already standing before him. She raised her slender hand to his broad chest and then leaned into his embrace. As soon as she had entered the study and seen Lu Chen's handsome face, she felt a restless excitement in her body. All she wanted now was to quickly relive the moment they had shared last time. Ninth brother, when did you become so timid? Haven't you always coveted my body? In front of your brother Yi, your eyes were glued to my form, yet now that it has happened, you seem troubled by this and that. Why worry about those matters? After all, Yi is still in Haiyang County and won't be returning anytime soon. While speaking, Shui Linglong began to make her moves on Lu Chen. Her delicate hands slowly slid down from his chest, behaving like a woman of loose morals. Lu Chen chuckled inwardly. The enchantress was so bold, this he had not anticipated. Among his women, it had been a long time since any were so forward. Previously, Wang Qingqi had been very proactive, but as time passed, Wang Qingqi had also become less so. Now, Wang Qingqi had lost some of her seductive charm and had gained the dignified maturity of a grown woman. After all, she was now a wife and mother, and it was only natural for her temperament to change. Lu Chen abruptly seized Shui Linglong's wrist and then grasped her slender waist, pushing her against the desk and gazing into her captivating peach blossom eyes as he said, "You really are a woman who does not behave with propriety. The crown prince has hardly left, and here you are, trying to seduce me." Hearing this, Shui Linglong replied with a smiling face, "Ninth brother, you say this, but your body does not seem to agree. It seems you, too, are a hypocrite." Lu Chen let out a cold laugh and retorted, "If you're going to seduce me like this, then don't blame me for being discourteous." Shui Linglong responded, "Come then, I'm ready. Let's forget all the rules and immerse ourselves in pleasure." At that moment, Shui Linglong's eyes shimmered with purple light as she once again tried to charm Lu Chen. However, this time she did not completely control Lu Chen, she only wanted to stir up the desire in his heart, prompting him to repeat what they had done last time. Lu Chen certainly felt it and soon bent down, silencing Shui Linglong's lips with his own. After kissing Lu Chen for a while, Shui Linglong felt her whole body electrified with excitement. Within her mind, Shui Linglong thought, this is the feeling. She had to admit, this man did possess some skill. The two, locked in their kiss, soon entered the study's resting chamber. Shui Linglong once again used her goddess skill on Lu Chen, but like before, her mind quickly went blank as Lu Chen took control of everything. A day had passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Chen had not returned to the Wind Cloud Court for dinner again tonight. In the dead of night, Yun Shenxian sat in meditation on her bed when she seemed to sense something and suddenly opened her eyes. The next moment, a blue bird flew in through the window and landed on Yun Shenxian's hand. She immediately took off the note tied to the bird's leg and read it. Upon seeing the content of the note, Yun Shenxian snorted coldly, and then the whole room was encased in ice. Immediately after, Yun Shenxian's figure flashed as she entered Chen Wanrong's bedroom. Chen Wanrong was also meditating. Feeling her master's presence, she opened her eyes. "Master, is something the matter?" Yun Shenxian handed Chen Wanrong the note she was holding, and upon reading it, Chen Wanrong's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Yun Shenxian said coldly, "I truly did not expect that they would collude with the great Sum imperial family while I was away." Chen Wanrong asked, "What does master plan to do?" Yun Shenxian said indifferently, "Anyone who betrays me has only one path to death. Since they have chosen betrayal, they should not blame me for being heartless. It just so happens that they are now in the Great Sum capital. When Lu Chen leads his troops southwards, I will follow him and eliminate the traitors." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong felt happy for Lu Chen. Having Yun Shenxian's full support would make his quest to unify the land much easier. At that moment, Yun Shenxian suddenly thought of something and then asked, "By the way, why hasn't Lu Chen come to cultivate with you these past few days? Has he grown tired of it?" This. Chen Wanrong was momentarily stunned. It was only recently that Yun Shenxian had scolded her for being frivolous, saying she was no different from animals in indulging in male and female affairs. Why would she bring this up now? "Master, my junior brother feared that you would be angry, so he has not come these past few days." Yun Shenxian snorted, "If he were afraid of angering me, he wouldn't have been running to your room every day, and he wouldn't have made such a commotion at night, preventing me from being able to meditate in peace." Chen Wanrong didn't know what to say. Lu Chen truly wasn't afraid of their master. Far from it, he even harbored thoughts of betraying their sect. Yun Shenxian said, "Well, if he doesn't come, let it be." As her voice fell, Yun Shenxian's body disappeared from the spot and she was back in her room. Yun Shenxian had originally planned to use Lu Chen as a tool to restore her cultivation when he came to seek out Chen Wanrong, and now he had stopped coming. She refused to believe that Lu Chen would stay away from Yunrong courtyard indefinitely. With Chen Wanrong there, it was only a matter of time before he would return. Although she knew Lu Chen would come back to Chen Wanrong, Yun Shenxian couldn't help feeling worried. She had taken Lu Chen as a disciple for some time now, but she had not taught him any cultivation techniques during this period. Her title as his master was in name only and had not fulfilled any of the responsibilities that came with it. If this continued, would Lu Chen feel that his master was useless and harbor negative thoughts about her, thinking that she had only taken him on as her disciple to use his body to restore her strength? Even though she did harbor such thoughts, now that she had taken him as a disciple, it was still necessary for her to play some role. Considering the techniques Lu Chen had shown, he likely came from a high-level immortal world, and making an enemy from such a world was never a good thing. If this man were to have a stroke of luck and encounter a great opportunity, causing his strength to skyrocket, even surpassing her own, he could potentially commit acts of betrayal against his master. If she wanted this man to willingly serve her, she would need to provide him with some benefits. Although Chen Wanrong was a benefit she had offered to Lu Chen, she was an independent person. Yun Shenxian had to find another way to entice Lu Chen. Perhaps she should impart some cultivation techniques to him. What cultivation techniques would be best to teach? Yun Shenxian fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, in the study room, resting chamber, Shui Linglong found herself trapped in a mire once again, struggling to escape, but to no avail. Last time, in order not to discomfort Shui Linglong, Lu Chen used the rejuvenating skill, healing her injuries while engaging in their activities. But this time was different. Dealing with a demon sect sorceress required different methods. It would not do to continuously heal her. This time, Lu Chen did not employ the rejuvenating skill at all, and Shui Linglong feared she wouldn't last much longer. She hurriedly attempted to use the charm skill on Lu Chen. You, get up quickly. You feel extremely guilty about your actions, and have decided, Before Shui Linglong could finish her sentence, Lu Chen once again sealed her red lips with his. Shui Linglong was dumbfounded. How could this be? Her charm skill had no effect. How was this possible? Wasn't it working perfectly before? Could it be like last time, when her use of the charm skill hooked Lu Chen's inner desires, causing his loss of control, and even using the charm skill again couldn't stop what Lu Chen was doing? The thought of this possibility filled Shui Linglong's heart with immense fear. Soon, only one thought remained in her mind. I'm done for. Not knowing how much time had passed, Shui Linglong, who was sprawled on the bed, vaguely seemed to hear someone speaking. Demon sect sorceress, still trying to control me with your charm skill. Regretting it now, aren't you? Lu Chen felt he no longer needed to pretend, as he had found during the act that this sorceress was very compatible with him. Since that was the case, why not be straightforward and take this sorceress into his harem sooner? His harem needed a sorceress who could bear his negative emotions. Upon hearing these words, Shui Linglong instantly snapped awake. That voice was Lu Chen's voice. Didn't Lu Chen lose control because of the charm skill? How could he still make such lucid remarks? And he called her a sorceress. How did he know she was a demon sect sorceress? Shui Linglong abruptly turned her head to look at Lu Chen, who was now watching her with an amused expression on his face. Seeing the firmness in Lu Chen's gaze, which didn't resemble someone under control at all, Shui Linglong's heart skipped a beat. How did he not seem controlled at all? The charm skill was ineffective. Out of breath, Shui Linglong demanded, when did you become aware? Lu Chen said with a smile, aware. I have never been under the control of your charm skill from the start. How was my performance? Convincing, wasn't it? The moment Lu Chen said this, a great shock went through Shui Linglong's heart. No wonder the last time she gave Lu Chen orders, he completely ignored them and acted like a beast. He had never been controlled in the first place. His appearance of being under control had all been an act. This meant that he could have already noticed her true identity. Run, she must run as fast as possible. With this thought, Shui Linglong immediately attempted to resist, but she suddenly found that the skill within her body had been sealed. Furthermore, considering what had just happened, she had no strength left at all. Held down by Lu Chen, she was completely unable to escape. Shui Linglong was bewildered once again. What was going on now? How could her skill be sealed? In a voice mixed with fear and shame, Shui Linglong asked, "What have you done to me?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "What have I done to you? Don't you know very well? I must interrogate you thoroughly, you demon sect sorceress, so naturally I can't allow you to move freely. Taiyin Divine Sect Saintess, prepare yourself for my interrogation." Shui Linglong's beautiful eyes widened, her pupils constricted, and her body tensed up instantaneously. When one is engulfed in fear, all muscles tighten up, which Lu Chen found to his advantage. In disbelief, Shui Linglong asked, how could you possibly know? She carried the yin-yang mirror on her, which should have made it impossible for the North Prince to discover her identity. Not just her identity, but Lu Chen shouldn't even have been able to detect that she had any cultivation at all. Yet he had just openly spoken her identity. At that moment, Lu Chen bent over her, hugged her waist tightly, and whispered in her ear, "Taiyin Divine Sect Saintess, my interrogation is about to begin." Upon hearing these words, Shui Linglong's fear was amplified once more, Lu Chen's whisper in her ear sounding like the devil's murmurs. Shui Linglong was eventually interrogated by Lu Chen for an entire night. Under the overlapping emotions of fear and excitement, her consciousness had nearly collapsed. In the end, Shui Linglong chose to give up struggling. She realized that there was no escaping anyway, and if the North Prince wanted to kill her, she was nothing but a lamb to the slaughter. Moreover, she believed that if Lu Chen truly intended to kill her, he wouldn't have waited so long without taking action. This guy must still have some use for her. After all, she was the saintess of the Taiyin Divine Sect. Controlling her meant gaining access to certain intelligence he wanted to know from her. But then again, he claimed he was going to interrogate her, yet he stayed busy with other things. From the beginning, he tormented her almost to her limits, but he never asked about the Taiyin Divine Sect. What kind of interrogation was this? Weren't interrogations supposed to involve questions? Shui Linglong suspected that this despicable man planned to wait until her will was nearly shattered before asking her questions. When the first rays of dawn shone into the room, Lu Chen lay on Shui Linglong's back, embracing her tender body. By this time, Shui Linglong had completely abandoned the thought of struggling. After an unknown amount of time, Shui Linglong spoke, "You said you were going to question me, yet a whole night has passed, and you haven't asked a single question." Lu Chen replied with a smile, "What's there to ask? Your demon sect comes to the North Country, it can't be for anything good. It's highly probable you're here to cause destruction." Shui Linglong queried, "Don't you want to know why I approached you?" Lu Chen said indifferently, "I've pretty much guessed what you're up to. Aren't you just trying to capture me for a sacrifice to revive your sect hierarch of the Taiyin Divine Sect?" This. Shui Linglong's heart skipped a beat. Lu Chen not only knew she was the demon sect sorceress but even the purpose of her visit to the North Prince Mansion. How could this be? Immediately, Shui Linglong thought of a possibility. If Lu Chen was so well informed about the Taiyin Divine Sect, then it meant there must be a traitor within the sect who had divulged its secrets to Lu Chen. Moreover, the traitor's status must have been significant because not many cultists knew she had come to the North Country, and those who did wouldn't know what she was here to do. Only a handful of high-ranking members were aware of her mission in the North Country. How had Lu Chen accomplished this? The disciples of the Taiyin Divine Sect were controlled by their hierarch, and so were the elders. Even though their sect hierarch was dead, his soul lived on. If those disciples harbored any thoughts of rebellion, they would quickly turn into a pool of blood. That being said, she herself had entertained thoughts of betraying the sect hierarch, especially last night when her emotions were heightened. She even considered surrendering to the North Prince and becoming his female slave. She should have turned into a pool of blood last night, so why was she still alive and well? Could it be? Had something happened to their sect hierarch? Or maybe his powers no longer affected them. If that really was the case, then it wouldn't be strange for the elders of the Taiyin Divine Sect to betray it. As Shui Linglong was lost in thought, Lu Chen's hand wandered over hers, and he continued to whisper in her ear, originally, I had planned to keep playing along with you. Do you know why I have revealed your true identity so quickly? Shui Linglong said, could it be that the prince intends to get rid of me? At this point, Shui Linglong felt a trace of fear in her heart. Although she had guessed that she might not be able to escape her fate, facing death still terrified her deeply. Lu Chen said with a laugh, how could that be? As he spoke, Lu Chen caressed Shui Linglong's abdomen and said, I've been wanting a female slave recently. You happen to be to my liking, and since you are a demon sect sorceress, I wouldn't feel any guilt no matter what I do to you. Hearing this, Shui Linglong scoffed and said, so this is what the prince had in mind. Wanting to make me your female slave, aren't you afraid that I, a demon sect sorceress, might do something detrimental to the North Prince mansion? Lu Chen said indifferently, every woman in my inner court has said that before. In the end, some of them were completely tamed by me, and some even bore my children. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Shui Linglong was taken aback. Lu Chen said with a smile, don't be disbelieving. Once you enter the inner court, you'll soon find there are many women with similar experiences to yours. Some of them came for me at the beginning. Not only did they fail to kill me, but they also ended up trapped, unable to leave me for a lifetime. Shui Linglong fell silent, discerning that Lu Chen was not lying from his tone. And Lu Chen had no reason to lie to her. Could it be that there truly were many women in the prince's mansion who, like her, had the intention of harming Lu Chen but ended up being subdued by him? Shui Linglong then said, they are them, I am me. If the prince thinks he can make me into an obedient female slave, he's probably deluding himself. At that moment, Lu Chen whispered into Shui Linglong's ear with a low voice, they said exactly the same thing. The Princess Junwan of Great Wu had the same thought when she first came to the North Prince mansion, but now she considers herself part of the prince's mansion and has started assisting the prince's consort in managing the North Prince mansion's affairs. Lu Chen's words once again startled Shui Linglong. What? You even took advantage of the Princess of Great Wu? Shui Linglong found it hard to believe. Even though the Great Wu dynasty had been defeated, Wu Junwan had come to the North Country as its hostage. Could it be that this despicable man had completely devoured Wu Junwan? It made sense, after all. The North Prince was rumored to be a man of extreme lust, always scheming to add any beautiful woman he set his eyes onto his harem. With a beauty like Wu Junwan sent to the North Prince mansion, one didn't need to think hard to imagine her fate. When she came back to her senses, Shui Linglong snorted coldly and said, Prince, you are seriously underestimating the Taiyan divine sect. Our sect hierarch has a powerful control over the disciples, which is why our sect has risen to be the leader of the demon sects. If I were to betray the Taiyan divine sect, I would immediately turn into a puddle of blood. To think of taming me into becoming your female slave is nothing short of a fool's dream. Lu Chen continued in a low voice by Shui Linglong's ear, my Linglong, don't fool yourself. From the moment you tried to seduce me, you'd already betrayed the Taiyan divine sect. Dare you say that while with me, you never once thought of staying with me forever. Yet here you are, still alive and at my mercy. When Lu Chen put it that way, Shui Linglong fell silent again, realizing she had been contemplating the same question. She didn't understand what was going on. Was it because she was the saintess that the sect hierarch was letting it slide? Could it be that her slight thoughts of betrayal weren't enough to turn her into a bloody mess? Seeing Shui Linglong lost in thought, Lu Chen continued, there are essentially 3 ways to control a person, using a worm, medicine, or mental manipulation. No matter which, they all dissolve in the presence of this prince. If you were affected by a worm or had taken some kind of medicine, I could directly extract the worm or neutralize the medicine in your body. As for mental manipulation, it's even simpler. I too possess the heart-controlling skill. If I use it on you, any mental control you are under will be erased. You are now completely free from the constraints of the Taiyan divine sect. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Shui Linglong was slightly dazed. After a long while, she spoke up, saying, impossible, how can anyone break the sect hierarch's control? Lu Chen stated, you are the perfect example right now. Shui Linglong fell silent once more. Suddenly recalling something, She wondered why she had been unable to sleep since returning to the Lu mansion, with visions of her and Lu Chen together tormenting her every night, leaving her body restless and feverish. So she had been controlled by Lu Chen's charming skill as well. Lu Chen, a man, knew how to use such skills. No wonder he was so confident, keeping even those women who once meant him harm in the North Prince mansion. Thinking about that, those women were probably just zombies by now, having lost their own consciousness long ago. She refused to become a soulless puppet. Shui Linglong declared, "Don't get your hopes up. I might be in your clutches now. Kill or dismember me, as you wish. I refuse to be controlled and turned into a plaything for you." Shui Linglong had made up her mind. Instead of living as a mindless body, a mere plaything, she would rather die. After all, she had grown up without parents, under the nurturing of the Taiyin divine sect, and had no deep attachments. Death, to her, seemed like a release. But the thought of her imminent death filled Shui Linglong with sadness. From a helpless girl to reaching the heights of saintess within the Taiyin divine sect, she had thought she would gain immense power and everything she wanted. She never expected things to come to such a grim end. With that in mind, Shui Linglong closed her eyes, quietly awaiting death. However, death at the hands of Lu Chen was not what came to her. Instead, he began to do that to her again, and Shui Linglong bit her lip in frustration. Could it be that he wanted to have his way with her one more time before killing her? So be it, at least it meant a painless death. Yet, even after it was over, Lu Chen still didn't kill her. When Shui Linglong's consciousness cleared, Lu Chen was already getting up from the bed and dressing himself. Seeing this, Shui Linglong could hardly believe it. "You're not going to kill me." Hearing her voice, Lu Chen turned to look at Shui Linglong and said with a smile, "The Crown Prince and I are good brothers, and you are my Linglong. How could I possibly kill my own sister-in-law?" Shui Linglong snorted. She obviously didn't believe Lu Chen's nonsense. After all he had done to her, he still dared to claim brotherly respect. What a hypocritical man. Shui Linglong then said, "You'll regret this." Quickly getting out of bed, she hurriedly dressed, fearing Lu Chen might change his mind. Once dressed, Shui Linglong left the study without delay and hastened back to the Lu mansion. Upon returning to the Lu mansion, her first action was to gather the disciples of the Taiyin divine sect. They had to leave Yan County. The North Prince was simply too dangerous. Although part of her still entertained offering the North Prince as a sacrifice to resurrect their sect hierarch. But she felt that if things continued this way, she feared she wouldn't even wait for their sect hierarch to resurrect before she became North Prince's plaything. Every time she thought about her body being wantonly toyed with by the North Prince, Shui Linglong felt deeply humiliated. She had willingly seduced North Prince and been intimate with him, but she could never become an unconscious plaything. When the disciples of the Taiyin divine sect heard that Shui Linglong planned to leave Yan County, they were all very puzzled. Their objective had not yet been achieved. How could they leave Yan County at this time? Especially the elders of the Taiyin divine sect, they knew very well that their purpose of coming to Yan County was to take North Prince away. Now, without having captured North Prince, why leave Yan County? Shui Linglong didn't explain much, she simply said that it seemed the people from Mysterious Moon Palace had become aware of their presence, hence they must leave quickly. Once they heard that Mysterious Moon Palace might have discovered them, the disciples of the Taiyin divine sect hurriedly packed up their belongings. As a demon sect, they were anathema to the orthodox Mysterious Moon Palace, whose people would often kill on sight any of the demon sect's disciples they discovered. Now that the celestial from Mysterious Moon Palace was at North Prince Mansion, if that celestial took action, they feared they would instantly turn to ash. Noon. Lu Chen was dealing with government affairs in his study when Qin Yushan suddenly ran over to tell him about Shui Linglong taking some people from Lu Mansion and heading south. Hearing that Shui Linglong was planning to flee, Lu Chen was also startled. It was his first time encountering a woman who wanted to run away after being with him. The women in North Prince Mansion generally, after being with him once, never thought of leaving him. But Shui Linglong had been intimate with him twice, and now she planned to flee after coming to her senses. Seeing Lu Chen silent, Qin Yushan asked, "Prince, shall we intercept them?" Lu Chen came back to his senses. "No need, let them go." Everyone knew that Lu Chen was attracted to Shui Linglong, yet he was letting them go. If Shui Linglong fled, she would probably never come back. Just then, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Sand that cannot be held is better tossed to the wind." Ah, this. Qin Yushan was taken aback. Were these words really spoken by their prince? Wasn't their prince known for keeping any woman he took a fancy to in his inner court? What could have caused such a sudden change? As a subordinate, Qin Yushan didn't feel it was his place to say much. He promptly said, "Your subordinate understands." Lu Chen said, "All right, if there's nothing else, you may leave." "Yes, your subordinate shall take his leave." Once the words were spoken, Qin Yushan turned and left the study. Watching Qin Yushan's departing figure, Lu Chen fell into thought. He believed that Shui Linglong would ultimately return, he just couldn't believe that a woman who had drunk dragon and phoenix tea and been intimate with him could hold back forever. After Shui Linglong's escape, Lu Chen's life returned to its usual state. In the daytime, he handled the affairs of North Country, and at night, he cultivated relationships with his wives and concubines. A few months passed in the blink of an eye, and the situation in Great Sum grew increasingly dire. The army led by Lu Yi, which was loyal to Sum Emperor, was quickly approaching the royal capital of Great Sum. Seeing Lu Yi leading his forces directly toward the royal capital, Zhao King could no longer sit still. He stood up and declared that Lu Yi was a traitor, merely using the excuse of loyalty to the emperor to rebel. Therefore, he must go north to suppress the rebellion, claiming that the army he led was the true loyalist army. And so, the armies led by Lu Yi and Zhao King both marched towards the same destination. The ministers of Great Sum's royal capital were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, and some had already started writing letters to Lu Yi and Zhao King. Meanwhile, North Country remained calm as usual. Lu Chen had specifically arranged for people to plant spirit rice, and although the yield of spirit rice planted outside the North Prince mansion was noticeably lower, it grew quickly. After 2 cycles of planting, North Prince mansion now possessed 1,000 jin of spirit rice. Lu Chen took some spirit rice and mixed it with regular rice, so if a military unit made contributions, they could eat rations mixed with spirit rice. It didn't take long for the soldiers to discover that the new rice introduced by North Prince Mansion could turn ordinary people into martial artists, which instantly ignited their fighting spirit. North Country. Hall of Political Affairs. After Lu Chen arrived at his throne, Li Rui was about to step forward and report on the recent work when Lu Chen spoke first. "Today, we'll not discuss other affairs, we will only talk about one matter." Hearing this, the assembled ministers grew curious. One matter. What could it be? These past months, it seemed as if North Country had no major issues, right? Lu Chen started, "Ever since I arrived in North Country, I have continuously adopted a policy of nurturing and recuperation, encouraging the people to grow high-yield crops. After inspections by the Brocade Guard over this period, I have found that most farmers now have surplus food in their homes. I had thought that it would take several more years for North Country's food situation to improve. I did not expect that so quickly North Country would escape the food crisis." Hearing the preface to Lu Chen's speech, the ministers in the Hall of Political Affairs became even more curious. What exactly did North Prince want to say after such a lengthy introduction? Lu Chen continued, "However, even though North Country has moved past the bleak times of not having enough food or warm clothes, North Country is but a feudal state of Great Sum. Now, with turmoil erupting throughout Great Sum, the common people are suffering." With these words, the ministers instantly became excited. The hint was clear, how could they not understand what Lu Chen was about to propose? The political scene of North Country had indeed become somewhat congested, with many officials continually waiting for new opportunities. Now, it seemed, their chance had finally arrived. The voice of Lu Chen continued to echo through the hall. "As a feudal state of Great Sum, as the children of Great Sum, we have the right, and the duty, to help the other commoners within Great Sum achieve a peaceful and happy life. As a prince of Great Sum, I cannot stand idly by while my own father faces dangers. Therefore, I have decided to lead our forces south, in loyalty to the emperor and to suppress the traitors, to end the long-standing unrest in Great Sum. Let the other commoners in Great Sum's territory live without war, just like the commoners in North Country. Lu Chen's words echoed continuously within the Great Hall, lingering for a long time, and the hearts of the courtiers present were already boiling with fervor, especially the military generals, whose auras were climbing incessantly. They couldn't wait to lead their troops south. After the preparatory remarks had been made, Lu Chen glanced over the courtiers and then continued, "Today we shall discuss the matter of marching south to support the prince and all the preparations that need to be made for it." Although nominally it was a march south to support the prince and fight traitors, this war was going to be more difficult than the one against Great Wu. This time their target was to occupy the entire Great Xia dynasty, which was much larger than the bit of land they had taken from Great Wu. Moreover, the internal situation of Great Xia was even more complex. Sometimes, occupation was easy, but governance was quite troublesome. Also, due to Lu Chen's notoriety, the aristocratic families and landowners greatly feared him, which couldn't be helped since he had confiscated the land of North Country. Under such circumstances, Lu Chen would need to undertake extensive preparations if he wished to seize the throne of Great Xia. Especially the work in the occupation zones. Whenever Lu Chen led the North Country's army into another part of Great Xia, he must occupy and govern each area. If someone caused trouble in the rear, it could potentially affect the army marching south to support the prince. This was a challenging task for both Lu Chen and the whole North Country, hence the need for early discussions. Initially, Lu Chen planned to wait until the children in the bellies of Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao were born, by which time he would have more support before he marched south. However, upon further thought, he realized there was no need to truly wait for their childbirth since it was expected within the month. After all, he couldn't instantly lead his troops south the moment he decided to move. There were many tasks to be done, and at least 2 months were necessary for preparation, so he started early. By the time Xiao Wenyao and Yelv Nanyan's children were born, he would also have completed his preparations. After Lu Chen finished speaking, the courtiers in the Great Hall bustled about, discussing military mobilization and logistics. Currently, civil officials and military generals were together in a court meeting, so the military layout was not yet discussed. Since Lu Chen had monopolized military authority in North Country, civil officials seldom got involved in military affairs, with only a few high-ranking ministers like Zhu Zongguang having access to the country's military secrets. The remainder of the day was spent in meetings, with the ministers having both their lunch and dinner within the Great Hall. There were simply too many issues to resolve all at once. Seeing that it was nearly 11 o'clock, Lu Chen reluctantly allowed the ministers to return home, planning to continue discussing certain topics the next morning. After sitting on the throne all day, Lu Chen also felt extremely fatigued. Although his pseudo-celestial realm meant that his body wouldn't experience any tiredness, it was mainly mental exhaustion. He had anticipated that leading an army south would bring numerous issues, but he hadn't expected there to be so many that they couldn't all be addressed in one day. After the day's meeting ended, Lu Chen went to Wind Cloud Court, where the mental exhaustion made him just want to rush off to sleep. To rest well, he didn't even want to touch a woman that night. But just as he was about to head to Wind Cloud Court to sleep, Liang Zong arrived. It was evident that Liang Zong had brought important intelligence, so Lu Chen had no choice but to proceed to his study. Entering the study, Liang Zong handed over the information gathered by the brocade guard to Lu Chen. "Prince, news has come from the capital city. There seems to be an exceptionally powerful divine weapon within the imperial palace. It is said that this divine weapon can kill a celestial." Hearing this, Lu Chen's hand paused in midair, not even unfolding the intelligence, as he looked up at Liang Zong after a brief shock. "How was this intelligence collected?" Liang Zong replied, "Someone in the capital city is spreading this news. The brocade guard has not yet determined who exactly is behind it." Upon hearing Liang Zong's response, Lu Chen pondered for a moment before he opened the intelligence in his hand and read through it carefully. After reading the contents of the intelligence, Lu Chen speculated whether it was the Lin family trying to send him information. If the Lin family had discovered some secret within the imperial palace, it seemed unnecessary for them to go to such lengths. They could have directly passed the information to the brocade guard. Ever since the Lin family had aligned with him, North Country had placed brocade guards within the Lin family. This ensured that any news from the Lin family would be relayed to North Country through the Brocade Guard immediately. Wait a second. Could this be information being spread by his imperial father himself? If it was his imperial father, then he indeed had a motive. Perhaps his imperial father sensed that he was itching to make a move and, fearing his march south, wanted to spread false news to deter him. No, this news might also be true. When Lu Yi had come to North Country, he had mentioned that his imperial father had obtained an evil artifact capable of instantly elevating the state preceptor's strength to the heavenly human realm. At that time, Lu Chen had suspected that his imperial father had truly acquired such a relic, but it was likely not one to enhance a person's realm, but rather, it served some other purpose. Now with rumors of a divine weapon in the imperial palace that could kill a celestial, it couldn't be just an idle claim, there was probably someone actively leaking the information. Perhaps the person spreading this message was not intending to convey information to him but to other forces, yet the intelligence was likely true. If there really was a weapon capable of killing celestials, then they must be more cautious on their southern journey. At that moment, Lu Chen said, find a way to figure out what that weapon is and how to guard against it. Liang Zong replied, yes, Prince. Then Liang Zong continued, Prince, there is another piece of intelligence. Lu Chen asked, what intelligence? Usually, important intelligence is documented in written reports. Any intelligence without a written report isn't generally considered significant. As such, Lu Chen was merely asking casually, not taking Liang Zong's words to heart. At that moment, Liang Zong answered, the Taiyan divine sect slaughtered an entire city in the south to use for a blood sacrifice. Lu Chen's expression instantly turned grim. Although he knew the Taiyan divine sect was a demon sect, he had not anticipated that they would be so heartlessly vile as to commit a massacre. Liang Zong then said, the Taiyan divine sect has become increasingly active in the southern region. Several seigneurs there have been wiped out by the Zhao King, and now that Zhao King is marching his army northward, the south is left defenseless with little military presence, allowing the Taiyan divine sect the opportunity to create chaos. After a short silence, Lu Chen asked, where is the crown princess consort now? Lu Chen needed to ascertain if this was the work of the enchantress Shui Linglong. Even though Shui Linglong was already his woman, he could not tolerate her committing atrocities like massacring cities for blood sacrifices in his heart. Liang Zong responded, since leaving the North Country, she has been staying in Anping City. Hearing this, Lu Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. As long as it was unrelated to Shui Linglong, that was fine. Nevertheless, that enchantress really had great patience, he thought. She had been gone for months, and she still hadn't returned. He had originally thought Shui Linglong would return within 2 months at most. It seemed he had somewhat underestimated her. No wonder she was able to become the saintess of the Taiyan divine sect. At this point, Liang Zong tentatively asked, Prince, do we need to bring the crown princess consort back? Lu Chen replied indifferently, no need, she knows how to return on her own. Even though Shui Linglong had run off for several months, Lu Chen still firmly believed she would return on her own one day. Lu Chen then inquired, is there anything else? Bowing with his hands folded in front of him, Liang Zong said, that's all. Lu Chen said, all right, that will be all for today. Subsequently, Liang Zong announced, this subordinate takes his leave. After Liang Zong's departure, Lu Chen did not immediately leave his study. He sat down at the desk, reopening the intelligence report Liang Zong had brought, and read it over several times. He pondered if there really was a weapon in the imperial palace capable of killing celestials, how he should respond. He certainly couldn't let Xuanyuan Chaoj face certain death. He had to think of a way to steal or destroy the weapon. But such a weapon would undoubtedly be heavily guarded and not so easily stolen. Having no solution, he stood up and headed towards the Yunrong courtyard. As soon as Lu Chen entered Yunrong courtyard, Yun Shenxian sensed his presence. Over the past few months, her relationship with Lu Chen had become relatively smoother. Yun Shenxian rarely carried an aloof attitude in front of Lu Chen anymore, especially since she suspected that Lu Chen, like her, came from the high-ranking cultivation world. Moreover, Yun Shenxian had imparted several cultivation techniques to Lu Chen. Although he didn't frequent battlefields much, these techniques were very effective for self-defense. Sensing Lu Chen's arrival at Yunrong courtyard, Yun Shenxian wondered if she had not sought dual cultivation with Lu Chen for quite a while and whether she should ask Chen Wanrong to lend Lu Chen to her again today. Whenever Lu Chen came to Yunrong courtyard, it was inevitably to seek pleasure with either Chen Wanrong or Lin Wanyan. Over the past few months, Yun Shenxian had borrowed Lu Chen from Chen Wanrong many times to practice the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill. Although she still hadn't touched Lu Chen's body, her attitude towards their practice sessions had improved compared to before, and she never again made Lu Chen stand as she had the first time. Now when she and Lu Chen practiced the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill, it involved Lu Chen moving around while sitting, and then the two of them facing each other, which gave the appearance of a very serious cultivation session. Just as Yun Shenxian was preparing to go to Chen Wanrong's room to borrow someone, she suddenly discovered that Lu Chen was not heading towards Chen Wanrong's room. Instead, he was walking directly towards her own room. Yun Shenxian was startled for a moment. She couldn't help but wonder if her disciple was intending to commit the heinous act of betraying his master and ancestors. While Yun Shenxian was lost in thought, a knock on the door sounded. "Master, your disciple has urgent matters to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Yun Shenxian thought for a moment, then waved her hand and opened the door. "Come in." Lu Chen then entered the bedroom. Upon entering the room, a fragrant scent filled Lu Chen's nostrils, instantly sweeping away his fatigue and making him restless. At this moment, Yun Shenxian was dressed in a white gauzy garment, cross-legged on the bed, surrounded by an aura of divinity, cool and pure, like a fairy who had descended to mortal realms. Upon seeing Lu Chen come in and stare intently at her body, Yun Shenxian snorted lightly, "You rascal, how much longer do you intend to gaze upon your master's body?" Lu Chen came back to his senses and smiled. "Master is indeed a fairy, becoming younger and more beautiful as time goes by." Yun Shenxian asked, "Did you come today just to tell your master this?" Lu Chen replied, "Of course not. I've just received some intelligence that someone in the capital city is spreading a rumor that there is a divine weapon in the imperial palace capable of killing a celestial." Upon hearing this, Yun Shenxian's eyebrows slightly furrowed, and the cold aura around her intensified, forming a layer of frost on the bed. Lu Chen continued, "Your disciple doesn't know whether this news is true or false. After all, I am not a celestial and do not know if there is indeed a weapon in this world that can kill a celestial. So your disciple wishes to ask you, Master, does this world allow for the existence of weapons that can kill celestials?" Yun Shenxian replied, "Your master happens to have such a weapon." Upon hearing Yun Shenxian's response, Lu Chen was startled and immediately thought of what Chu Shang had once told him. His mother had once carried a divine artifact out of the mysterious Moon Palace, and at that time the Chu family had also wanted to keep that divine artifact. It seemed that what Yun Shenxian was referring to was indeed the divine artifact his mother had taken from the mysterious Moon Palace. Yun Shenxian continued, "No wonder those two traitors ran off to collude with the Sum Emperor. They must be thinking that with the Emperor's weapon, they could kill me." Upon hearing Yun Shenxian's words, Lu Chen felt as if he had stumbled upon some crucial intelligence. At that moment, Yun Shenxian said, "While it's true that this world possesses weapons that can kill a celestial, the conditions for using such weapons are certainly very strict, and they cannot be used whenever one wishes. Take the weapon your master has, for instance, using it once might consume half of the spiritual power in your master's body." Lu Chen was taken aback, such a great consumption. Lu Chen immediately thought about the case of the missing martial artists in Great Sum over the past year and said, "Throughout this year, many martial artists of the 5th rank and above have gone missing in Great Sum. Their disappearance is related to my father, perhaps they were providing energy for that weapon." Hearing this, Yun Shenxian spoke doubtfully, "Providing energy." Lu Chen explained, "It means creating the conditions needed for using that weapon." Yun Shenxian said, "That is indeed possible." At this point, Yun Shenxian fell into deep thought. Lu Chen asked, "Master, how well has your strength been restored now?" Yun Shenxian answered, "It has basically recovered to the level of a celestial. Although I have recovered to the celestial realm, if the Sum Emperor truly possesses a weapon capable of killing a celestial, I'm afraid I will have a hard time helping you." Yun Shenxian was no fool, and she would be willing to make a move if it didn't threaten her own life. But if the opponent had a weapon that could kill her, she certainly wouldn't want to rush forward. She still dreamt of leaving this world one day to return to the cultivation world she called home. If she died in this world, how could she ever return? Hearing Yun Shenxian's words, Lu Chen chuckled inwardly. He hadn't expected his fairy master to be so afraid of death. However, fear of death was natural, a common human emotion. But with that in mind, how could he get rid of that weapon capable of killing a celestial? With a weapon that threatened celestials, they obviously couldn't just appear carelessly. If a celestial were to be killed upon showing up, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Seeing Lu Chen fall silent, Yun Shenxian continued, "You don't need to worry too much, generally such weapons can't be used multiple times. If it's a pseudo-celestial using it, they can probably only use it once at most." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt somewhat helpless. Aside from Yun Shenxian, the North Country now had only one celestial. Even if that weapon could be used only once, hitting Xuanyuan Chaoj would be a tremendous loss for the North Country. Could it be that he should call on the celestial from Black Dragon Country to come over? The Black Dragon Country's main task was to monitor the Misty World and to put pressure on the Da Yu dynasty. Surely their celestial could not be lightly called away. Even if he summoned the celestial from Black Dragon Country, without locating the weapon in the Great Sum Imperial Palace that could kill a celestial, they would also dare not act rashly. After all, celestials were the known highest combat power in this world and losing one was a deficit. But heading south was definitely on the agenda. They couldn't just stop their advance southward because Great Sum had a weapon that could kill celestials. At that moment, Lu Chen thought to himself that Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao should be close to giving birth. Perhaps the system would reward him this time with something that could counter that mysterious weapon. However, he couldn't place all his hopes on the system. It would be best if the system had rewards related to that, but what if, when Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao gave birth, there was no reward from the system regarding this? He also needed to think of a way to deal with that mysterious weapon threatening celestials. The system indeed was powerful. All he had now was thanks to it, but now Lu Chen was gradually realizing that he couldn't just blindly rely on the system. Just then, Yun Shenxian suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "I do have a way to resolve that issue." Lu Chen asked curiously, "What way?" "The two elders of Mysterious Moon Palace are colluding with your father, and most likely, their target is me. So as long as I show myself, they will undoubtedly use that weapon against me. Since that's the case, I'll take the initiative to appear before them to lure them into using the weapon. Once they use it, with the strength of your celestial protector, dealing with those minions shouldn't pose any problem." Hearing this, Lu Chen was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't Yun Shenxian afraid of dying? She dared to go forth as bait. Lu Chen said, "But what if you, Master, are hurt by that weapon?" He paused before finishing his sentence, curious to see what Yun Shenxian planned to say next. He felt she wouldn't take the risk for him without reason. This woman surely had something on her mind. Just as Lu Chen suspected, Yun Shenxian then said, "A few months ago, I heard you provided each of your wives and concubines with a puppet that can move and speak." Lu Chen frowned. He seemed to guess what Yun Shenxian was going to say next. Yun Shenxian continued, "Such puppetry technique must come from a high-ranking cultivation world. If you could teach me that technique, once I learn it, I might be able to create a puppet indistinguishable from my own aura." Lu Chen chuckled inwardly. This woman indeed was eyeing his puppetry technique. Lu Chen said, "Master, the puppetry technique I have is just a basic one, and even if you learned it, it might not be able to serve the purpose you just mentioned." Yun Shenxian looked at Lu Chen with skeptical eyes, wondering if her disciple was unwilling to teach her and was purposely saying so. Yun Shenxian said expressionlessly, "Whether it serves that purpose or not, you should teach it to me first. Once I've learned it, I'll know if it can be done. If you are unwilling to teach it to me, then you must find your own way to deal with the weapon." After a moment of thought, Lu Chen figured that he would eventually become a treacherous disciple anyway. It wouldn't matter if this woman ended up in his hands one day, giving her the puppetry technique wasn't a big deal. What if the puppetry technique really worked in her hands as she hoped? Wouldn't they no longer need to fear Great Sum's mysterious weapon? With that thought in mind, Lu Chen said, "Very well, disciple will now pass the puppetry technique on to master." The next moment, Lu Chen's forehead emitted a golden beam of light that directly entered Yun Shenxian's forehead, and she instantly received all the contents of the primary puppetry technique. Yun Shenxian immediately understood all the uses of the puppetry technique and said, "It seems using puppetry technique can indeed create a puppet with the same aura as my teacher, but unfortunately, this is just the primary puppetry technique. The puppet it creates can only replicate my teacher's aura, not bear my teacher's strength. If it were the intermediate puppetry technique or the advanced puppetry skill, the puppet refined by my teacher might even possess the strength of a pseudo-celestial. Then, my teacher's puppet could also participate in battles." Having said this, Yun Shenxian's cold gaze was fixed straight into Lu Chen's eyes. Lu Chen chuckled inwardly. How could he not understand what Yun Shenxian was implying? She thought he was holding back, deliberately only passing on the primary puppetry technique to her. She wanted to test him, then get the intermediate puppetry technique and the advanced puppetry skill from him as well. At this point, Lu Chen sighed and said, "Alas, the immortal I encountered back then was too stingy, only passing on the primary puppetry technique to me." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Shenxian's face revealed a doubtful expression. Being gazed at by Yun Shenxian's purple pupils, Lu Chen suddenly felt as though all his inner thoughts were seen through. For a moment, the room became extremely quiet, and the atmosphere turned very oppressive. After pondering, Yun Shenxian then said, "Well, the primary puppetry technique will do. As long as we can lure them to bring out that weapon, your celestial protector will be able to snatch that weapon instantly." What they feared most was not the enemy using that weapon capable of killing a celestial, but rather that the Great Sum royal family would secretly use it somewhere unknown to them. But if they could confirm the location of the weapon, for a celestial, taking something from the hands of a non-celestial was a simple matter. Yun Shenxian then glanced at Lu Chen's body and asked, "Is there anything else?" Lu Chen answered, "No, disciple will leave now." As soon as his words fell, Lu Chen prepared to turn around and leave, intending to go to the next room and get intimate with Chen Wanrong. But just as he turned, he found his body imprisoned by a powerful force. Yun Shenxian said indifferently, "Since you're already here, help your teacher cultivate for the night." Lu Chen was somewhat speechless, guessing that this woman would not let him go. However, he did not think too much about it and said, "Disciple understands." Seeing that Lu Chen's tone seemed somewhat reluctant, Yun Shenxian tempted him, "Even in the high-ranking cultivation world, your teacher holds a high and powerful position within the great sects. If one day your teacher is able to leave this world, I assure you that I'll provide you with ample cultivation resources in the future, so you can become a true immortal. So you shouldn't feel like your teacher is taking advantage of you." Lu Chen said, "Disciple does not have such thoughts and is happy to cultivate with master." Yun Shenxian said, "That's best. Come here." As Yun Shenxian's words ended, Lu Chen's body was once again able to move, and he immediately stripped off his clothes and walked toward the bed. Once he reached the bed, Lu Chen sat cross-legged, facing Yun Shenxian's body. The next moment, Lu Chen felt his body become increasingly agitated, and Yun Shenxian's purple eyes turned more and more enchanting. After several cultivation sessions with Yun Shenxian, Lu Chen had understood what she was doing. Yun Shenxian was using a technique similar to the charming skill, stirring up his inner desires, and then, without physical contact, they could cultivate the Dragon Phoenix Yin-Yang spell. Lu Chen thought to himself that this charming skill was very different from Shui Linglong's charming skill and wondered if he could use the heart-controlling skill to counterattack at this time. With this thought, Lu Chen immediately circulated his spiritual power and, while looking into Yun Shenxian's eyes, used the heart-controlling skill. However, he quickly realized that his heart-controlling skill had no effect on Yun Shenxian at all. His heart-controlling skill was like a drop of water falling into the ocean. At this moment, Yun Shenxian had also noticed that Lu Chen was using a mental technique on her, but she said nothing, acting as if it didn't exist at all. In her mind, she thought how naive her disciple was. Didn't he know that she had fallen from a much higher realm? Though she was only in the celestial realm now, her actual realm was many levels higher than a celestial's. Her mental power remained at that higher realm. Not just Lu Chen, but even if a celestial attempted a mental attack on her, it would be of no trouble at all. Although she did not speak or stop Lu Chen, her heart held some emotion. This guy truly was a treacherous disciple, wanting to deceive and annihilate his ancestor. To use a mental technique on her, could he be wanting to control her body to commit acts of bestiality? Just thinking about the things she had seen Lu Chen and Chen Wanrong do before, some blush appeared on Yun Shenxian's icy face. Yun Shenxian hurried to calm her inner agitation. Yun Shenxian inwardly complained that although the Dragon Phoenix Yin-Yang spell was generally beneficial, its negative effects greatly impeded cultivation. If not for these negative side effects, she feared she could have already leveraged Lu Chen to restore her full strength. Under Yun Shenxian's mental guidance, Lu Chen quickly felt as if he and Yun Shenxian had become one entity. It must be said that even though they had no physical contact nor did they engage in that sort of act, Yun Shenxian's mental techniques were capable of creating an extremely realistic illusory realm. Lu Chen truly felt as if he was doing that sort of thing with Yun Shenxian. He thought to himself that this woman had a little bit of conscience after all. During their first cultivation session, she wasn't even willing to create an illusion. Now that she had created an illusion, at least he wouldn't find the passage of time so unbearable. Meanwhile, in Anping City, in a room wreathed with the fragrance of incense, a woman clad in a black silk gauze dress lay half reclined on a beauty couch, her robe splayed to reveal her fair and smooth long legs. Shui Linglong was hugging a quilt, her eyes misty, muttering, "My prince. Darling. My prince, your concubine." At that moment, an untimely voice rang out from outside the room. "Saintess, Elder Cao has arrived." Upon hearing this, Shui Linglong immediately snapped back to reality, her brows furrowing tightly and her heart filled with annoyance. Still, she got up from the couch, made herself presentable, and then proceeded to the hall. As soon as she arrived at the entrance of the hall, Shui Linglong saw a stooped, wrinkled-skinned old woman waiting for her at the center of the hall. The moment Shui Linglong stepped into the hall, she said, "Does Elder Cao seek me out in the north simply to discuss something of significance?" This elderly woman, named Cao Shanya, was one of the core figures of the Taiyin divine sect, her strength reaching the pseudo-celestial realm. She rarely left the headquarters of the Taiyin divine sect. Cao Shanya then spoke, "Saintess, I've heard from the elder that you suspect the North Prince is the son of destiny." At these words, Shui Linglong's heart skipped a beat. She immediately understood why a core figure of the Taiyin divine sect like Cao Shanya would come to the North Country. It must be for that dog of a man. This was troublesome. Shui Linglong then said, "I merely had my suspicions, but after seeing his debauchery, I dismissed my guess. If he were indeed the son of destiny, he couldn't possibly be such a lecher, keeping so many women. If Elder Cao is here for him, I'm afraid you will have made this journey in vain." Smiling, Cao Shanya retorted, "That may not be the case. Saintess, your thinking is too narrow. Who told you the son of destiny has to be a person of high morals? And how do you know that everything the North Prince does isn't an act?" Hearing this, Shui Linglong's brows furrowed slightly. She did not believe that Lu Chen was putting on an act. That man is simply lascivious by nature, every inch the dog of a man, enjoying himself like a dog. Yet even though she felt a slight animosity toward Lu Chen, she didn't want the Taiyin divine sect to make a move against him. During the months she had escaped from Yan County, she gradually realized that she had indeed broken free from the sect's shackles. Even if she betrayed the Taiyin divine sect, she wouldn't end up just a pool of blood. Moreover, she had discovered she could not leave that dog of a man. At first, when departing from him, she hadn't felt anything amiss. However, as time passed day by day, her longing for that man grew stronger. She now desperately wanted to return to his side and serve him as his woman. Shui Linglong was also aware that she might be affected by some of Lu Chen's techniques, causing her inability to leave him. Even though she knew this deep down, she still found it impossible to stop longing for the scoundrel. As a demon sect sorceress, she had fallen in her own realm of expertise, which left Shui Linglong feeling quite vexed. Now, she felt that compared to herself, that dog of a man seemed more like someone from the demon sect. Shui Linglong thought to herself that no matter what, she couldn't let the people of the Taiyin divine sect harm that dog of a man. If he were sacrificed, how could she go on living this life? With this in mind, Shui Linglong spoke up. Elder Cao, I have spent some time in Yan County and have come close to the North Prince. Naturally, I am aware of his character. In my view, everything that has happened to North Country has nothing to do with the North Prince. It is entirely the mysterious Moon Palace that has been manipulating everything behind the scenes. The North Prince is nothing but a chess piece of the mysterious Moon Palace. How could such a pawn possibly be the son of destiny, prophesied by our sect hierarch? After hearing Shui Linglong's words, Cao Shanya pondered for a moment. She didn't doubt that Shui Linglong had already betrayed the Taiyin divine sect. After all, everyone in the sect was under the control of their sect hierarch, and anyone who dared to betray the sect would ultimately end up as nothing more than a puddle of blood. However, even with Shui Linglong saying so, Cao Shanya was not willing to give up. She then said, even if the North Prince is not the son of destiny, there must be something special about him. Otherwise, why would the mysterious Moon Palace choose him as their pawn? There is something the Saintess may not know. We slaughtered a city in the south, and with a blood sacrifice, we awakened a portion of the sect hierarch's consciousness. The sect hierarch is now in great need of a body. I have heard that the North Prince's martial arts talent is extremely high. Since his martial arts talent is so high, his body must be very suitable for the sect hierarch. So, even if he is not the son of destiny, we should find a way to bring the North Prince to the south. Just as Shui Linglong was about to continue, Cao Shanya spoke again. Furthermore, the sect hierarch is also very interested in the North Prince. Upon hearing this, Shui Linglong immediately shut her mouth. Even the sect hierarch of the Taiyin divine sect had spoken, and nothing she could say would make a difference. Shui Linglong couldn't help but think, this wasn't her fault. She had already tried to make the Taiyin divine sect lose interest in that dog of a man. If there was anyone to blame, it was only the dog of a man, who had made too much of a stir in North Country, creating so many problems. Now that the sect hierarch also wanted the body of the North Prince, she could only pretend to cooperate with Cao Shanya for the time being and then travel north again. Once she reached Yan County, she would find a way to warn that fellow. As for what happened afterward, it would be up to him. As the saintess of the Taiyin divine sect, she knew the strength of the sect. Although the Taiyin divine sect didn't currently have any celestials, there were quite a few in the sect whose power approached that of a celestial. Unless the celestial of the mysterious Moon Palace was by the dog of a man's side at all times, once the Taiyin divine sect found an opportunity, sooner or later, he would be captured and brought south for sacrifice. At that moment, Shui Linglong said with a cold expression, I understand. However, Elder Cao, I'm afraid that just you and I alone will not be able to bring the North Prince to the south. The celestial from the mysterious Moon Palace is still by the North Prince's side. I left Yan County and came to Anping City because I was afraid of being discovered by that celestial. At this, Cao Shanya said, didn't the saintess say that the North Prince is lecherous? Why not use beauty to charm the North Prince? As long as we can control the North Prince, we are not without opportunity. Upon hearing Cao Shanya's words, Shui Linglong laughed inwardly. She had fallen into her own trap of the charm skill in the past, and not only had she failed to charm the North Prince, but now she couldn't even separate herself from him. Of course, this was something she naturally couldn't admit. If the fact that she had lost her chastity were known by people in the Taiyin divine sect, her status as the saintess would likely come to an end. With a sneer, Shui Linglong said, Elder Cao, I am the saintess of the Taiyin divine sect. For me, a saintess, to charm the North Prince, if the sect hierarch finds out, how will he view me in the future? Cao Shanya said, what I mean is for the saintess to use the yin-yang mirror, then combine it with the charm skill to control the North Prince. It's not about the saintess offering herself up. Even if the sect hierarch finds out, I believe he won't say much about it. Cao Shanya thought to herself that their sect hierarch was a person with a dislike for impurity. Any form of disloyalty, both of the body and the mind, would provoke the sect hierarch's dissatisfaction. Once Shui Linglong actually went to seduce the North Prince, and when she returned to the Taiyin divine sect, she could tell the sect hierarch, threatening Shui Linglong's position as saintess. As a former saintess of the Taiyin divine sect, she hadn't been able to wait for their sect hierarch to awaken during her years of youth and beauty, and in the end, she was forced to step down, helplessly watching Shui Linglong rise above her, displaying arrogance and military might. She had long wanted to get rid of Shui Linglong, and this was the best opportunity to do so. However, Shui Linglong was very wary and not easy to deceive. Seeing that Cao Shanya was urging her to go seduce the North Prince, Shui Linglong immediately understood Cao Shanya's intention. Cao Shanya was simply displeased with her and wanted to harm her. But she could turn the tables on her. If this were the past, she indeed might have struggled to fight against Cao Shanya. For Cao Shanya was the former saintess and now a core elder of the Taiyin divine sect. Although Shui Linglong was the saintess, and nominally, apart from the sect hierarch, she was the highest-ranking individual within the sect, very few of the elders actually listened to her. These elders hadn't betrayed the Taiyin divine sect, they simply didn't want to heed the words of a young girl. What of a saintess? In their eyes, a saintess was nothing more than a plaything of the sect hierarch, with no right to manage the whole Taiyin divine sect in place of the sect hierarch. Shui Linglong thought to herself, since this old hag wanted to harm her, she might as well go find the North Prince. Anyway, I'm already the woman of the North Prince. She brought the core elders of the Taiyin divine sect to Yan County, which is a great achievement. After all, the Taiyin divine sect is the leader of the demon sect, and a core elder from the leader of the demon sect is such an important figure. Thinking of this, Shui Linglong said, I understand, Elder Cao will head north with us tomorrow. I will change my identity and find another way to approach the North Prince. Seeing Shui Linglong actually agree, Cao Shanya was stunned for a moment, and then she was overjoyed inside. Shui Linglong is indeed still too young, such a fool. Now she just needs to bring the North Prince to the south, and then she can report to the sect hierarch. By then, Shui Linglong's so-called saintess will probably only turn into a dry corpse. Thinking of this, a fierce smile appeared on Cao Shanya's face. North Country. Several days passed in a blink of an eye. Yun Shenxian had already completely mastered the puppetry technique, and what mysterious moon palace lacked the least was spirit wood. Soon, Yun Shenxian had made a puppet. Hearing that Yun Shenxian had made a puppet, Lu Chen immediately went to the Yunrong courtyard. He wanted to see if the puppet created by Yun Shenxian could mimic the aura effect. Entering the Yunrong courtyard, Lu Chen's gaze instantly fell on the puppet in the middle of the yard. At this time, the puppet was still entirely made of wood, and didn't look like Yun Shenxian at all. Yun Shenxian hadn't even made the puppet in her likeness. Seeing this, Lu Chen asked, Master, are you sure the puppet you made can deceive people? Yun Shenxian said coldly, what's the rush? I haven't even started refining the puppet. As she spoke, Yun Shenxian raised her finger, and the next moment, a drop of fresh blood flew from her fingertip straight onto the puppet's head, merging into its body. Immediately afterward, Yun Shenxian began to channel spiritual power, and the next moment, the entire wooden figure was enveloped in a white spiritual energy. About a quarter of an hour later, the white spiritual energy slowly dissipated. As the spiritual energy disappeared, the puppet reappeared before everyone's eyes. When Lu Chen saw the puppet again, he was completely stunned. The puppet refined by Yun Shenxian was exquisitely lifelike, barely distinguishable from a real person. Lu Chen was astonished. Wasn't this puppet just a wooden figure at first? How did it now look exactly like a real person? What was this supposed to be, a puppetry technique? This clearly seemed more like a technique to create a clone, right? Was Yun Shenxian pulling a fast one on him? He had learned the puppetry technique, and it was the system that had directly infused the knowledge into his brain. Why was his puppet still just a wooden figure, while Yun Shenxian's puppet was almost indistinguishable from a real person? Seeing Lu Chen seemingly dumbstruck, Yun Shenxian felt somewhat proud inside. This mischievous disciple definitely hadn't expected her to use the puppetry technique to such an extent. What use was it for this guy to have advanced cultivation techniques if he couldn't fully utilize them? It would still be herself, the true immortal, who could put those advanced techniques to use. When Lu Chen came back to his senses, he asked, Master, the technique you used was the puppetry technique, right? How is it completely different from my puppetry technique? Yun Shenxian scoffed and said, You call that a puppetry technique? How could you, someone who hasn't even reached the celestial realm, possibly cultivate such an advanced technique? For the people of the immortal world, the so-called celestial realm was just the beginning of cultivation. In Yun Shenxian's eyes, Lu Chen hadn't even crossed the threshold of cultivation, so how could he possibly display the puppetry technique in its entirety? Hearing Yun Shenxian say this, Lu Chen seemed to understand something. It wasn't a problem with the puppetry technique but rather that his own realm was too low, and his body didn't have enough spiritual energy to use the puppetry technique. It didn't matter though, once he had unified the several great dynasties and became a celestial, he would be able to embark on the true path of cultivation. At this moment, Yun Shenxian said, Now that your master has a puppet, you don't have to worry about that mysterious weapon of Great Sha anymore. Lu Chen said, That's true, it's just I'm not sure if this puppet can actually deceive them or not. Saying this, Lu Chen walked up to the puppet, raised his hand, and touched the puppet's face directly. Seeing this, Yun Shenxian's beautiful eyes lifted, and a hint of displeasure appeared on her cold and beautiful face. After all, the puppet looked like her, and this mischievous disciple had actually touched her face directly. Oh no, he touched the puppet's face. Just as Yun Shenxian was about to say something, she saw Lu Chen's hand reach down below the puppet's neck and said, I must say, the puppet is quite lifelike, but the feel is off, it's just like wood, too hard. This time, Yun Shenxian completely lost her patience. You scoundrel. What are you doing? Hearing Yun Shenxian's angry voice, Lu Chen immediately moved his hand away from the puppet of Yun Shenxian, and then looked up with an innocent face, asking, Master, why are you suddenly angry? Seeing Lu Chen's innocent look, pretending as if he knew nothing, Yun Shenxian felt a surge of nameless anger rise within her. A faint blush appeared on Yun Shenxian's cold and beautiful face. Although this is just a puppet, its body is exactly the same as mine. What are your intentions when you touch the puppet here and there? Lu Chen laughed and said, Master, why are you so sensitive? It's just a puppet after all. This puppet was originally meant to attract the enemies. If enemies can touch it, why can't I, your disciple, touch it? Hearing Lu Chen's evasive argument, Yun Shenxian's brows furrowed slightly. True as it may be, she couldn't shake the feeling that this mischievous disciple was desecrating her. Yun Shenxian snorted coldly, then said, All right, you can go about your business. When it's time to head south, let me know, and I will gather the disciples of Mysterious Moon Palace to assist you. Upon hearing these words, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth lifted slightly. He was about to say something when a maid rushed into Yunrong courtyard in a fluster, saying, Prince, Lady Yelv and Lady Xiao are about to give birth. Lu Chen then said to Yun Shenxian, Disciple will not disturb master any further. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen turned and walked towards Spring Sound Court. Upon entering Spring Sound Court, Lu Chen saw his wives all gathered outside the rooms of Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao. When they saw Lu Chen arrive, they immediately made way for him. I was about to say something when Chu Yukan interrupted my train of thought. Chenur, go to Nanyan's room first, she can't hold on any longer. Heeding Chu Yukan's advice, Lu Chen quickly entered the room of Yelv Nanyan. At that moment, she was sweating profusely, her complexion pale, and she seemed to be in great pain. Lu Chen immediately went to her side, took her hand, and used his rejuvenating skill to infuse spiritual power into her body. Soon enough, color began to return to Yelv Nanyan's face. Lu Chen didn't plan on wasting much time since there was another waiting for him next door. He straightforwardly said to Yelv Nanyan, My lady, get ready. Yelv Nanyan gave a soft, in reply. Lu Chen then used his spiritual power to wrap around the child in Yelv Nanyan's womb. In the next instant, the baby smoothly emerged from Yelv Nanyan's body, and the room was instantly filled with the baby's crying. The midwives and maids proficiently cleaned the baby and brought him to Lu Chen. Congratulations, Prince, it's a boy. Lu Chen immediately took the baby from the midwife and used his rejuvenating skill to help regulate the infant's body. Gradually, the baby's cries quietened down. Lu Chen then laid the child next to Yelvanyan. After his treatment, she also recovered quickly. She slowly sat up, looked at the baby next to her, and her face revealed a tender, loving smile. The child she had been longing for was finally born, and now all those clothes she had sewn would come in handy. Yelvanyan suddenly thought of something and quickly looked up at Lu Chen, saying, "Prince, Yao Yao is also about to give birth, please go to the next room quickly. I've almost completely recovered." Lu Chen's rejuvenating skill had become incredibly proficient. Anyone he treated could recover quickly unless they had serious injuries. Although Yelvanyan was not yet fully back to her pre-pregnancy state, she had no problem moving about. Lu Chen gently stroked Yelvanyan's disheveled hair, then kissed her on the face, saying, "Good, you've worked hard, my lady. I'll be back later." Lu Chen hadn't had a chance to check what reward the system had granted him before he left Yelvanyan's room and headed to Xiao Wenyao's bedroom. Xiao Wenyao was in a much better state than Yelvanyan. She lay quietly on the bed with a dazed expression, seemingly unaware of what was coming next. Her stomach had hurt for a moment, and then there was nothing. She was incredibly calm. Seeing Lu Chen come in, Xiao Wenyao shifted slightly and said, "This slave greets the prince." Although Xiao Wenyao was already pregnant with Lu Chen's child, she still saw herself as a servant before him. She always believed she was taken by Lu Chen from the Sky Wolf King's tribe, so no matter how special her current status was, she needed to show a submissive attitude before Lu Chen. Lu Chen hurried to Xiao Wenyao's side, steadying her as he smiled and said, "You're about to have a baby, and you're still performing courtesies." Xiao Wenyao, curious, asked, "Has Nanyan given birth?" She had heard faint crying sounds from the next room, which she figured must mean Yelvanyan had given birth. Lu Chen replied, "Yes, she has. Now it's your turn." Hearing this, Xiao Wenyao paused, then said, "But it seems like there's no movement in my stomach." Lu Chen touched Xiao Wenyao's head and said, "There'll be movement soon." As he spoke, Lu Chen took Xiao Wenyao's wrist and began to channel spiritual power into her. After a short while, Xiao Wenyao felt a strange sensation in her body. It seemed as if her stomach had started to move as well. Just when Xiao Wenyao thought she was going to experience the same pain as before, she suddenly found her body becoming incredibly relaxed. Immediately following, a child's cry echoed through the room. Hearing the child's cry, Xiao Wenyao was momentarily stunned. Her instinct told her this was her child, but she hadn't felt anything just now. Had the child simply come into the world like that? Xiao Wenyao slowly shifted her body, then looked down only to find that her bulging belly had disappeared. Xiao Wenyao couldn't help thinking that the people of the prince's mansion hadn't been wrong. Giving birth as a woman of the prince's mansion wasn't so difficult after all. She recalled the people of the grasslands saying that childbirth could cost half one's life, and she had always felt some fear regarding it. But now, the child was born just like that. Lu Chen said to a bewildered Xiao Wenyao with a smile, "Yao Yao, from today on, you are a mother too. You can't continue playing around as you did before." Xiao Wenyao was a bit like those young modern women who weren't ready to have children but ended up giving birth. She hadn't yet gathered her playful spirit. Women like her generally didn't know how to take care of children and lacked a sense of responsibility, unlike mature women such as Yelvanyan. Hearing Lu Chen's reminder, Xiao Wenyao said with a blushing face, "This servant understands." Soon, the midwife brought the child to them, and it turned out that Xiao Wenyao had given birth to a boy as well. Lu Chen thought for a moment, then named the child. After staying with Xiao Wenyao for a while, Lu Chen then went to Yelvanyan's room. After all, he had left in such a hurry earlier, he hadn't even named the child. Having spent roughly half an hour with Yelvanyan, Lu Chen finally headed to the study to see what rewards the system had given him. Entering the study, Lu Chen couldn't wait to open the system interface. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a child. Reward, Taichu Divine Hall. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a child. Reward, Sunset Sword Sect. Seeing the two system prompts, Lu Chen paused for a moment. That's simple. However, Lu Chen quickly realized that both the Sunset Sword Sect and the Taichu Divine Hall could be accessed. There were even second-level system pages. Immediately, Lu Chen clicked on the words Taichu Divine Hall. Taichu Divine Hall. Located on Taichu Island in the Southeast Sea, ruling over 6 million people, possesses one heavenly human realm powerhouse, 6 pseudo-celestials, numerous Grand Masters, and Grand Masters. Lu Chen was utterly stunned. The rewards this time were too terrifying. A celestial, plus 6 pseudo-celestials. And that was just one of the rewards. Lu Chen quickly exited and opened Sunset Sword Sect. Sunset Sword Sect. Located on Sunset Island along the southeastern coast, ruling over 7 million people, possesses one heavenly human realm powerhouse, 8 pseudo-celestials, numerous Grand Masters, and Grand Masters. Reading the introductions of these two forces, Lu Chen couldn't help but think, did he still need to remain low profile? At this moment, the system prompt sounded. The host can issue one command to both the Taichu Divine Hall and the Sunset Sword Sect. Lu Chen immediately said to the system, have them contact this prince at once. Lu Chen had never heard of the Taichu Divine Hall and the Sunset Sword Sect before, and given their locations in the Southeast Sea, it was clear without thinking that they were very far from the Great Xia dynasty. They probably couldn't make it over in a short time, it would be better to establish contact first. The sect master of the Sunset Sword Sect and the divine master of the Taichu Divine Hall have received the host's command. They are sending people to the Great Xia dynasty. At this time, Lu Chen realized that in this world, celestials were not as scarce as people thought, they simply stayed hidden in certain corners, which was why few knew about them. He wondered why these celestials kept such a low profile. Now with the addition of 2 more celestials to his forces, taking down the Great Xia dynasty shouldn't be too much of a problem. However, a sudden concern arose in Lu Chen's heart. He had gained several celestials through the system, what if other dynasties also had celestials? Perhaps when he aimed to conquer the major dynasties, he might encounter obstruction from celestials. Thinking of this, Lu Chen rubbed his temples. Now was not the time to think about this. First, he would become the emperor of Great Xia. With the birth of the children of Xiao Wenyao and Yelv Nanyan, the war of North Country against the Great Xia dynasty also began. This time, Lu Chen prepared to dispatch 3 major armies to march southward. One was led by Xuanyuan Chen, another by Mu Changtian, and the third was the navy led by Wei Siwan. The army led by Xuanyuan Chen was to march directly south, first taking over Qi country, and then continue southward. The army led by Mu Changtian would attack from Yuping County of the Great Wu dynasty, entering Haiyang County and directly overthrowing Lu Yi's stronghold. The navy led by Wei Siwan was naturally to travel along the sea southward, attacking from the seafront. As for Song Xuelin and Dongmen Feiyui's army of 200,000, they were to stay behind in North Country to guard against any acts from the Da Yu dynasty and the Great Wu dynasty. To Lu Chen, security in the rear was equally important. He didn't want to come back from his campaign south only to find that his wives and children had been captured by the enemy. At the same time, Lu Chen had also given an order to the Black Dragon country, demanding that while he marched south, Black Dragon country must exert substantial pressure on the Da Yu dynasty, preventing them from deploying troops against North Country. The constant mobilization of troops in the north soon caught the attention of the Sum Emperor. He began positioning his troops, first dispatching 200,000 soldiers northward to defend against Lu Chen's southern advance. On another front, he sent heavy cavalry to confront Lu Yi to the west. Since the North Prince was no longer able to sit still, the time had come to remove the chess piece that was Lu Yi. The Sum Emperor had allowed Lu Yi to expand his power precisely so that people in the north would believe that the Great Xia's time was up and the North Prince could move south to compete for the throne. As for the rebels led by Lu Yi, the Sum Emperor had never taken them seriously from beginning to end. The Da Yu dynasty. The Imperial Palace. The Empress's bedchamber. Upon hearing of the North Country's war mobilization, the Yu Emperor, clad in a bright red phoenix robe and donning a phoenix crown, immediately felt an opportunity had arisen. Although the Da Yu had not yet attained the North Country's mysterious weapon, if the North Country were to send its forces south, then even with some defenses, the North would inevitably have few troops left. While the Great Xia dynasty seemed to be on the verge of collapse, the depth of a dynasty's foundation is profound, and it wouldn't be easy to destroy it. The Yu Emperor had great confidence in the Sum Emperor, she believed he would be able to hold back the North Country, causing them to continuously deploy forces to the south. A faint smile appeared on the face of the Yu Emperor as she looked at the intelligence in her hands. She hadn't smiled for a long time, not since her good sister had been sent to the North Country, and she had been feeling a vague sense of unease. Mirong Shuai still hadn't taken control of the North Prince, and the Celestial from Mysterious Moon Palace had also gone to the North Country. She suspected her beauty scheme had completely failed, or more precisely, that Mirong Shuai might have already betrayed her. However, that no longer mattered. If the North Prince were to move south this time, and Yu could take some important cities in the North Country, perhaps they could snatch the North Country's mysterious weapon right from their army's hands. While the Yu Emperor was thinking this, a female guard suddenly entered the Empress's bedchamber, knelt outside the red curtains, and reported, "Your Majesty, Black Dragon Country is making a move." Upon hearing this, the smile on the Yu Emperor's face instantly froze. With a wave of her hand, the intelligence held by the female guard flew up, breezed through the red curtains, and landed directly in the Yu Emperor's hand. After briefly scanning the contents of the intelligence report, the Yu Emperor's eyebrows knitted slightly, and her body emitted waves of murderous intent. The maids both inside and outside the bedchamber felt this murderous aura and knelt down together, trembling. After a while, the Yu Emperor said coldly, "Black Dragon Country really knows how to pick its moment. Black Dragon Country might not have the largest force, but it posed a significant threat to the Dayu dynasty. They had elite troops, their soldiers being so formidable that one could take on 10 without an issue." The Yu Emperor had initially planned to take advantage of the North Prince leading his troops south to launch a sneak attack on the North Country, but now with Black Dragon Country eyeing them rapaciously from the northwest, she did not dare act rashly. If she were to act without due caution, and Black Dragon Country invaded in full force while the barbarian tribes moved south at the same time, Dayu would find itself in a perilous situation. But then again, although she couldn't move troops at will, sending someone to meddle in the North Country was still feasible. With this in mind, the Yu Emperor directly inquired, "Have there been any recent updates on Junwan?" The female guard replied, "Princess Wu has been staying in the North Prince mansion and rarely goes out." After thinking for a moment, the Yu Emperor then said, "Later, I will write a letter. Find a way to deliver this letter into her hands." With the North Prince leaving the North Country, the Celestial from the Mysterious Moon Palace would surely accompany him, leaving no powerful figures behind. She had recently heard that her dear sister had broken through to the Grandmaster realm, and she had also dispatched a Grandmaster protector for her. With 2 Grandmasters in the North Country, they could surely stir up considerable chaos, such as stealing the weapons, blueprints or even capturing the North Prince's wives and consorts to bring back to Dayu. North Country, Yan County. North Prince Mansion. Lu Chen was ceaselessly perusing military documents in his study. With the war impending, his workload had increased. Every day, he had to look through thousands of documents. Not all these documents were for him to process, most were handled by Zhuge Zongguang, but he had to review them all, for they pertained to military matters. As a ruler with absolute military authority, Lu Chen couldn't neglect his military responsibilities. At that moment, a maid's voice came from outside the study. "Prince, Commander Liang requests an audience." With his gaze fixed on the document in front of him, Lu Chen said, "Enter." The next moment, Liang Zong pushed the door open and entered. "Greetings, Prince." Without looking up, Lu Chen asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" Liang Zong replied, "The Crown Princess consort has returned to Yan County, and she has brought many strong figures with her." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was startled and lifted his head to look at Liang Zong. "She's back at the Lu Mansion." Liang Zong answered, "No, she didn't return under the identity of the Crown Princess consort, but assumed a new one. They pretended to have encountered a band of mountain robbers on their way to Haiyang County. The Crown Princess consort was killed, and then she took on a new identity to go to Yan County." Hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback. A new identity? What is that enchantress planning to do? Could it be that Shui Linglong feels her identity as the Crown Princess consort is too sensitive, so she wants to discard it and come back to be her own woman? After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen said, "Keep an eye on her. If the Taiyan Divine Sect makes any moves, report to me immediately." Yes, Prince. I shall take my leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Zong promptly left. However, it wasn't long before Liang Zong returned to the study. When Liang Zong appeared again in the study, Lu Chen asked in confusion, "Why has Commander Liang returned?" Liang Zong immediately said, "Prince, a Jinyue guard was caught by the crown princess consort by accident. She sent a message for you through that guard." Curious, Lu Chen asked, "What's the message?" Liang Zong replied, "The crown princess consort says she knows you have been having her watched, and now she has an important matter to tell you, hoping you would meet with her." After all, Shui Linglong was the saintess of the Taiyin divine sect. The brocade guards had been tracking and monitoring them, how could she have been unaware? But she was clear about who was sent to watch her, thus, she had ignored them until now. However, now that she had returned to Yan County, she wanted to inform Lu Chen about the Taiyin divine sect's affairs, and this was an opportunity to use the brocade guard's soldier to send a message back to Lu Chen. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen took off a jade pendant and threw it to Liang Zong. "Have that soldier give this jade pendant to the crown princess consort and tell her she may come to the North Prince Mansion's study to meet with me tonight." Catching the jade pendant, Liang Zong said, "Yes, I will go at once." Immediately, Liang Zong left the study once more. Lu Chen thought to himself that the enchantress had been wandering outside for months, probably unable to endure it any longer. But she must have other reasons for seeking him out. Perhaps the Taiyin divine sect was making a move. No matter, he would find out what she wanted when he saw Shui Linglong later. Lu Chen did not dwell on it further, he continued to look through the documents while waiting for Shui Linglong's arrival. After an indeterminate amount of time, the maid's voice finally came from outside the study. "Prince, Miss Shui requests an audience." On hearing this, Lu Chen smiled. Shui Linglong had indeed discarded her identity as the crown princess consort, even the way people announced her visit had changed to Miss Shui. "Let her in." As soon as Lu Chen uttered the words, Shui Linglong pushed the door open and entered. Lu Chen set down the documents in his hands and looked over at Shui Linglong. Today, Shui Linglong wore a form-fitting purple dress that clung to her exquisite figure, accentuating her curvaceous body, and the dress was short enough to reveal her long, fair legs, her whole being radiated a seductive and enchanting charm. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Weren't you supposed to head south to see Yi? Why have you come back?" Shui Linglong ignored Lu Chen's question, instead glancing at the mound of documents on the desk. She then said with a sly smile, "I wouldn't have imagined that just a few months after leaving Yan County, the prince would change his ways. Now he seems to be devoting all his attention to state affairs." Lu Chen said with a smile, "You must be under some misunderstanding about me. I have always been a man with a strong sense of duty towards my work. It was true then, and it is true now." Shui Linglong said, "Oh. So to speak, the prince hasn't changed at all, which I find somewhat hard to believe. Why not let me check thoroughly to see if you really haven't changed at all?" As she spoke, Shui Linglong took the initiative to use her charming skill on Lu Chen, knowing full well that her charming skill was of no use to him, but employing it was just a ploy to seduce Lu Chen. Lu Chen indeed rose from his seat at this moment and walked directly toward Shui Linglong. "Alright, then check as much as you want." At this point, Lu Chen reached out and pulled Shui Linglong into his arms, then sealed her red lips with his own. Shui Linglong immediately felt an intense excitement within her. It was this feeling she finally got to experience again today, the sensation of kissing Lu Chen. Far from struggling, Shui Linglong became very proactive, lifting her tender arms like lotus roots to wrap around Lu Chen's neck, and as they kissed, she began to fiddle with his clothes. While kissing Shui Linglong, Lu Chen pushed the enchantress into the study's adjoining rest area. After a while, they finally moved to the bed, and after Lu Chen had pushed Shui Linglong down, he looked down at her from above. At this moment, Shui Linglong's complexion was rosy, her eyes clouded over, a face full of seduction. In a murmuring voice, Shui Linglong said, "Tonight I am your female slave, you can do whatever you want to me." Seeing the seductive look of this enchantress Shui Linglong, Lu Chen could not hold back and bent down again to cover her mouth. Afterward, Lu Chen gave a good lesson to the enchantress who had escaped for several months. Shui Linglong also came to realize that, after all, she was a seductress from the demon sect, and people of the demon sect should release the desires in their hearts and act on their whims. Since her current desire was to be Lu Chen's female slave, to be ravished by him, why should she resist? She just had to follow this man. It was also an excellent opportunity for her to continue harnessing male energy for her feminine energy and to cultivate her goddess skill. Having resigned herself to this, Shui Linglong became extremely eager, but she nevertheless quickly met her defeat against Lu Chen. When the first rays of dawn shone into the room, Lu Chen held Shui Linglong's tender body in his arms and laughed, "Enchantress, now you know that I haven't changed a bit." Shui Linglong giggled lightly, "Indeed, the prince hasn't changed." Flipping over to face Shui Linglong, Lu Chen supported her smooth and white chin with his hand. Looking into her bewitching peach blossom eyes, he said, "Tell me, what are you doing back this time?" With a beaming smile, Shui Linglong said, "The prince almost killed me with exhaustion yesterday, and now you're asking what I'm back for. What I've come back for, doesn't the prince already know?" As she spoke, Shui Linglong lifted her delicate hand and began to draw circles on Lu Chen's broad chest. Lu Chen chuckled lightly, then said, "It seems you've still not learned your lesson." At this, Lu Chen prepared to roll over again, but Shui Linglong quickly spoke, sensing his intention. "The sect hierarch has awakened. He wants your body." Hearing this, Lu Chen was startled. Regaining his senses, Lu Chen said, "Continue." Shui Linglong went on to say, "The Taiyin divine sect slaughtered a city in the south to perform a blood sacrifice, awakening the sect hierarch's spirit. He is now in desperate need of a perfect body. The elders of the Taiyin divine sect believe you are the son of destiny and that your body is ideal for the hierarch. Even if you're not the son of destiny, your martial arts talent is so high, your body is also very suitable for our hierarch, so they plan to capture you and take you to the Taiyin divine sect to offer you to our hierarch. This time the Taiyin divine sect has sent the core elder, Cao Shanya, who is the previous saintess, and her realm is roughly at the pseudo-celestial level." Hearing Shui Linglong's words, Lu Chen fell into thought. Seeing Lu Chen fall silent, Shui Linglong spoke coyly, "For reminding you, I have taken the risk of being discovered to come to the North Prince mansion. How does the prince intend to reward me?" Lu Chen came back to his senses and, pinching Shui Linglong's chin, looked into her eyes and asked with a smile, "You want a reward? How about I reward you with a few children?" Upon hearing this, Shui Linglong snorted with laughter, dropping the act, instantly switched her expression, and resumed her cool tone. "The prince really hasn't changed at all." Lu Chen said, "Didn't you realize just now that I haven't changed?" Lu Chen then asked, "Tell me, what do you plan to do this time? Are you planning to run away again, or do you intend to stay at the North Prince mansion?" Shui Linglong said, "Isn't the prince already well aware? What tricks has the prince used on my body that now I can no longer leave you and can only be your female slave, become a plaything for the prince?" Continuing, Shui Linglong went on to say, "I'm just fated to be a plaything. Although I am the saintess of the Taiyin divine sect, in truth, I am also merely a maid for the sect hierarch and will need to serve him once he is resurrected. Now that I've come here, I am also to be a female slave, so why shouldn't I choose a handsome and capable young man as my master?" At this, Shui Linglong cast a seductive glance toward Lu Chen. "Right, my master." Hearing this, the dormant wildness in Lu Chen's heart was once again stirred. He snorted with laughter, then said as he rolled over, "If you want to be my female slave, then I must thoroughly test you. Enchantress, are you ready to face my test?" Hearing this, Shui Linglong was startled. A test? What kind of test? Didn't this guy just last night? As Shui Linglong's thoughts drifted, Lu Chen suddenly swooped down and once again sealed her red lips. Since Wang Qingqi had a child, Lu Chen hadn't been rough with her for a long time. Now that an enchantress was here, he could finally unleash his true nature again. Shui Linglong suddenly felt some regret. She felt that coming back to Yan County was like walking into a trap. Although she had long considered this man to be very formidable, it was precisely because he was formidable that she was able to indulge herself. Now she realized that this man was even more brutal than she had imagined. From dawn to dusk, then from night to dawn. When Shui Linglong woke up, she found herself in an unknown room. Her head still felt muddled, and after getting up, she shook her head vigorously and glanced around the room's layout. This should not be the resting room of the North Prince Mansion's study. She remembered that the resting room was decorated with many calligraphy and paintings and had a scholarly aroma. But this room was filled with fragrance, predominantly pink in color, and the atmosphere seemed somewhat seductive. Seeing Shui Linglong wake up, a maid in the room immediately came over. "Lady Shui, you're awake. Do you need to bathe? The hot water is already prepared." Upon hearing the maid's words, Shui Linglong raised her hand, massaging her temples while asking, "Where is this place?" The maid answered, "This is the bedroom prepared by the prince for Lady Shui. The prince said from now on Lady Shui will live in this courtyard." Upon hearing this, Shui Linglong scoffed in her heart. That bastard really intends to keep her as a plaything for his pleasure. Anyway, now was not the time to think about these things. She felt sticky all over and needed to take a quick bath. With that in mind, Shui Linglong said, "Where is the tub? Lead me to it." Shui Linglong had not bathed in the North Prince Mansion before, so she was unaware of the facilities and assumed it would be soaking in a tub. The maid promptly said, "Please follow this servant, Lady Shui." Then the maid led Shui Linglong into the prince's mansion's bathing chamber. Upon seeing the bath in front of her, Shui Linglong was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected that the room Lu Chen had arranged for her was this nice, even featuring a bath. She stepped into the bath, and the warm water enveloped her body. The fatigue from yesterday slowly dissipated, and she felt much more alert, her head no longer as cloudy as before. At that moment, Shui Linglong lifted her smooth and fair arms, gently agitating the warm water in the bath while sighing. She didn't know if her choice was the right one. Although she was beautiful, she would grow old one day, she couldn't be Lu Chen's plaything forever. Eventually, the bastard would tire of her. Therefore, she had to find a way out for herself. But just the thought of what that man had done to her yesterday made a blush involuntarily spread across Shui Linglong's face. She felt her mind was breaking. Despite how much that man tormented her, she had already become infatuated with that sensation. Shui Linglong thought to herself that all this must have something to do with that man. He must have done something to her, that's why she was like this. In fact, Dragon and Phoenix tea could indeed deepen a woman's feelings for Lu Chen, but that was all, it was just an intensification of feelings. As for Shui Linglong's reactions, they were completely driven by her own desires. Take the other women in the prince's mansion, for example. After being with Lu Chen, they remained quite chaste and abstinent for a few days, unless Lu Chen actively stirred their emotions. The women of the prince's mansion were not like Shui Linglong, who, despite being tormented to death by Lu Chen, was already thinking about it again after not much time had passed. When Shui Linglong emerged from the bath, a maid entered the room and said to Shui Linglong, "Lady Shui, after you have bathed, the prince has asked you to find him in the study." Upon hearing this, Shui Linglong paused, but then she thought that after the man had tormented her for so long, he probably wouldn't continue that sort of thing again. It was likely he wanted her cooperation to round up those from the Taiyan divine sect. Thinking this, Shui Linglong let the maids quickly dress her up, and then she wore her favorite black dress and headed once more to the place where they had battled yesterday. When Shui Linglong arrived at the study, Lu Chen was reviewing documents with a very serious look. Shui Linglong said, "The prince is truly formidable, able to go without sleep for days and nights." Without looking up, Lu Chen said, "I have reached the pseudo-celestial realm. Going without sleep for days and nights is nothing to me." Shui Linglong went straight to the point. "Just say it, Prince, why have you summoned me here? I don't believe the prince wants to assault me again." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled, then raised his hand, and in the next instant Shui Linglong's body flew into the air, landing directly in Lu Chen's arms. With Shui Linglong's soft body in his embrace, he whispered in her ear, "Assault, when have I ever assaulted you?" As he spoke, Lu Chen's hands started to roam, fondling her restless body, and Shui Linglong became restless once again. She quickly said, "The prince must be concerned about the matter of the Taiyan divine sect. I will do my best to cooperate with the prince to deal with those people from the Taiyan divine sect." Lu Chen stopped teasing Shui Linglong and said, "I will soon be leading troops southward. With members of the Taiyin divine sect in Yan County, I cannot be at ease. Therefore, those from the Taiyin divine sect must all die. Upon hearing these words, Shui Linglong's heart quivered, and then she asked, is Prince also planning to kill me? Lu Chen raised his hand and pinched Shui Linglong's delicate chin, saying, how could that be? You are my female slave, my plaything, and my private property. I am not one to casually destroy my own private property. Feeling Lu Chen's words, Shui Linglong immediately felt a surge of warmth inside her heart. In no time, this warmth spread throughout her body, and she began to feel feverish. Shui Linglong was puzzled. Why was her body reacting in such a strange way? Especially upon hearing Lu Chen say that she was his plaything, his private property, her heart throbbed with excitement. Shui Linglong's heart gave another jolt. It was definitely this damned man's doing. How could she harbor such contemptible thoughts? It must be this man who had used some charm skill on her, altering her thoughts and making her willing to be Lu Chen's plaything. Although that's what she reasoned in her mind, Shui Linglong didn't utter a word. Lu Chen then continued, I plan to lure those from the Taiyin divine sect to the outskirts of Yan County and take care of them all there. So, I will need your help. Shui Linglong immediately understood Lu Chen's intention, and then she said, I understand what Prince means. Shui Linglong then asked, when does Prince plan to make a move on them? Lu Chen took out a scroll and said, let's do it tomorrow. This is the route map, you'll lead them out of the city on this route to where I'll be waiting to ambush them. Receiving the route map, Shui Linglong still asked with some concern, Prince won't stab me in the back afterwards, right? Shui Linglong knew all too well her status as a demon sect sorceress. She was afraid that Lu Chen didn't trust her, thinking she was only pretending to defect and that, once he disposed of the Taiyin divine sect members, he might eliminate her as well. Lu Chen said with a smile, after all, I am the ruler of a feudal state. How could I possibly go back on my word? Shui Linglong retorted, the higher one's position, the more ruthless one becomes. Since ancient times, the fate of female slaves of such powerful beings has never been good. They were either given away or secretly killed by their own masters. Lu Chen chuckled and then, looking into her eyes, said, you're right, most female slaves indeed meet grim fates, but those are someone else's female slaves. The end for my female slaves is always a good one. I believe you have also investigated me, so you should know that Wang Qingqi is my female slave. Look at her now, isn't she living well in North Prince Mansion? Not only is she living well, but now she also bears my offspring. Thinking it over, Shui Linglong then said, then I will trust Prince this one time. At that moment, Lu Chen placed a heavy hand on Shui Linglong's bottom and patted it, saying, a demon sect sorceress like you, I have never collected one before. You are one of my rarest collections, how could I possibly bear to destroy you? With that, Lu Chen's hand moved to Shui Linglong's petite mouth as he continued, I can make you a promise. Once I become the great Xia Emperor, you will, at the very least, have the status of a consort. Upon hearing this, Shui Linglong spat out Lu Chen's finger and chuckled lightly, Prince better not make empty promises to me. I'm no fool. For a demon sect sorceress like me, at most, Prince will keep me as a female slave for entertainment. How could you possibly grant me an official status? Lu Chen said, if you don't believe it, so be it. But I always honor my words. Shui Linglong then struggled slightly, attempting to rise from Lu Chen, Prince should let me go now. I've been missing for 2 days. If I don't show up soon, that old wretch Cao Shanya will start to suspect. Lu Chen no longer made it difficult for Shui Linglong and released her. Shui Linglong then headed towards the doorway, speaking as she walked, although I don't know what tactics Prince used on me, I have to admit that the days spent with Prince have been the happiest. I hope, in the end, Prince won't renege on his word and will spare my life. As her voice fell, Shui Linglong left the study. She ultimately chose to trust Lu Chen. If this despicable man wanted to kill her, she wouldn't be able to resist anyway, with a celestial from mysterious Moon Palace present. She was a demon sect sorceress, and she rarely trusted anyone, not even members of the Taiyin divine sect. This was the first time she had chosen to trust someone, and it was someone who considered her no more than a plaything. She was taking a gamble. If she was right and the North Prince indeed liked her body and wouldn't kill her, then she might have a happy time in North Prince Mansion. Even if this period might not last long, it would be better than never having experienced such a life. Watching Shui Linglong's enchanting figure leave, Lu Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. It seemed the sorceress had been thoroughly subdued by him. Still, this sorceress was rather dangerous. It might be better to take her with him when heading south. After all, as a sorceress of the Taiyin divine sect, even if she had been subdued by him, she might not necessarily be kind to other people in the North Prince Mansion. He had to be cautious about this. When Shui Linglong returned to the temporary base of the Taiyin divine sect, Cao Shanya immediately appeared before her. Saintess, where have you been these past few days? Why couldn't this old one find you? Shui Linglong said indifferently, didn't Elder Cao want me to seduce the North Prince? Don't you know where I have been? Naturally, I went to investigate the North Prince's whereabouts. Hearing this, Cao Shanya felt a surge of joy in her heart, not expecting Shui Linglong to actually do it. Excellent. When they returned to the Taiyin divine sect, it would be time for Shui Linglong to be pulled down from her position as a saintess. She wanted to witness with her own eyes as their sect hierarch turned Shui Linglong into a withered corpse. Cao Shanya then said with a smile, so the saintess went to the North Prince Mansion to gather information. I was too presumptuous. What news did the saintess gather? Shui Linglong replied, the North Prince has already prepared to lead his troops southward. Upon hearing this, Cao Shanya snorted coldly inside, isn't that obvious? The North Country has already issued a call to arms, and even the North Prince's proclamation calling for the eradication of traitors has been issued. Who doesn't know that the North Prince is preparing to lead his troops south to seize the throne? Was such information even worth the trouble of running to the North Prince Mansion to gather? However, at that moment, Shui Linglong continued, I have discovered that to boost the soldiers' morale, the North Prince will visit a military camp in the southern forest at noon tomorrow and give a speech to inspire their spirits. This is our best opportunity. Because Yan County is not too far from that camp, the Celestials of the mysterious Moon Palace will not leave Yan County at that time. Upon hearing this, Cao Shanya said with some concern, if Yan County is too close to the military camp, and if the Celestials of the mysterious Moon Palace notice, I'm afraid. Cao Shanya didn't continue. Shui Linglong said, that's why we must strike quickly and decisively, abduct the North Prince swiftly, so the mysterious Moon Palace's Celestials won't have time to react. Tomorrow morning everyone from the Taiyin divine sect should go. We can split into several groups to confuse the Celestial from the mysterious Moon Palace. Cao Shanya did not doubt Shui Linglong's words at all, as it never crossed her mind that Shui Linglong would betray their sect hierarch. Cao Shanya also felt that Shui Linglong's plan was feasible. After all, it was one of their few opportunities to kidnap the North Prince. If they missed this chance, once the North Prince marched south with his troops, there would be many more powerful people around him, and the Celestial from the mysterious Moon Palace would be there to protect the North Prince, making it impossible for the Taiyin divine sect to approach the North Prince. Therefore, whether they could succeed or not, they had to try as best as they could. After thinking for a moment, Cao Shanya said, then fine, we will do as the saintess has suggested. In the evening, the setting sun cast a red glow over the land as a flock of geese flew south in A, V, formation. After finishing a busy day, Lu Chen was preparing to return to the Wind Cloud Court. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly smelled the scent of barbecue. Startled by the aroma, Lu Chen wondered if there was barbecue for dinner tonight. He followed the fragrance to its source, soon realizing it wasn't emanating from the Wind Cloud Court but from Qin Yue's courtyard instead. Lu Chen didn't often visit Qin Yue's courtyard, not because he disliked her. Qin Yue was, after all, a woman of over 90 points in appearance, very beautiful, with the air of an aristocratic family lady, and Lu Chen liked her too. It was just that Lu Chen had too many women. The women in his inner courtyard were all beautiful, and his strong desire to conquer made him most intent on subduing chilly fairies like Chen Wanrong or defiant beauties like Wu Junwan. Chen Wanrong and Wu Junwan alone kept Lu Chen quite occupied, not to mention his other women, leading him to neglect this lady from an aristocratic family. As soon as Lu Chen entered the courtyard, he found Qin Yue, dressed in green cloud attire, sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, personally sprinkling seasoning on a roasting whole lamb. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chen was stunned. At that moment, Qin Yue was the furthest thing from a demure aristocratic lady. With her sleeves rolled up to reveal her fair arms, she looked like a maid hard at work. Qin Yue was directing the maids, turning the lamb over. One of the maids suddenly realized Lu Chen's presence and hastily bowed, saying, "This servant greets the prince." Hearing this, Qin Yue quickly looked toward the entrance of the courtyard and indeed spotted Lu Chen. She was utterly dumbfounded. "Prince! Prince! Your Highness!" Frightened pale, Qin Yue hurriedly bowed, "I greet your Highness." "Your Highness, I know my mistake, I will never dare again." Question mark question mark question mark. Qin Yue's hastiness in apologizing left Lu Chen speechless. Was he that frightening? Lu Chen asked, "What mistake? Where did you go wrong?" Hearing this, Qin Yue thought Lu Chen was angry and quickly said, "I shouldn't be doing such demeaning tasks in the courtyard." Lu Chen chuckled and walked toward Qin Yue, saying, "When did I ever say you were forbidden from doing such things in the courtyard?" This. Qin Yue hesitated. Did the prince imply he doesn't intend to blame her? She hardly dared to believe it and thought that Lu Chen would be furious. Although she had been intimate with Lu Chen a few times, she didn't spend much time with him. She knew more about Lu Chen through her maids than personal interaction. She didn't understand him well. In her eyes, princes were always quick to anger. To her surprise, Lu Chen appeared not to hold her accountable. Lu Chen continued, "But back to the matter at hand, Yue, if you wanted roasted lamb, couldn't you have just asked the folks at the food house to make it? Why must you do it yourself?" Blushing, Qin Yue said, "Ever since we started eating meals separately, I haven't tasted food as delicious as those from Wind Cloud Court, so I wanted to try making it myself to see if I could replicate the flavor." Lu Chen burst into laughter, considering the aristocratic lady before him quite the food lover. After becoming Lu Chen's woman, Qin Yue had been very low-key, no longer flaunting the temper of a young lady from an aristocratic family as she had when she was in the Qin family. The Qin family had been annihilated, and she was very clear about her current situation. Lu Chen was her only support from now on. As long as she served Lu Chen faithfully and did not vie for power or profit, she might just have a stable life. Previously, dinners at the prince's mansion were always held in Wind Cloud Court, which offered exceedingly sumptuous meals that tasted especially good. Even as a young lady from an aristocratic family, Qin Yue had never had food as delicious as that served in the North Prince mansion. However, ever since Xiao Wenyao and Yelv Nanyan had children, dinners at the North Prince mansion were no longer held together, given the increase in people. When the chefs at the food house were cooking, they prioritized making meals for Wind Cloud Court. Although the communal dinner had been cancelled, Lu Chen still returned to Wind Cloud Court every day for dinner, so the chefs still had to give priority to Lu Chen, the prince. This also meant that during meal preparation, the chefs at the food house might neglect the people in the other courtyards, and Qin Yue was among those overlooked. Though the meals prepared by the food house for her were still more delicious than what she had eaten in the Qin family, the chefs generally did not make her any elaborate dishes. For instance, something like a roasted whole lamb was out of the question, and even if she requested the food house to prepare one for her, the flavor would not match what she had enjoyed in Wind Cloud Court. Qin Yue, craving a good meal, finally decided to take matters into her own hands. She had seen chefs roast things on the spot before in Wind Cloud Court, so she started to wonder if having all the seasonings the chefs used would allow her to reproduce the roasted lamb that tasted just like the one from Wind Cloud Court. Anyway, she did not have much to do, and the North Prince rarely visited her, plus, she did not have any children, and there was nothing in the prince's mansion that required her attention. With time on her hands, she might as well find something to do. What Qin Yue did not expect was that Lu Chen, who had not visited her courtyard for a long time, suddenly appeared today, which caught her off guard. Lu Chen came to inspect the roasting lamb, then picked up a pair of chopsticks from a plate on a nearby table and poked the lamb meat. It should be cooked by now, just sprinkle some cumin, and it should be almost perfect. However, when you're roasting, try to make more cuts in the meat. It's possible it might not be flavored thoroughly. Having said that, Lu Chen took a knife from the table next to him and started scoring the lamb. Seeing Lu Chen taking action personally, Qin Yue stood there stunned. As Lu Chen continued cutting, he said, "In the future, if there's something you want to eat, tell the people at the food house earlier. You can also find a few maids and have them learn specifically at the food house, then cook on your own stove, which is permissible here in the prince's mansion." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Qin Yue immediately responded, "Thank you, prince." Lu Chen continued, "I'll have dinner here tonight. Send a maid to Wind Cloud Court to inform the princess." The knowledgeable maidservant by Qin Yue's side said, "I will go right away." Subsequently, the maidservant went to Wind Cloud Court and relayed to Mu Zixuan that Lu Chen was eating roasted lamb in Qin Yue's courtyard. Mu Zixuan, of course, did not care too much. When they had separated the meals, Mu Zixuan had anticipated such a day. Since they were eating separately, it was not possible for them to dine together. Lu Chen couldn't possibly eat at Wind Cloud Court every day without visiting any of his other concubines. However, at that moment, Mu Zixuan thought of something and had the maidservant go to the food house to send over some nourishing items to Qin Yue, such as sheep kidneys and deer tendons. When Lu Chen saw the food brought by the food house staff, he was somewhat helpless. Probably in the entire North Prince mansion, the only one who worried about his health was his princess, constantly urging him to strengthen himself. He was already a pseudo-celestial, what else was there to fortify? In truth, eating these things at most increased his vitality and had a limited ability to enhance certain aspects. It was more of a placebo effect. With Lu Chen's existing strength, these nourishing items were largely inconsequential. Nevertheless, Lu Chen did not say much. This was all Mu Zixuan's deep love. So, he thought, let it be. However, seeing the food delivered by the food house, Qin Yue, a maiden born to an aristocratic family, blushed at the sight. Although she did not often deal with culinary matters, she could tell at a glance what those items were. Moreover, during the communal dinners at Wind Cloud Court, the princess often prepared these things for Lu Chen. She was well aware of their effects. The thought of spending the whole night with Lu Chen after dinner made Qin Yue's cheeks burn. At this moment, Lu Chen asked, "Yue, are you getting used to living in the North Prince mansion?" Qin Yue responded, "Thank you for your concern, Prince. I have indeed adapted." While eating, Lu Chen said, "As long as you're comfortable." Lu Chen went on to say, "If there's anything you need, you can talk to the steward of the prince's mansion or to the princess." Qin Yue responded, "I understand." Though she said this, Qin Yue would not actually approach the princess. She knew the prince's mansion was very busy, and how could she possibly bother the princess over her minor issues? Besides, it seemed she lacked for nothing. She was provided with food, clothing, and even silver every month, not much different from when she lived in the Qin family. The only difference, perhaps, was that she did not have much status in the North Prince mansion, and she had to offer herself to serve Lu Chen. But these were not issues. Compared to those Qin family members who were beheaded, she was already very fortunate to be alive. Everything she had now was brought to her by the man in front of her, and thinking about this filled Qin Yue's heart with gratitude, making her body feel even warmer. After dinner, Lu Chen and Qin Yue spent a while in the courtyard before heading to the bath to soak in hot water together. When held in Lu Chen's arms, Qin Yue felt an immense happiness and only wished that this moment could last forever, that this man would never abandon her. About half an hour later, the bathing ended, and Lu Chen and Qin Yue went to bed to commence their official business. It was yet another sleepless night. The morning sun spilled onto the bed, and as the sleeping figure awoke, Qin Yue opened her eyes to see the handsome face of Lu Chen. Lu Chen had his eyes closed and seemed to still be deep in sleep. They lay side by side, bodies pressed together, still enveloped in a tender state. Qin Yue didn't dare wake Lu Chen, so she just kept watching him. After what seemed like an eternity, Lu Chen opened his eyes. He shifted his body slightly, prompting Qin Yue to involuntarily let out a soft, "yng" sound. She immediately closed her mouth, afraid of angering Lu Chen. Seeing Qin Yue's reaction, Lu Chen said with a smile, "I'm not such a fierce person, you don't need to be so afraid of me." Qin Yue's face instantly turned bright red. At that moment, Lu Chen glanced at the system interface, which was invisible to others, allowing him to check it without worry. The system interface had a string of prompts. With a thought from Lu Chen, the system prompts expanded. For cultivating affection with a wife or concubine, Qi refinement mantra. Qin Yue is pregnant with the host's child, reward host with diesel engine production blueprint. The pregnancy reward is an encouragement reward, please ensure the child is safely born. Lu Chen's lips curved into a slight smile, not expecting Qin Yue to have gotten pregnant so soon after arriving at the North Prince mansion. It seemed that one really can't rush the matter of having children. Indeed, planting flowers with intent does not bring blossom, yet willows planted casually may grow into shade. He had previously tried so hard to have children, and yet, neither Mu Zixuan nor Dajo's Xiaozhou had become pregnant. He had come over last night for a roast whole sheep and casually spent an evening with Qin Yue, which led to her winning the jackpot naturally. Lu Chen gently caressed Qin Yue's pretty face and said with a smile, "You are pregnant. Pay more attention in the coming days." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Qin Yue was momentarily stunned. Pregnant? Was she really pregnant? Could it truly be? Did she carry the North Prince's child? While finding it hard to believe, Qin Yue thought of the legends she had heard from the maids about Lu Chen's ability to diagnose pregnancy far beyond any physician's skill. As soon as one of his wives or concubines was pregnant, Lu Chen could instantly detect it. If he said she was pregnant, then it was highly likely that she really was. She had not expected to have the North Prince's child so soon. Having the North Prince's child meant her life in the future was secure. Qin Yue was extremely excited in her heart. "Thank you for giving me a child, Your Highness." Hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled lightly, always feeling that this phrase sounded a bit familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Lu Chen slowly separated from Qin Yue and said, "All right, you should rest well today. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be getting up first." Today he had to take care of the Taiyan divine sect, and he couldn't just linger in the tender affections forever. After coming out from Qin Yue's courtyard, Lu Chen called for Xuanyuan Cheaj and then took some people to the outside of the city. He believed that Shui Linglong had already gathered all the people from the Taiyan divine sect and was ambushing them somewhere outside Yan County. As long as he appeared, those from the Taiyan divine sect would show themselves, and then they could be captured all at once. Indeed, the people from the Taiyan divine sect had already set up an ambush on a road that Lu Chen was set to pass. Whether they could capture the North Prince or not depended on this attempt. In fact, there was no need for Lu Chen to leave the prince's mansion this time. All of the Taiyan divine sect's people had been lured to one place by Shui Linglong, and Lu Chen simply needed to have Xuanyuan Cheaj take people to deal with them. However, Lu Chen thought about some of the martial artists in the Taiyan divine sect who possessed profound skills, considering it a waste to kill them so easily and forego their valuable abilities. It might be better for him to also go and see the situation, absorb their skills, and after he had absorbed enough, he could transfer those skills to his own wives and concubines. After the people from the Taiyan divine sect reached the designated place, they waited quietly. The forest was particularly silent, and hardly a sound could be heard. After an unknown amount of time, a scout returned, excitedly saying, "The North Prince is really coming this way, and he only has one Grand Master with him, the rest of the soldiers are not very strong." Upon hearing this, the hearts of those from the Taiyan divine sect raced with excitement. They had not expected such a good opportunity today. If there was only one Grand Master, then wouldn't they be able to easily capture the North Prince and take him to the south? Cao Shanya was a pseudo-celestial. A pseudo-celestial could easily hold off a Grand Master. It wasn't just holding off a Grand Master, even killing one was not impossible. As long as Cao Shanya could hold off that Grand Master, then their Saintis and the other elders could directly capture the North Prince. Although the North Prince had some abilities of his own, those paled in comparison to their Saintis and the several external elders. The sect members prepared themselves for battle, only waiting for the North Prince's convoy to arrive. After an unknown period, Cao Shanya sensed the sound of hooves coming from not far away. Obviously, the North Prince was on his way. Cao Shanya's lips curled up slightly, her wrinkled face revealing a sinister smile, surprised at how easy this mission seemed. While the people of the Taiyin divine sect held their breath, the approaching carriage suddenly came to a stop. This caught the people of the Taiyin divine sect off guard. What was going on? Shui Linglong said at this moment, something's not right. Stay here and don't move, I will go up front to scout the situation. As her voice fell, Shui Linglong slowly approached the front, and Cao Shanya did not have any doubts since she had never suspected that Shui Linglong might betray the Taiyin divine sect. After Shui Linglong headed to the front, she directly approached Lu Chen's convoy. Liang Zong recognized Shui Linglong instantly. Since Shui Linglong had already come over, they did not have to worry about hurting her, and then Liang Zong said, "Attack." Just when the people from the Taiyin divine sect were waiting for their saintess's command, countless cannonballs suddenly fell from the sky, and the members were blasted into the air. Cao Shanya shouted, "No good, we've been discovered." Although Cao Shanya realized they had been discovered, she did not run away. Rather than running, she even allowed herself to get closer to Lu Chen's convoy. Although the weapons of the North Country had great power, they could not harm her, a pseudo-celestial. This was the best opportunity to capture the North Prince, and she would not let it slip away. If she missed this chance, the North Prince would surely become much more cautious in the future. Shui Linglong quickly noticed Cao Shanya's approach and immediately pretended to attack Liang Zong. Liang Zong seemed to understand the ruse and pretended to fight back. Liang Zong shouted, "Who are you people? How dare you attempt to assassinate the prince?" Seeing that Liang Zong was tied up, Cao Shanya did not waste any time. She glanced at the convoy and locked onto the most luxurious carriage in the middle. Without a doubt, the North Prince was inside that carriage. The next moment, Cao Shanya charged towards that carriage. Liang Zong pretended to be nervous, shouting, "Assassins, protect the prince." Although Liang Zong's shouts were fierce, none of the surrounding soldiers approached the carriage. Up to now, Cao Shanya had not realized anything was amiss. After she approached the carriage and cleaved open the door, a young man came into view. The young man had a smile on his face as he said, "Old lady, at such an old age, shouldn't you be at home taking care of your grandchildren, enjoying your later years, instead of running around playing bandit?" Seeing that the North Prince was not at all panicked, Cao Shanya scoffed and then said, "Worthy of the North Prince, such courage. Now, please accompany this old lady on a trip." As Cao Shanya was about to grab Lu Chen, at that moment, Lu Chen's aura burst out. "To ask this prince to go on a trip, we'll have to see if the old lady has the ability." Feeling the aura released from Lu Chen, Cao Shanya froze for a moment. Pseudo-celestial. How is this possible? How old is the North Prince this year? How could he possibly be a pseudo-celestial? Although they knew that the North Prince had high martial arts talent and certain strength, they had not anticipated that he had already become a pseudo-celestial. Cao Shanya also realized at this moment that taking the North Prince away today might not be an easy task, but she still didn't plan to give up. So what if the North Prince is a pseudo-celestial? A pampered prince like him rarely engages in combat, he might not necessarily be a match for her. Thinking this, Cao Shanya's gaze instantly became venomous. Since the North Prince refuses to accompany this old one for a walk, then don't blame this old one for what comes next. As she spoke, Cao Shanya thrust her sword toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen immediately got up and leapt into the air from the already destroyed carriage. Seeing this, Cao Shanya swung her sword again towards Lu Chen. With a shadow-shifting move, Lu Chen instantly broke away from the crowd, but his figure was soon locked onto by Cao Shanya. She thought Lu Chen was trying to run away and followed him without hesitation. Lu Chen only felt that there were too many people here and he couldn't exert his full power. Having cultivated for so long, it was time to get moving, and Cao Shanya, being a pseudo-celestial herself, would serve as a good touchstone to test his cultivation. When Lu Chen felt it was about right, he instantly stopped. Seeing Lu Chen stop running, Cao Shanya sneered, "Why isn't the North Prince running anymore?" Lu Chen smiled and then said, "The surroundings here are quite nice and there aren't many people left. It's a suitable place for your burial, no need to run." Hearing these words, Cao Shanya was stunned for a moment, and then coldly said, "I hope the prince can still be so sharp-tongued later." Her words fell. Cao Shanya kicked off the ground and charged toward Lu Chen, who clenched his sword tightly. Tidal wave. A series of tangible sword chi instantly flew out of the sword, like the mighty waves rising from the ocean, turning over the soil of the earth. Cao Shanya was taken aback in her mind. She didn't expect Lu Chen to use such a fierce swordsmanship right from the start. However, Cao Shanya was not the least bit afraid. She flashed and easily dodged Lu Chen's attack, circling to Lu Chen's left side. Immediately after, Cao Shanya swung her sword. Soul-devouring swordsmanship. Dark sword chi released from her sword transformed into a horde of skeletons in an instant, and wherever those skeleton sword chi went, the leaves turned yellow. Seeing this, Lu Chen chuckled. Indeed, typical of the demonic sect's demonic people, these moves seemed utterly ruthless. Lu Chen did not choose to receive them head-on. Instead, he used shadow shifting again, instantly appearing behind Cao Shanya. Frozen snow field. The moment spiritual energy released, the surrounding air was instantaneously sealed, and a clearly visible chill headed straight for Cao Shanya's body. Feeling the danger behind her, Cao Shanya was about to dodge when, in the next instant, she found her body unable to move. A look of disbelief appeared on Cao Shanya's face. What cultivation technique is this? Why can't my body move? Seeing Cao Shanya's body freeze over, Lu Chen thought to himself that his teacher, Yun Shenxian, had indeed taught him some useful stuff. The frozen snow field technique could restrain enemies within a certain range and belonged to the category of control skills. The effect was quite noticeable. In a high-level duel, victory often depended on a split second, and sometimes even a brief control could result in being slain by the opponent. At this moment, Lu Chen launched tidal wave again, with waves of sword chi rushing towards Cao Shanya. With all her might, Cao Shanya struggled to break free, but just when she was about to succeed, she was hit directly by countless strands of sword chi. However, this did not take her life. Cao Shanya lay on the ground, spitting several mouthfuls of blood, her complexion fierce as she glared at Lu Chen with a venomous gaze, as if she wanted to tear him apart with her eyes. This old one admits, "I underestimated the North Prince. But do you think you, Prince, can kill this old one with just a little trick?" As she spoke, Cao Shanya suddenly produced a bead. Just as Lu Chen was curious about what it was, Cao Shanya activated the bead. Bloodthirsty bead, sacrifice. The next moment, the surroundings turned blood red in an instant. Seeing this, Lu Chen was stunned. They were still pseudo-celestials, right? How was it that they could execute such fantastical maneuvers? Celestials have just entered the path of Taoist immortality, whereas these pseudo-celestials are still within the bounds of martial arts. Is it really okay to use such powerful treasures? Isn't the heavenly Tao supposed to intervene? At this time, Xuanyuan Cheaj, who was in the distance, saw this scene and immediately took action. Burial palm. With one palm strike, before Cao Shanya could react, she was directly smacked into the ground, and the blood-red bead in her hand also shattered instantly, dispersing the surrounding blood mist. Xuanyuan Cheaj walked up to Lu Chen. "Your Highness, are you all right?" As the dust settled, Cao Shanya's tragic state was revealed. She was bleeding from every orifice, her bones shattered, hanging on to her last breath. Seeing Xuanyuan Cheaj beside Lu Chen, Cao Shanya spat out another mouthful of blood. Didn't expect, it was a plot. Cao Shanya finally realized that Lu Chen must have known about their Taiyin divine sect's presence in Yan County all along. This was a deliberate ploy to draw them out and then act to eradicate them. Hearing Cao Shanya's words, Lu Chen chuckled. He then walked directly towards Cao Shanya. The people of the Taiyin divine sect really have no precautions at all. Just as Lu Chen was about to reach Cao Shanya, a burst of green smoke exploded instantaneously. The smoke spread so rapidly that Lu Chen didn't even have time to use shadow shifting. Xuanyuan Cheaj immediately sensed something wrong with the smoke and hurriedly shouted, "North Prince, be careful, the smoke is poisonous." After the smoke had dispersed, Cao Shanya burst into laughter. While laughing she said, "Even if this old one has to die, I will take you down with me." Pooh. Cao Shanya coughed up another mouthful of blood. However, the scene she was expecting did not occur. Lu Chen stood there just fine, looking at her indifferently. Cao Shanya's pupils contracted. No. It's impossible, this is the sect hierarch's bone-melting poison, how could it be ineffective? She had heard from their sect hierarch that this poison could affect even a celestial being upon direct contact, and the North Prince was just a pseudo-celestial, so how could he be completely unaffected? Lu Chen said with a smile, I'm sorry, this prince is immune to all poisons. No sooner had his voice fallen than Cao Shanya's body flew up and directly into Lu Chen's hands. Clutching her neck, Lu Chen said, all right, former saintess of the Taiyin divine sect, it's time for you to depart. In an instant, the fear of death enveloped Cao Shanya's heart as she gathered all her spiritual power, intending to explode her dantian to die together with Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen's absorption technique was well developed, and he didn't give her the chance. He immediately activated his spiritual power with full force, and in the blink of an eye, most of the spiritual power within Cao Shanya's body drained away. Feeling the swift depletion of the skill inside her body, Cao Shanya was dumbfounded. Who is the real demonic sect's demonic person here? You. Cao Shanya's pupils shrank to pinpoints, her mouth agape in shock as she died. Feeling the overwhelming skill inside him, Lu Chen suddenly felt an unbearable itch in his hand and his mood became restless, wanting to fight. If too much power is absorbed and he is unable to break through due to restrictions, it would cause him to feel irritable. Lu Chen then picked up the sword in his hand and kept swinging it at the distant forest. Sword chi flew out, and the trees in the forest fell with a rustling sound. After releasing some of his spiritual power, Lu Chen felt much more comfortable and then returned to where they had been with Xuanyuan Chaoj. The moment Xuanyuan Chaoj returned, the remaining members of the Taiyin divine sect were instantly defeated. In front of Xuanyuan Chaoj, a celestial, grandmasters and those below them were mere mortals, utterly incapable of fighting back. To prevent anyone from fleeing and leaking the news, Shui Linglong directly went to attack Lu Chen. As Shui Linglong approached him, she whispered urgently, quick, take control of me. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen seemed to understand something and instantly released the pressure of a pseudo-celestial, knocking the sword from Shui Linglong's hand and then seizing her jade-like arm, twisting her hands behind her back, and subduing Shui Linglong. Seeing that even the saintess had been captured, those from the Taiyin divine sect still alive immediately despaired. At this time, Shui Linglong began to struggle and said while struggling, Dog of a man, release me now, or when our sect hierarch awakens, you will sooner or later become his nourishment. While speaking, Shui Linglong twisted her body, and her hips were pressed tightly against Lu Chen's body. Her wriggling made Lu Chen utterly speechless. Having just absorbed a large amount of skill, his body was still filled with some violence, and Shui Linglong's antics made Lu Chen wish he could kill this demonic woman right now. Shui Linglong continued to act as though she would never yield and provocatively said, what's the matter? Why are you silent? Dog of a man, you're scared, aren't you? If you're scared, release me now. Lu Chen sneered, then said, ridiculous, how could this prince ever fear some filthy vermin? Speaking of this, Lu Chen looked towards those disciples of the Taiyin divine sect and ordered the guards, kill them all. Upon hearing this, some disciples of the Taiyin divine sect immediately chose to self-destruct their dantians, but before they could self-detonate, Xuanyuan Chaoj's palm struck down. Some disciples of the Taiyin divine sect knelt down at once, I surrender. Don't kill me. I was forced. However, just as these disciples began to harbor thoughts of betraying the Taiyin divine sect, their bodies suddenly exploded, turning into a pool of blood. Seeing this, Lu Chen frowned, not expecting Shui Linglong's words to be true. Those who betrayed the Taiyin divine sect really did turn into a pool of blood, but isn't this too thorough? There was nothing but blood, not even a speck of bone remains. What is the principle behind this? It did not seem like drug control, nor was it mind control, and it certainly wasn't worm control, as he could not find any worm in Shui Linglong's body. Lu Chen then checked Shui Linglong's body and found no abnormalities. Just then, the exploded blood suddenly began to flow. Xuanyuan Chaoj immediately sensed danger and quickly moved in front of Lu Chen. North Prince, be careful, danger. No sooner had Xuanyuan Chaoj spoken than the blood converged into a massive visage. The bloody visage looked at Lu Chen and said, truly worthy of being the son of destiny. The heavens really favor me. At last, I have found the son of destiny. Now I can finally leave this cursed place. Ha ha ha, North Prince, await my arrival, and enjoy the last moments of your life in fear. At this moment, Shui Linglong urgently cried out, Sect Hierarch, save me. The bloody visage glanced at Shui Linglong and then sneered, useless creature, what need have I for you? Become my nourishment. After the words of the Taiyan divine sect fell, nothing happened. For a time, the atmosphere at the scene became somewhat awkward. A moment later, the Taiyan divine sect exclaimed in disbelief, how is this possible? Why aren't you under my control anymore? Seeing the shocked expression of the Taiyan divine sect hierarch, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that the Taiyan divine sect still had control over Shui Linglong, but it turned out to be just a bluff. Hearing the words of the Taiyan divine sect hierarch, Shui Linglong was also puzzled. How exactly did she break free from the control of the Taiyan divine sect hierarch? But then again, although she didn't know how she had broken free from the control, it must be related to the man behind her. After all, it was after she came into contact with this man that she began to consider betraying the Taiyan divine sect, and there had been no issues since. At that moment, Lu Chen asked the system in his mind, System, how did Shui Linglong escape the control of the Taiyan divine sect hierarch? Do you know? Lu Chen had not asked the system before, thinking it was not important, as he believed that the Taiyan divine sect used the same methods of control with drugs as his emperor father had done with the shadow guards. Thus, after he became intimate with Shui Linglong, she naturally broke free from the control of the Taiyan divine sect hierarch. However, with the Taiyan divine sect hierarch appearing before everyone in such a magical manner, Lu Chen no longer believed that the hierarch used drugs to control people. The leader of the Taiyan sect used a blood imprint method to control Shui Linglong. Ever since Shui Linglong drank the dragon and phoenix tea, the blood imprint on her body was erased, and a host's imprint was planted. Lu Chen seemed to understand something. So the dragon and phoenix tea itself was a type of control method similar to a slave imprint. Why does he feel like he's becoming a real villain now, with the dragon and phoenix tea and the absorption technique, not to mention getting stronger after being intimate with women? His traits seem even more demonic than those of the demon sect. Shui Linglong then pretended to be very panicked and said, Sect hierarch, save me, I don't know what happened either. At that time, the leader of the Taiyan sect looked at Lu Chen and sneered, as expected of the son of destiny, you indeed have some tricks up your sleeve. Clearly, the leader of the Taiyan sect believed that Lu Chen had just done something that prevented him from killing Shui Linglong. I can hardly wait to seize your body. This waste is given to you. Struggle, fear, all of this is the nourishment I need. As the leader of the Taiyan sect spoke, his voice became more and more distorted, and the blood gradually disappeared. After everything calmed down, Xuanyuan Chaoj turned to look at Lu Chen and said, My lord, the demon just now was extremely dangerous, this old servant felt that he could have killed me in an instant. Lu Chen indifferently said, he has not yet recovered, no need to worry for now. Let's go back first. Lu Chen intended to ask Yun Shenxian about it. Clearly, from the words the Taiyan divine sect hierarch had just spoken, it was obvious that the hierarch was not from this world, and neither was Yun Shenxian, so she should have some understanding of the Taiyan divine sect hierarch. At that moment, Liang Zong glanced at Shui Linglong being escorted by Lu Chen. He naturally saw that Shui Linglong had intentionally run over to be apprehended by Lu Chen. Liang Zong originally intended to ask Lu Chen how to deal with the crown princess consort, but after thinking it over, he ultimately decided not to speak. It was evident that Shui Linglong was the woman of their prince, how to handle her was Lu Chen's own business, and there was no need to inquire. However, just then, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, and he said to Liang Zong, take this demon sect sorceress and imprison her in prison A001 for me. Upon hearing this, both Liang Zong and Shui Linglong were taken aback. Liang Zong was somewhat puzzled by what Lu Chen intended to do. Shouldn't Shui Linglong be living in the North Prince mansion? Why was Lu Chen now ordering her to be locked up in prison? Although prison A001 was meant for imprisoning special prisoners, and its environment was rather good, it was still a prison after all. Shui Linglong, at that moment, was also stunned, and a feeling of nervousness suddenly arose in her heart, along with some anger deep inside. This damned man, he had promised not to kill after taking advantage, and now he was having people lock her up in prison. Despite her anger, Shui Linglong didn't say a word at the moment, and Liang Zong awkwardly said, "Miss Shui, please." After Lu Chen released Shui Linglong, she glared at him fiercely, but she didn't make any rash actions. Instead, she followed Liang Zong to prison A001. When Shui Linglong arrived at prison A001, she was taken aback. The so-called prison A001 turned out to be a courtyard, which didn't look like a prison at all. The courtyard had everything, and the bedroom was beautifully decorated with a large bed. Shui Linglong incredulously scanned the surrounding environment and asked Liang Zong, "Is this your prison A001? Liang Zong politely answered, "Yes, Miss Shui." Shui Linglong sneered and said, "I can't imagine what kind of criminal would be locked up in a place like this." Liang Zong replied, "Miss Shui, the prison A001 was built to detain special prisoners, and you are the first person to reside here." Shui Linglong was stunned for a moment. She sneered to herself. The unfaithful North Prince actually intended to kill the donkey after it had done grinding the mill. Could it be that he planned to imprison her in this place for life? Should she attempt to escape now? When she followed Liang Zong inside earlier, she noticed that the security of prison A001 wasn't particularly tight, nor were there any strong individuals watching. If she wanted to escape, with her Grandmaster abilities, she could easily break out of this place. But, now that she had already betrayed the Taiyan Divine Sect, where could she possibly flee to? At this time, Liang Zong said, "Miss Shui, if you need anything, you can call the soldiers outside. I will take my leave now." Having said this, Liang Zong gave Shui Linglong a bow, then turned around and left the courtyard. Shui Linglong was stunned for a moment. He's leaving just like that. Did they really not fear that she might escape? No, to be precise, Lu Chen didn't think she would run away at all. As soon as she thought of how Lu Chen had her completely under control, Shui Linglong clenched her teeth. This damned man, he must know that she could no longer leave him. Now that she had betrayed the Taiyan Divine Sect, she had nowhere to go. Thus, he must have decided not to bother with her and simply left her here. The more Shui Linglong thought about it, the angrier she got, but there was nothing she could do. She then had no choice but to enter the bedroom and sit on the bed to meditate and cultivate. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already returned to the North Prince Mansion. Upon entering the North Prince Mansion, Lu Chen headed straight for the Yunrong courtyard, just in time to find Yun Shenxian meditating in the pavilion. Feeling Lu Chen's arrival, Yun Shenxian asked indifferently, "What brings you to your teacher?" Yun Shenxian had already sensed the blood aura on Lu Chen, so she instantly guessed that Lu Chen must have come to find her. Hearing Yun Shenxian's words, Lu Chen was taken aback. He had not expected that Yun Shenxian would immediately realize that he had come to find her. Generally, if he entered the Yunrong courtyard, he was most likely there to visit Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan for pleasure and would hardly ever seek her out. Without hesitation, Lu Chen replied directly, "Disciple just ran into the sect hierarch of the Taiyan Divine Sect." Hearing this, Yun Shenxian asked, "Did you fight?" Lu Chen answered, "No." The disciples of the Taiyan Divine Sect suddenly exploded into pools of blood. Then the blood gathered and formed the head of the Taiyan sect's hierarch. He said some strange things to the disciple. After hearing this, Yun Shenxian contemplated for a moment. It seems that the Taiyan Divine Sect is from another world that has fallen into this one, practitioners of evil cultivation. "What did he say to you?" Lu Chen responded, "He said the disciple is the son of destiny, that he had finally waited for the disciple, and also mentioned that he could leave this world once he takes possession of the disciple's body." Hearing this, Yun Shenxian let out a snort of laughter. Son of destiny. Believing such ghostly nonsense, the brain of the leader of the Taiyan sect isn't very smart. Curiously, Lu Chen asked, "Master, what exactly is the son of destiny? Why would the Taiyan sect's hierarch think that the disciple is the son of destiny?" Yun Shenxian said coolly, "Legend has it that every few thousand years, this world gives birth to a son of destiny, who is the only one capable of becoming an immortal and leaving this world. She continued disdainfully, just hearing it, you know it's fake. Not to mention whether this legend is true or false, even if there really were people who became immortals and left this world, those so-called sons of destiny, are probably cultivators from other worlds who fell into this one, just like us. Once they regained their strength, they naturally left. Lu Chen thought about it, so that was it. It seems that the Taiyan sect's hierarch only thought he was special and thus believed the rumor. However, why did the Taiyan sect's hierarch decide he was the son of destiny the moment he saw him? There must be something about him that made the Taiyan sect's hierarch link him to the son of destiny. With this in mind, Lu Chen asked, the leader of the Taiyan sect determined at first glance that the disciple is the son of destiny. Does the master know why he was so certain? Yun Shenxian replied, because you have cultivated with me, you have been touched by my immortal aura. Being an evil cultivator who fell from the immortal world, he naturally realized you are different from ordinary people, so he thinks you are the son of destiny. Lu Chen thought to himself, that made sense, but was it really so? In his heart, he somewhat feared that the reason the Taiyan sect's hierarch thought he was the son of destiny was due to the system. Yun Shenxian then said coldly, just an evil cultivator, nothing to be afraid of. As long as I can regain my strength, I can extinguish him with a flick of a finger. Lu Chen smiled inwardly, this woman was hinting at him again. She just wanted him to willingly engage in dual cultivation with her. Yun Shenxian now asked, where did the leader of the Taiyan sect go? Lu Chen replied, he made a threat to the disciple, telling me to wait for him to take possession, and then he dispersed. After thinking for a moment, Yun Shenxian said, transmitting voice over 1,000 miles, it seems his strength has surpassed the heavenly human realm, he's not easy to deal with. Hearing Yun Shenxian say this, Lu Chen became worried. Was this woman thinking about running away again? Maybe he should take her down earlier to prevent her from trying to escape at the first sign of trouble. While Lu Chen was staring blankly at Yun Shenxian's beautiful celestial face, she said, let's put aside the Taiyan divine sect for now. What's most important for you is to head south and fight for the throne. Lu Chen said, disciple understands. Lu Chen didn't linger too long in the Yunrong courtyard. Now that he had a basic understanding of the Taiyan sect's hierarch, who was just an evil cultivator from the cultivation realm, he should be able to deal with him once the people from the Tai Chu Divine Hall and the Sunset Sword sect arrive. After leaving the Yunrong courtyard, rather than going to his study to handle affairs, Lu Chen headed straight to prison A001. He wanted to see if Shui Linglong had attempted escape again. When Lu Chen arrived at prison A001, Shui Linglong was sitting in meditation on her bed. Seeing this, Lu Chen chuckled softly. Hearing Lu Chen's laughter, Shui Linglong immediately opened her eyes. She said coldly, what are you here for? Laughing, Lu Chen replied, of course, I'm here to interrogate the sorceress this prince has captured. Hearing Lu Chen's response, Shui Linglong snorted coldly and then said, everything I know, you've already known, what's the point of further interrogation? You might as well just kill me. Seeing that Shui Linglong had become emotional, Lu Chen immediately felt a desire to tease her. No matter what, you are a demon sect sorceress. Killing you so easily would be letting you off too lightly, wouldn't it? But then again, there aren't any strong guards in prison A001, and you could have totally escaped earlier if you tried. Why didn't you run? Hearing what Lu Chen said, Shui Linglong got irritated. She sneered and retorted, run. Don't you, prince, know exactly what methods you've used on me? Where could I possibly run to? Even if she were to escape now, she would eventually return to Lu Chen's side, driven by the yearning deep in her heart. Lu Chen hadn't just imprisoned her body, he had captured her heart. While one could flee from physical captivity, how could she flee with her heart so confined? Wherever she went, without being beside Lu Chen, it felt no different from being in prison. At this time, Shui Linglong stated, I think, Prince, you are more like a member of the demon sect than I am. Lu Chen smiled faintly, walked to the bedside, and, lifting her chin to look into her peach blossom eyes, said, oh. Is that so? Since you've said as much, then I shall have to use some demon sect interrogation techniques on you. Shui Linglong closed her eyes slightly, putting on a fearless demeanor, go ahead, kill me. I don't want to live anyway. Lu Chen chuckled, and then pushed her onto the bed. Just as Shui Linglong wondered what he was going to do, she suddenly heard a ripping sound, followed by her lips being sealed. Shui Linglong cursed in her heart, this goddamn man, still knowing to do such things to her. Wasn't he planning to discard her after using her? He might as well just kill her. Although Shui Linglong harbored deep resentment toward Lu Chen at that moment, thinking of him as a heartless scoundrel who intended to cast her aside after exploiting her. Soon, her resentment toward Lu Chen dissipated without a trace. Under Lu Chen's interrogation, Shui Linglong felt herself becoming more and more unusual. Lu Chen used many methods on Shui Linglong that even Wang Qingqi had not experienced before. When Shui Linglong awoke the next morning, she found a bell tied around her neck. Recalling the events of the previous day, Shui Linglong turned her head and shot an intensely fierce look at the nearby Lu Chen. Seeing Shui Linglong awake, Lu Chen revealed a faint smile, then said, I am a man of my word. A promise once made must be kept. I said you would at least have the status of a consort, so I can't possibly kill you. But on the other hand, it seems like you quite enjoyed being tormented, didn't you? At these words, Shui Linglong's face suddenly flushed with color, and she didn't understand why. When that despicable man tormented her, she somehow felt excited. What's wrong with me? Just as Shui Linglong was about to say something, Lu Chen's expression suddenly darkened, and he said, that's right, from now on, you must address me as Master. Seeing Lu Chen's gloomy face, Shui Linglong's heart trembled, enveloped by fear. She couldn't quite grasp what this man was thinking. But this time, Shui Linglong did not defy Lu Chen's command, Master, this slave understands. Hearing her words, Lu Chen raised his hand, stroked Shui Linglong's black hair, and commented, that's more obedient. At that moment, Shui Linglong wished she could bite down on Lu Chen's hand. The despicable scoundrel, to actually treat her as nothing more than a plaything. Seeing the venomous look in Shui Linglong's eyes, Lu Chen's face once again became stern. As my pet, you dare to look at me with such eyes. It seems you haven't been fully tamed by me, some lessons are in order. Upon saying this, Lu Chen tugged at the rope, pulling Shui Linglong in front of himself, and then continued to teach Shui Linglong. Soon, cries for mercy echoed once more from the room. Prince, spare my life, this slave has learned her lesson. Master, Lu Chen didn't know how long he taught the demon sect sorceress, but by the time Shui Linglong regained consciousness again, she had lost all her defiance. Lying on the bed and embracing the pillow, she asked in a low voice, so this is your true facade, Prince? Lu Chen replied, everyone has a dark side in their heart, I just rarely let it out. Shui Linglong responded, it's my bad luck, to have fallen into your hands, doomed to be your toy for life. Lu Chen said with a smile, bad luck. If it weren't for me, you'd still be controlled by the leader of the Taiyan sect, continuing as his blood slave. Shui Linglong huffed, but am I not your female slave now? Hearing her words, Lu Chen leaned close, whispering in Shui Linglong's ear, what, you're unwilling? At the sound of Lu Chen's deep voice, Shui Linglong felt a chill down her spine, and her body began to grow restless again. Oh well, who asked for this slave to be born with such a lowly fate? Shui Linglong had accepted the reality. She realized that Lu Chen's earlier cruelty was merely a trick to add some excitement, and his nature was not really so. Single quote. And strangely enough, she seemed to actually prefer if Lu Chen continued to treat her just the way he had been doing. Maybe, just as she said, her life was indeed worthless. At that time, Lu Chen said, you should go back to the prince's mansion to stay tonight. If you find yourself with too much free time, you can follow Qingqi with her work in the future. Right, you will accompany me to the south this time. Upon hearing this, Shui Linglong chuckled lightly and then said, it seems that master still doesn't trust this servant. Keeping this servant by your side at all times, are you afraid that, once you leave, this servant will harm those ladies you favor? Lu Chen didn't deny it, instead, he pulled on the rope again, and immediately Shui Linglong's head was raised, and the bell rang as Lu Chen continued to speak into her ear. You are right, this prince indeed fears that you, a demon sect sorceress, might harm my women, so I must keep you tethered to my side, to educate you at all times. If you don't obey, I will kill you. Instead of getting angry, Shui Linglong felt an immense excitement in her heart upon hearing Lu Chen's words. At that moment, Lu Chen and Shui Linglong were close together, so he distinctly felt her body tense up with excitement. Lu Chen was almost certain now, this demon sect sorceress really did have a problem. The more he punished her, the more excited she got. He never expected to meet such a person in this world. At that point, Shui Linglong coquettishly said, "Master is so fierce, this servant will obey." Lu Chen fiercely said, "Don't think that by acting obedient, I will lower my guard. I will be keeping a close watch on you." Lu Chen's words caused Shui Linglong's heart to race even more, and she became increasingly excited. However, just then, Lu Chen released Shui Linglong and standing up, he said, "That's enough for today. I have other business and must be going now." By then Shui Linglong had returned to her normal state. She asked, "How does the prince plan to deal with the Taiyin divine sect?" As this servant understands, if the leader of the Taiyin sect recovers his power, he might become even more formidable than a celestial. By now, Shui Linglong had been completely subdued by Lu Chen, and she began to worry about Lu Chen's situation. Lu Chen said with a smile, "We will cross that bridge when we come to it. Isn't he still far from recovering his strength right now?" Shui Linglong thought about it, and that made sense. Lu Chen continued, "You don't need to worry about the matters of the Taiyin divine sect. Although the leader of the Taiyin sect might be somewhat difficult to deal with, I am not a pushover. Once I have seized the throne of Great Sum, I will immediately deal with the Taiyin divine sect." Lu Chen indeed had some concerns about the cultivator from another world. By the time the representatives from the Taichu Divine Hall and the Sunset Sword sect arrived, he should nearly have conquered the throne of Great Sum. At that point, he would unite forces from all sides to strike against the Taiyin divine sect. Seeing that Lu Chen already had a timeline in mind, Shui Linglong did not press the issue further. By then, Lu Chen had finished dressing, and he scanned Shui Linglong once more. Her delicate form, white skin, and long legs, a slender waist and seductive voice, such a female slave was indeed irresistible. Feeling his fervent gaze upon her again, Shui Linglong involuntarily shivered slightly, wondering if the man had those thoughts again. Fortunately, Lu Chen didn't make another move. He merely glanced her way and then said, "Your experiences are quite similar to Qingqi's. You surely have many things in common to talk about, you should chat with her more in the future." Having the same lack of parents since childhood, being raised by an organization, approaching Lu Chen because of a mission, and in the end, being tormented by Lu Chen to the point of death and rebirth, becoming his female slave, both body and mind subdued by him. There were differences between them though. Wang Qingqi was seductive and charming but did not possess the masochistic quality of Shui Linglong. Perhaps because Shui Linglong was a demon sect sorceress, it had twisted her mind in some way. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Shui Linglong said, "This servant understands. This servant will learn well from Lady Wang and serve master in the future." With a faint smile, Lu Chen said no more and left the room. Once Lu Chen was gone, Shui Linglong glanced at the disheveled room and touched her distended belly. She couldn't believe that in just one day, she felt like she had gained weight. Alas! It seemed she really couldn't escape this despicable man. At that thought, Shui Linglong snorted coldly. This man was so brazen with her, not the least bit worried that she might be setting a trap. Wait and see, she thought. She would bear him several children and then exact her revenge, beating him through his own offspring. Single quote. At this thought, Shui Linglong felt much more at ease in her heart. However, despite her thoughts, Shui Linglong began to channel her energy to expel the impurities within her body. After all, she didn't feel very comfortable with her current condition. After Lu Chen returned to the prince's mansion, a maid from Wu Junwan's quarters came seeking Lu Chen, mentioning that Princess Junwan had something she wished to discuss with him. In his mind, Lu Chen thought, hadn't he just visited her chamber a few days ago, and now she couldn't wait again so soon. They say that a woman at 30 is like a tiger. But he hadn't felt that Princess Junwan was all that formidable, had he? Lu Chen didn't think much further and headed straight for Princess Junwan's courtyard. Upon entering Princess Junwan's courtyard, Lu Chen saw Princess Junwan sparring words with Murong Shuiye as if they were in the midst of an argument. At that moment, Princess Junwan said to Murong Shuiye, "When Qingru arrives at North Prince Mansion, I want to see if your mouth is still so sharp at belittling others." With a laugh, Lu Chen interjected, "My Princess Junwan, how has Shuiye bothered you this time?" After hearing Lu Chen's voice, Princess Junwan looked up at him and then said, "The maids of the prince's mansion do not act like maids, always talking back to their masters, and you, prince, always indulge them." Even though Murong Shuiye had her own room in the prince's mansion, compared to the status of Princess Junwan, she was indeed no more than a maid. Lu Chen walked over to the pavilion, sat beside Murong Shuiye, and naturally wrapped his arm around her slender waist, saying, "Shuiye is not just any maid. She's an external officer from Great Ju sent to North Country." With a cold snort, Princess Junwan remarked, "If she truly acknowledged herself as an external officer from Great Ju, she wouldn't dare to talk back to me every day." After all, Princess Junwan was a good sister to the Empress of Dayu, and even an official from Dayu would treat her with great respect upon meeting her. Only Murong Shuiye, when facing her, did not take her seriously at all. After all, Murong Shuiye now had a backing, and that was the man who was currently embracing her slender waist, whose hand was wandering over her body. Lu Chen did not continue on this topic, but instead asked Princess Junwan, "The maid said you were looking for me. Don't tell me you're feeling lonely again and want me to ease your loneliness." Princess Junwan ignored Lu Chen's words and threw a letter onto the stone table. "Take a look." Curious, Lu Chen picked up the letter and read it carefully. After finishing the content of the letter, a slight smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. "Junwan, the Yu Emperor is supposed to be your good sister, and you betrayed her just like that. You dared to show me the letter she wrote to you." Princess Junwan gave Lu Chen a dismissive look. This man was benefiting and yet still playing coy. She very well knew that she had completely submitted to him, and yet here he was saying such things. Was this an insult to her? Princess Junwan said, "I just feel she is no match for you and didn't want her to end up like me." Nodding as he read the content of the letter, Lu Chen remarked, "Well, I must say, her plan is quite good, taking advantage of the vulnerability of North Country, creating chaos, then stealing the weaponry blueprints of North Country, and eventually kidnapping my wives and children, so after I take down Great Sum, she can threaten me with my family. Too bad. Your good sister planned everything but failed to foresee that you were already my person." With no expression on her face, Princess Junwan said, "Don't get ahead of yourself. If I hadn't cooperated with her, she would certainly have sent someone else." Lu Chen casually said, "Let them come. There are not a few Grand Masters in Yan County, not to mention several within North Prince Mansion itself." Looking into Lu Chen's eyes, Princess Junwan asked, "You wouldn't include me in that, would you?" With a smile, Lu Chen replied, "You are now my wife. What? When North Prince Mansion is in danger, would you just stand by and watch?" Princess Junwan fell silent. If North Prince Mansion were to face real danger, she would certainly not turn a blind eye. However, when it came to the affairs between Lu Chen and the Empress of Dayu, she truly did not want to get involved at all. One is a close sister with whom she had experienced life and death, the other is her man. Wu Junwan found it very difficult to make a choice. But Wu Junwan also knew clearly that a contest between Lu Chen and the Yu Emperor was bound to have a victor. As of now, it appeared that Lu Chen had a better chance of winning. After all, the North Country had already amassed such formidable military strength, and Lu Chen also had the support of the mysterious Moon Palace. The thought of her dear sister eventually getting hurt caused a faint pain in Wu Junwan's heart. The Yu Emperor walked the unfeeling Dao. If she were ruined by this young man, could she still become a true celestial? Seeing Wu Junwan fall silent, Lu Chen smiled and said, "I am still very confident in my wife." At this point, Wu Junwan asked, "If one day, you truly defeat the Yu Emperor, what do you plan to do with her?" Hearing this question, Lu Chen smiled faintly and then said, "It seems you have asked me this question no less than 5 times. My answer remains the same. If she is my type, I would make her my woman, and have her bear my children. If she is not my type, For your sake, I would not kill her and would even allow you two to be together. Although everyone says the Empress of Dayu is very beautiful, Lu Chen had never seen her, he truly did not know what she looked like. The critical point is very important. The world is full of beautiful women. When Lu Chen publicly took concubines in the past, many ladies from noble families also came, most of them also very beautiful, but none reached a score of 90. 90 is Lu Chen's bottom line. If they do not reach 90, he definitely would not take them. If he were to take every woman who did not reach a score of 90 into his harem, with so many beautiful women in the world, could he even cope? Moreover, from the standpoint of benefit, women who did not reach a score of 90 did not have much use to him. So whether Lu Chen would take the Empress of Dayu into his harem still needed him to see the Empress of Dayu with his own eyes. Only by seeing her in person would he know if she met the criteria to be his woman. Hearing Lu Chen say he would allow the Yu Emperor to be with her, Wu Junwan's face revealed a strange expression. He always felt Lu Chen seemed to know something. Alright, you don't need to worry about these things, I'm not the kind of person who revels in slaughter. Lu Chen's words had no persuasive power for Wu Junwan. After all, Lu Chen was a ruler, and a ruler who aimed to unify the entire world at that. Even if he was reluctant to kill, in the end, for the sake of unifying the world under his rule, he would inevitably have to kill many. Especially members of other countries' imperial families. If he did not take out those members of the imperial family, how could Lu Chen possibly settle his rule? But then again, perhaps Lu Chen would be different towards female rulers, especially beautiful rulers like the Yu Emperor. This lascivious young man would most likely treat her as a trophy of war, just as he did with his own. Thinking this, Wu Junwan sighed softly in her heart. If the North Prince Mansion faces any danger, this palace will act at the first notice. Hearing Wu Junwan's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, I knew my lady would not stand by and watch the North Prince Mansion come to harm. Wu Junwan said lightly, I hope your journey south goes smoothly, that you ascend as the great Xia Emperor soon, and quickly unify the entire world. Lu Chen said, oh. So, you also support my unification of the world now. Wu Junwan said, this palace merely does not wish to see the common people suffer from the ravages of war any longer. We have been at war for thousands of years, might as well finish it all at once this time. Lu Chen said, it's impossible to finish it all at once, as there are still some of our enemies in the misty world. When they emerge, war will surely ignite again. However, after the unification of the several great dynasties, the common people's lives will definitely be better than now, since resources will be redistributed, and the people of all major dynasties will benefit. At this moment, Wu Junwan glanced at Lu Chen, then said, you'd better go take a bath quickly, you reek of a fox's stench. Having just come out of prison A001, Lu Chen indeed smelled quite strongly. He chuckled, alright, let's talk later. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen addressed the maiden beside Wu Junwan, go check if there's hot water, this prince needs to take a bath. As the master of the North Prince Mansion, Lu Chen naturally used whatever he pleased wherever he went. Since he had come to Wu Junwan's place, he was destined to use Wu Junwan's bath. The maiden quickly turned around and went to the bathroom. After confirming that there was hot water in the bathroom, the maiden came out and said, Prince, the hot water is ready. Without hesitation, Lu Chen was about to head to the bath to bathe, but at this moment, he suddenly thought of something. He then walked behind Wu Junwan, and in one move, he lifted her up from behind, then held her in a bridal carry in his arms. Wu Junwan hastily struggled a bit, what are you doing? Lu Chen said with a smile, of course, I'm taking a mandarin duck bath with you. You can help me scrub my back. Hearing this, Wu Junwan said somewhat angrily, I'm not your maid, get a maid to scrub your back. Lu Chen said, no, I prefer it if you scrub my back. As soon as he said this, Lu Chen didn't wait for Wu Junwan's agreement and directly carried her to the bath. Murong Shuai chuckled at the sight of the two departing figures. No matter how proud Wu Junwan was, she had no recourse in front of Lu Chen, the shameless rogue. It wasn't long before Murong Shuai heard faint sounds coming from the room. Although the sounds seemed very faint from outside, it was because the room's sound insulation was excellent. In fact, just being able to hear the sounds meant that the noise inside the room was exceptionally loud. Mirong Shuai picked up the dragon and phoenix tea on the stone table, poured herself a cup, and began to savor it slowly. She thought to herself that perhaps, before Lu Chen led his troops southward, she should invite him to her room to practice calligraphy or something. After all, it would likely be a long time before he could return to Yan County once he headed south, and there was even a possibility that he might not return to Yan County temporarily, opting to reside in the Great Sha Imperial Palace instead. The women of North Prince Mansion might not see Lu Chen for a year, or even several years. Mirong Shuai, who was now free from her former shyness, used to think of herself as a shameless and wanton woman. Since living in North Prince Mansion and being tormented by Lu Chen for some time, Mirong Shuai's mindset had undergone a significant change. Now, she felt that intimate relations between men and women were very normal, and there was no reason to feel ashamed at all. After all, she was already Lu Chen's woman, and their conjugal matters were also reasonable. Moreover, during the times she practiced calligraphy with Lu Chen, she could also improve her cultivation state, which was entirely beneficial to her. There was no reason for her to reject it, accepting it openly was the better approach. A month later, the military forces of the North Country had completed gathering, and the army of 200,000 led by Mu Changtian had already headed straight for Haiyang County, while Wei Siwan's navy had also made preparations to head south. Lu Chen had entrusted all the affairs of the North Country to Zhuge Zongguang and, together with the army of 200,000 led by Xuanyuan Chen, headed south as well. On the eve of their departure south, Lu Chen held a family banquet, and all his women and children came to the Wind Cloud Palace. The Wind Cloud Palace was actually quite spacious. Even when all of Lu Chen's wives and children were present, there was still plenty of room left in the palace. Of course, even so, they would not dine together in the future. Despite the Wind Cloud Court being large, there were simply too many people in the prince's mansion, and one table obviously couldn't accommodate them all. When Lu Chen held the family banquet, meals were served individually, with food placed in front of each of his wives and concubines, sufficiently spaced apart. Lu Chen glanced over the wives and concubines in the hall and then turned his gaze to Chu Yukan, saying, "Madam Chu, after I leave, I entrust the security of the prince's mansion to you." Chu Yukan replied, I will take good care of the entire prince's mansion for you." Lu Chen's gaze then fell upon Wu Junwan, and with a smile he said, "Princess Junwan, I would trouble you to look after my family as well. When I return, I will make sure to repay you properly." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Junwan cast him a deep glance. She was, after all, one of his women now, yet he still addressed her as princess during the family banquet. Wasn't she considered part of the prince's mansion? Wu Junwan said indifferently, "If there is danger at the prince's mansion, this princess will intervene." Hearing Wu Junwan's response, Lu Chen then said with a smile to the other ladies in the hall, "Junwan and the great scholar have both entered the Unity Realm and are close to becoming celestial beings. I believe with the two of them here, no enemies would foolishly come to provoke the North Prince Mansion. However, you must still be very careful. After I leave Yan County, try not to go out. And even if you do, take more people with you or stay in areas where the great scholar can quickly arrive." Mu Zixuan spoke up, "Prince, rest assured, we will try our best not to leave the prince's mansion, waiting for your victorious return." At this moment, Chu Yukan seemed to think of something and then said, "Chenur, since you are heading south this time, you might not return for a while, why don't you take Bai with you?" After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen replied, "All right." At this point, Lu Chen turned to look at Bai Qingqing, who sat unobtrusively in a corner, and said, "Bai, you will come down south with me this time." "Yes, Prince." Although Bai Qingqing spoke without emotion, her heart was filled with joy. She was somewhat glad she didn't have children and could stay by Lu Chen's side to take care of him, unlike his other wives who could only wait at the North Prince Mansion for his return. Meanwhile, sitting in another corner, Shui Linglong watched the harmonious scene unfolding in the hall and felt oddly out of place. Even though she attended the family banquet, she sensed that she, as a demon sect sorceress, did not fit in here. Just then, Wang Qingqi said to her in a soft voice, Sister Shui, you're going to accompany the prince south as well, right? Seeing Wang Qingqi initiate conversation with her, Shui Linglong breathed a sigh of relief, having felt somewhat isolated and excluded because no one had spoken to her until then. Shui Linglong responded, the prince has asked me to go with him. With a beaming smile, Wang Qingqi said, I envy Sister Shui for being able to take care of the prince and stay by his side all the time, receiving his affection. Hearing this, Shui Linglong chuckled lightly and then suggested, if Sister Wang is envious, why not speak to the prince and have him take you along as well? Wang Qingqi replied, I have children and need to take care of them in the North Prince Mansion, I can't accompany the prince south. While Wang Qingqi and Shui Linglong were conversing, the other wives and concubines of Lu Chen were also chatting among themselves, making the hall suddenly very lively. Looking at this bustling scene, Yun Shenxian felt very uncomfortable. In the hall, aside from the maids and servants of the North Prince Mansion, there were only Lu Chen's wives, concubines, or children, all intimately related to him, but she was merely his master. She always felt it was a bit odd for her, as his master, to attend Lu Chen's family banquet. She initially had no intention of coming. For a cultivator like her, physical desires were no longer important, and she could go without food for days without a problem. However, Chen Wanrong insisted on bringing her, claiming that Lu Chen might have important things to discuss later on. Upon arriving, all she saw was Lu Chen doting on his wives and concubines, with no sign of any important matters being discussed. Yun Shenxian couldn't help but suspect that Lu Chen included her in his harem as well. Though she felt uneasy, Yun Shenxian did not say much. Then, Mu Zixuan suddenly addressed her, Senior Yun, we entrust the prince's safety to you. Hearing Mu Zixuan's words, Yun Shenxian replied coolly, Lu Chen is my direct disciple, and I naturally won't allow him to come to harm. There is no need for concern, Your Highness. Mu Zixuan replied, then I thank Senior Yun in advance. Yun Shenxian did not reply anymore and continued drinking the white liquor brewed by the prince's mansion. After the banquet ended, the women looked at Lu Chen, wanting to know how he would arrange things tonight, as he was to leave early the next morning. Lu Chen glanced at them and smiled, saying, Madam Chu, stay in the Wind Cloud Palace tonight, I have something to discuss with you. In the past few days, Lu Chen had already taken care of his wives and concubines, visiting each one. There was only one night left, and since he had to head south early the next morning, he couldn't possibly have all his wives and concubines stay in the Wind Cloud Palace. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the beautiful Madame Chu Yukan felt a faint blush rise on her face. Okay, I understand. Afterwards, the women began to leave the Wind Cloud Court one after another, leaving only Mu Zixuan and Chu Yukan. Lu Chen first took a quick bath with Mu Zixuan and Chu Yukan and then got down to business with Chu Yukan who, feeling somewhat helpless, remembered it was her who had suggested having 2 wives or concubines take care of him each night. But every time Lu Chen involved her in such misdeeds with another woman, she would feel overwhelmingly ashamed. However, tonight's focus for Lu Chen wasn't to commit misdeeds with Chu Yukan. After they were done, he had a thorough discussion with Chu Yukan and Mu Zixuan about what they should pay attention to in the North Prince Mansion after his departure. The conversation lasted until daybreak. When the first rays of dawn entered the room, Lu Chen also realized it was time to depart. He had made up his mind when he left the capital city that one day he would return, and now was the time to fulfill that aspiration. Lu Chen released Chu Yukan from his embrace and then got up to head towards the bath, with Chu Yukan and Mu Zixuan quickly rising to help him bathe and then personally dressing him in the black robe with golden trimmings. After getting dressed, Lu Chen looked at Chu Yukan and Mu Zixuan and said, Madam Chu, my beloved wife, I leave the prince's mansion in your care. Both women spoke in unison, Prince Chen, be careful on your journey, we await your early return. Lu Chen smiled faintly, not saying much more, and then he walked towards the exit. As Lu Chen arrived at the prince's mansion's main gate, his wives and concubines were already there waiting for him. At this moment, the women came forth, wearing expressions of reluctance on their faces, as no one knew how long it would be before Lu Chen could return from his journey to the south. Lu Chen glanced at his wives and concubines, a smile touching his face, reflecting on the nearly 20 years he had been in this world. He felt fortunate to have such a happy and large family. In his past life, it would have been impossible to have what he had now. Regardless of why the system chose to bond with him, he had at least enjoyed it. He was thankful for this world and the system. After saying his farewells to each of his wives and concubines, Lu Chen got into the carriage and then headed to the train station platform. This time they would take a train to Anping City, where they would complete the assembly of the Imperial Army and launch a campaign to annihilate Qi country. For the upcoming period, Lu Chen would stay in Anping City until all obstacles impeding the southward advance were thoroughly removed, and only then would he lead his troops directly to the capital city for the relief effort. The autumn wind rustled, and as Lu Chen boarded the southbound train, he watched through the window as the scenery turned to a blanket of yellow. The leaves danced in the wind, and his heart was filled with deep sentiment. Back on Earth, during his studies, he had learned about the histories of others, never imagining that one day he would also become a person who created history. He hoped that everything would go smoothly this time. Once he seized the throne and unified the world, it would mean success for halfway, and after that, toppling the remaining great dynasties would not be so difficult. Qi country, the capital. Qi Prince Mansion. Qi Prince Lu He and Tai hosted an evening banquet to entertain the heads of the aristocratic families within Qi country's boundary. At that moment, Qi Prince looked at the glass in his hand and said, "The North Prince has been eyeing us from North country covetously and has even published a call to arms in the newspaper. It seems that it won't be long before he leads his troops southwards. Everyone, think carefully about what we should do next," he added. Hearing Qi Prince's words, everyone in the grand hall looked at each other, none speaking out, and the hall fell into an unnerving silence. It was then that one of the family heads said, "Putting aside other matters, just from observing what the North Prince has done in North Country, we cannot allow him to ascend to the throne. Once he takes the throne, not to mention his measures to reduce the power of the nobles, he will surely take all the land for himself. From then on, we will be nothing but his slaves," he continued. After hearing this family head's remark, another one agreed, "Exactly, we must assist the imperial court to stop the North Prince at all costs, ensuring he cannot come south." Qi Prince swirled the wine in his glass and then replied indifferently, "With Great Wu's hundreds of thousands of troops defeated by North Country, do you really believe I have the power to stop the North Country army?" At this, a family head promptly said, "Please be assured, Your Highness. To face this crisis, our aristocratic families will undoubtedly unite and offer our full support. Whatever you need, be it soldiers or food, we aristocratic families will provide." Hearing this, Qi Prince showed a trace of a smile and then said, "With your help, I am reassured. However, North Country's mysterious weapons are still of some concern to me. The previous time when the North Prince aided Prince Lu Yi in attacking Heong County, he managed to capture the entire county in an extremely short time," he added. At that moment, the current head of the Wang family stood up and said, "Your Highness, please rest assured. To fend off the North Prince's advance south, our Wang family is willing to turn over the piercing cloud bow and the piercing cloud arrows to Qi country. With these weapons, I believe Your Highness's soldiers will surely defeat the North Prince." After the Jiangnan aristocratic families were annihilated, some who escaped from Sufeng City came to Qi country and were accepted by the Qi Prince. Although the Jiangnan families no longer possessed their former glory, they still wielded significant resources. When they fled, members of the Wang family took many of the piercing cloud bows and arrows with them. The piercing cloud bow was able to easily kill a Grand Master. Qi Prince had always coveted it, but the Wang family, wary of the prince, had never revealed it. However, the Wang family had no choice this time. If the North Prince invaded southwards, they feared their family might never rise again. Compared with the Sum Emperor, the North Prince was considered far more terrifying to the aristocratic families. Whereas the Sum Emperor eliminated only part of the ruling families, the North Prince's actions threatened the very existence of the majority, relegating them to mere dependencies of the North Prince. Hearing the head of Wang clan's offer to bring out the piercing cloud bows, Qi Prince felt an overwhelming joy. He drained the wine in his cup and then declared, "Be assured, as long as I live, I will not allow the North Prince to march south." Qi Prince thought to himself that with the imperial court's 200,000 strong army, plus the tens of thousands of troops he had quietly expanded and the 50,000 soldiers already at his disposal, this amounted to almost 500,000 men under arms. If he could rely on the terrain and fortify cities for defense, North Prince's 200,000-strong army would find it nearly impossible to advance south. With this thought, Chi Prince revealed a confident smile. He was also aware that he should not directly confront the North Prince, as the North Prince's troops had defeated Great Wu's forces. But victory in war didn't always rely on the combat strength of the armies. Chi country was situated at the transitional zone between the plains and the mountainous regions, which were abundant in mountains naturally serving as barriers. Furthermore, some cities were strategically located between mountain passes, making them perfect checkpoints to stop the enemy. Chi Prince believed that as long as he didn't initiate an attack and devoted all his resources to defense, with the help of the Imperial Army's 200,000 troops, it would be extremely difficult for the North Prince to advance even one step. As Chi Prince entertained this thought, suddenly a soldier rushed into the Grand Hall, exclaiming, "Your Highness, the North Country army is upon us." Hearing this, Chi Prince's expression instantly darkened. So soon? He immediately inquired, "Where is the Imperial army now?" The soldier quickly replied, "The Imperial army has already reached Ziyang City." After a moment of contemplation, Chi Prince immediately ended the evening's banquet and summoned all the military generals of Chi country. Ziyang City. The autumn wind whistled, and Imperial General Du Yongyuan stood atop the city walls, his eyes fixed on the distant fluttering flag of the North Country, his heart filled with worry. Although he had never personally experienced the combat strength of the North Country soldiers, the few wars that the North Country had engaged in since the North Prince's arrival revealed a military force that the Great Sum army could not match. The North Country not only defeated the barbarian tribe to the north but also overcame the formidable Great Wu, even forcing Great Wu to cede territory and pay reparations. The North Country was already more than just a feudal state of a dynasty. Moreover, this time the North Country's army headed south, and it wasn't just the soldiers of the North Country that were moving south, the North Prince was too. If it were only the army, the North Country was likely pursuing some political objective, but the North Prince's joint presence implied that he was aiming to contend for the throne. Any enemy standing in the North Prince's path would be utterly swept away by the North Country's imperial army. In Du Yongyuan's heart, there was also another deeply unsettling matter. As he headed north, the Sum Emperor had someone hint to him that he should offer symbolic resistance upon encountering the North Country's army, but he must not actually hold out against them. Ultimately, they had to create the appearance of the imperial army's defeat. As a wise man, Du Yongyuan knew all too well what the Sum Emperor's intentions were. The Sum Emperor wanted to lure the North Prince to the capital city. It was bad enough that the Sum Emperor wanted to draw the North Prince to the capital city, but then to send their 200,000-strong army north to a certain death. It would have been better not to deploy them at all. They could have simply stayed in the capital city and waited for the North Prince to lead his army south. What was the point of such actions? Doing so would not only waste imperial troops but also demoralize their soldiers. By the time the North Prince reached the capital city, the imperial court's chances of victory would decrease even further. It was at this moment that a deputy general approached Du Yongyuan and said, "General, according to the scouts, there are only 200,000 North Country soldiers near Anping City. Shall we launch a preemptive attack?" Hearing this, Du Yongyuan let out a snort of laughter, an offensive. "You do have quite the imagination. It's rumored that in the battle at Yonggan County, the North Country soldiers routed Great Wu's 300,000-strong army in less than a day. Do you really believe our green recruits have more combat strength than Great Wu's battle-hardened veterans?" The 200,000 imperial soldiers under Du Yongyuan's command were not the elite of the court. They were recruited within the last 1 or 2 years, many of whom had never seen battle. They had little to no combat ability. Du Yongyuan couldn't help but suspect if the Sum Emperor deliberately sent their 200,000-strong army to certain death, making the North Country believe this was the true strength of the imperial soldiers, thereby loosening their vigilance. If elite troops were initially dispatched to withstand the North Country's assault, the North Prince would have surely been exceedingly cautious on his march south. Not dispatching troops wouldn't work either. If the imperial court did not send a single soldier, Even a fool could guess that the court had dug a large trap for the North Prince. Regardless of the reason, Du Yongyuan felt extremely frustrated. After all, Du Yongyuan was a general, a defeat would tarnish his reputation. But he was also aware that his 20,000 day-filling recruits stood no chance against the North Country's Grand Army, and he was merely a tool in the Sum Emperor's hand. With this thought, Du Yongyuan sighed. It was pointless, he was just a general, unable to change anything. He would just follow the Sum Emperor's orders. Meanwhile, in Anping City, where Lu Chen was staying temporarily. After a period of preparations, all the pre-battle arrangements had been completed, just waiting for Lu Chen's command. At this time, Xuanyuan Chen arrived in the makeshift office where Lu Chen was dealing with affairs of state. Your Majesty, we're only awaiting your command now. Lu Chen glanced at the map on his desk and said indifferently, there's no rush. Send someone to deliver this letter to the commanding officer at Ziyang City. Having said that, Lu Chen pushed the letter he had just finished writing across to Xuanyuan Chen. Looking at the letter before him, Xuanyuan Chen instantly understood Lu Chen's intention. Lu Chen planned to persuade Du Yongyuan to surrender. After all, both Du Yongyuan and his 200,000 strong army were from Great Sum, and Lu Chen himself was a seigneur of Great Sum, so avoiding battle was preferable. Xuanyuan Chen took the letter and immediately said, your servant will arrange for someone to deliver the letter right away. With that, Xuanyuan Chen left the study and sent someone to deliver Lu Chen's handwritten letter to Du Yongyuan. By evening, Du Yongyuan was still analyzing the map by the faint candlelight, attempting to locate the best retreat route. Just then, a soldier spoke at the door, General, an envoy from the North Prince faction has arrived. Hearing this, Du Yongyuan was taken aback. He immediately walked out of his room and asked the soldier at the door, who did you say sent an envoy? The soldier replied, reporting to the general, it was the North Prince. After pondering for a moment, Du Yongyuan said, bring the envoy to my study immediately. Yes, General. Shortly, a North Country soldier dressed in the garb of an ordinary civilian arrived at Du Yongyuan's study and personally handed him the letter. General Du, this is a personal letter from our great king. He hopes General Du will prioritize the well-being of the state over factional loyalty and not become a party to traitors. Hearing this, Du Yongyuan scoffed internally. The North Prince had the gall to call others traitors, when it was apparent his own march southward was a bid for the throne. Du Yongyuan then took the letter from the soldier's hands and read through it carefully. The message from Lu Chen was simple. He was urging him to surrender without getting involved in the struggle for the throne. Du Yongyuan thought to himself, if he surrendered outright, wouldn't he be effectively siding with the North Prince, still entangling himself in the battle for the throne? Besides, the Sum Emperor was still alive, and the North Prince's march south was a clear challenge to his authority. Surrendering now would make him a rebel too. Should he betray, his relatives and friends in the capital city would suffer the consequences. Thereupon, Du Yongyuan said to the North Country soldier, you go back and thank the North Prince for his kind intentions, but my family and friends are in the capital city. I do not wish to be a traitor, nor can I afford to be one. After hearing Du Yongyuan's response, the soldier didn't say much else, merely a messenger, I understand. Later, Du Yongyuan had the North Country soldier who delivered the letter escorted out of Ziyang City. Once the North Country soldier had left Ziyang City, Du Yongyuan stared blankly at the letter in his hand. Who would emerge as the final victor was something Du Yongyuan wasn't sure of. The power of the North Country was indeed formidable, having even defeated Great Wu. However, the Prince Lu Yi of the South and the Zhao King also possessed considerable strength, both standing a chance to vie for that position. Of course, the crux of the matter still lay in the fact that his relatives and friends were in the capital city. Under no circumstances could he betray the imperial court at this juncture. Once he surrendered, his loved ones would likely become immediate casualties. When Lu Chen heard Du Yongyuan's response from the soldier who delivered the message, he was not surprised at all. In ancient times, the family of a military general was no different from hostages. If the general betrayed his cause, he would certainly end up with his entire clan being implicated and punished. Of course, there were those cold-blooded enough to choose to surrender to the enemy without any regard for their family's life or death, all for the sake of their own survival and future. If Du Yongyuan were such a person, even if he truly surrendered, Lu Chen would not dare to use him, and might even eliminate Du Yongyuan in the end. Instead, Du Yongyuan's initial refusal made Lu Chen feel that he still possessed some humanity, and such a person was worth persuading to defect. If Du Yongyuan was only concerned about himself and extremely cold-blooded, such a person could not be controlled in the future. The next morning, after getting up, Lu Chen gathered the military generals for a brief military meeting. When the generals heard that the prince had summoned them, they thought that Lu Chen was ready to attack Ziyang City and were very excited. But when they arrived at Lu Chen's study, they discovered he had other plans. At this moment, Lu Chen glanced at the generals around the sand table and then said, "Yesterday, I sent a letter urging the commander of Ziyang City to surrender. He refused." Upon hearing this, one of the generals spoke up, "Such ignorance to defy the prince's persuasion to surrender. Prince, why don't we deploy our troops and attack Ziyang City now?" At this moment, everyone's gaze fell upon Lu Chen, awaiting his response. Lu Chen said indifferently, "We are for certain to deploy troops, but not for a real fight." Everyone was momentarily stunned. Not for a real fight. Is there such a thing as a feigned attack in warfare? Lu Chen continued, "The soldiers of Ziyang City are all from Great Sum, and you are as well. As the prince of Great Sum, I naturally do not wish to see our people slaughtering each other." Xuanyuan Chen of course understood Lu Chen's meaning. He wanted to show his merciful side to win over the hearts of the people. However, Xuanyuan Chen immediately said, "My lord, I understand your intention, but the commander of Ziyang City has already rejected the surrender. If we don't truly attack, how can we seize Ziyang City and continue southward to eliminate Qi country?" Lu Chen said indifferently, "That's simple. Later, send someone to the front of Ziyang City to remind their soldiers to stay away from the north city wall. We will attack at noon." Hearing this, the military generals were somewhat puzzled. Warning the enemy before attacking. What kind of tactic was this? Lu Chen continued, "At noon, have the artillery troops bombard the north city wall of Ziyang City until it collapses. After the wall falls, cease the assault immediately." Xuanyuan Chen had an epiphany. Grasping Lu Chen's plan once more, he intended to use the power of the cannons to intimidate the soldiers of Great Sum. As long as they witnessed the might of the cannons, soldiers from the north country would inevitably falter. Xuanyuan Chen said, "I understand now. I will arrange for someone to remind the garrison of Ziyang City immediately." They set into action at once. Before long, outside Ziyang City, a troop of the Northern Army appeared, holding some strange objects in their hands. On seeing the Northern Army's cavalry, the soldiers of Great Sum quickly notified Du Yongyuan, who immediately climbed to the top of the city walls, ordering the soldiers to prepare for battle. However, at that moment, Du Yongyuan noticed that only a few hundred cavalrymen from the north country had come, which didn't seem like a setup for an assault. Moreover, they were holding some strange objects in their hands. Just then, a Northern Army soldier, using a makeshift horn, loudly exclaimed, "At noon today, the Northern Army will attack the North City. Out of respect that you are all citizens of Great Sum, our Lord has specially sent us to remind you to distance yourselves from the North City gate by noon or face the consequences." Hearing the proclamation of the North Country soldier, Du Yongyuan was stunned. The North Prince was giving them a heads up before attacking Ziyang City. Could it really be such a display of martial integrity? Could it be that the North Prince had not yet given up on persuading him to surrender, deliberately sending the notice in advance to exert the final pressure on him? If he did not surrender by noon, the North Country's army might truly attack. While Du Yongyuan was mulling over this, the Northern Army soldier shouted again, "The weapons we use are far beyond the resistance of your flesh. Retreat from the North City wall before noon, or face the consequences." At that moment, the Northern cavalry dispersed, revealing strange, arrowless shafts to which they attached leaflets, and began shooting them incessantly at the city walls. Seeing this scene, the soldiers of Great Sum thought that the Northern Army soldiers were already attacking. Just then, an arrow flew straight towards Du Yongyuan, and a soldier quickly warned him, "General, be careful." Unflustered, Du Yongyuan raised his hand and caught the arrowless shaft, then took the leaflet attached to it and began to read carefully. The leaflet's message was simple, Much like the Northern Army soldiers shouted warning, it instructed them to stay away from the city wall by noon when the North Country would attack. Then Du Yongyuan reassured them, "Don't panic, the North Country hasn't attacked yet." At this time, a deputy general also caught an arrow, glanced at the leaflet, then scoffed and said, "Ridiculous, the North Country is about to attack and they tell us not to defend the city. Did they expect us to just watch them invade?" Du Yongyuan glanced at the deputy general who had spoken, then said, "Deputy General Liu, today at noon you will lead the troops to guard the North City Gate." Deputy General Liu immediately said, "Please rest assured, General, your subordinate will absolutely not allow North Country soldiers to approach the city gate." Du Yongyuan didn't say much more. He watched the North Country cavalry in the distance still shouting and wondered what they were planning. He had long heard that the weapons of the North Country were powerful, though they had never seen them firsthand. Before laying siege to the city, the North Prince had specially sent someone to remind them of the power of his own weapons. Although it seemed like an attempt to intimidate them, urging them to surrender quickly, Du Yongyuan felt there was another meaning hidden in it. That the weaponry of the North Country was indeed terrifying, and the North Prince was trying to win people's hearts by sending an advance warning to prevent them from taking cover on the city walls. Du Yongyuan furrowed his brow, wondering what kind of weapon was so fearsome that the North Prince had specially sent someone to warn them not to stand guard on the city walls. The more Du Yongyuan thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He had specifically instructed Deputy General Liu to guard the North City Gate for a very important reason. This Deputy General wasn't one of his own men. It was the perfect opportunity to observe the terrifying power of the North Country's weaponry as they attacked the city. If people were to die, they wouldn't be his own men. Afterward, Du Yongyuan continued to arrange for more soldiers to guard the city gate, giving the appearance that he took the North Country's impending siege very seriously. However, the soldiers he stationed on the city walls were all crafty veterans who didn't particularly heed his commands. In the meantime, a few hundred North Country cavalrymen had been shouting outside the walls of Ziyang City in the North City for half the day. Not only were some soldiers aware of the situation, but soon the common people of Ziyang City were also informed. The commoners didn't really care who the emperor was, but war was a disaster to them. They were terribly afraid that once the North Country soldiers entered the city, they would start to pillage and slaughter. Suddenly, Ziyang City was filled with anxiety and fear. The morning passed quickly, and though Du Yongyuan was not on the watchtower, he wasn't far from the North City. At that moment, Deputy General Liu was still completely unaware of the impending danger. He stood on the watchtower, quietly watching North Country soldiers push strange carts to an area not far from the North City. He thought to himself, how Du Yongyuan was a man afraid of death for making him guard the gate. He also planned to report today's events to the Sum Emperor once he got back. Just then, a continuous drumming came from outside the city. Du Yongyuan, standing on the rooftop, frowned as he looked in the direction of the North City. The sound of the drums signified that the North Country's main army had begun their assault. Let them come, he thought. Let's see just how formidable the weaponry of the North Country really is, the same weapons that allowed them to defeat the barbarian tribe and forced Great Wu to cede territory and pay reparations. At the same time, an iron ball flew directly onto the watchtower of the North City. Seeing the iron ball, Deputy General Liu thought little of it and shouted, "Prepare!" Boom! But before Deputy General Liu could finish his command, the shell exploded, instantly collapsing the watchtower, and he and the soldiers on it were blasted into countless pieces. From a distance, Du Yongyuan heard a huge explosion and saw the watchtower collapse in an instant, causing him to freeze in shock. However, the bombardment from the North Country had just begun. The next moment, another loud boom was heard, and a huge hole was blasted through the North City Gate. Du Yongyuan stood dumbfounded on the rooftop. Then, one after another, shells rained from the sky, and all the soldiers atop the North City walls were swept away in one stroke. Witnessing the flying debris of the city walls and the limbs of soldiers, Du Yongyuan finally understood why the North Prince had sent someone to shout outside the North City before the siege. Du Yongyuan doubted that if he had still been on the North City watchtower now, he feared his body wouldn't be left intact. Is this the weaponry of the North Country? It's terrifying. How could this war continue? With such dreadful weaponry in the hands of the North Country, the Great Sum Court would stand no chance. Suddenly, Du Yongyuan was consumed by fear. About 2 hours later, the city gate was directly blasted open, creating a huge breach, and the wall had collapsed. If the North Country's soldiers were to attack now, the 200,000 soldiers within the city would have no means to defend. However, at that moment, the rumbling noises ceased, and the sound of drums came from outside the city. General Du Yongyuan immediately led his men towards North City, where the scene was utterly tragic. Not one of the defending soldiers' bodies was left intact. By this time, the fear in the eyes of the soldiers behind General Du Yongyuan had extinguished any remaining fighting spirit. Through the breach in the wall, they could clearly see the North Country's massive army just a short distance outside North City, but the North Country soldiers showed no signs of attack. They just stood there, seemingly waiting for something. The flag of North Country fluttered in the sky above, the sight of the blood-colored banner inducing heart palpitations and panic. At that moment, one of General Du Yongyuan's confidants asked, "General, what should we do now?" The original intent of their 200,000-strong army was merely to defend the city, not to engage directly with the North Country's mighty army. Now that Ziyang City's walls had collapsed, the North Country's forces could charge in at any moment. What city was there left to defend? Were they now expected to use their bodies to plug the massive gap? After scanning the distant North Country army, General Du Yongyuan said, "The North Country has not launched an attack, which suggests the North Prince intends to continue negotiations with this general." Just then, the drumbeats sounded once more. Hearing them, the soldiers behind General Du Yongyuan feared another assault from the North Country and trembled uncontrollably. However, contrary to expectations, the North Country soldiers did not advance but began to retreat instead. Seeing the North Country soldiers outside North City growing fewer and fewer, General Du Yongyuan and his soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the North Country's weapons had continued their onslaught, they feared they too would soon be reduced to large chunks of flesh. Even such sturdy walls couldn't withstand the North Country's weaponry. How could their flesh and blood possibly hold up? At that time, General Du Yongyuan gave the order, "Clean up the battlefield." Upon his command, the soldiers hurriedly began clearing the field, and as they dealt with the remains of the defenders, the desire to surrender resurfaced within them. Before long, surrender became a collective sentiment. No one believed they could defeat the North Country's army. The weaponry of the North Country was simply too terrifying. In the deep silence of the night, General Du Yongyuan sat at his desk, staring blankly at the flickering candlelight. He was analyzing the current situation in his mind, contemplating what he should do next. According to the Sum Emperor's instructions, he was supposed to feign defeat against the North Country's mighty army and then flee. However, the war had just begun. If he were to lead his troops in retreat now, even if it was the Sum Emperor's will, he would likely face punishment upon his return to the capital city. Furthermore, judging by the current circumstances, with the North Country's troops being so formidable and their weapons so fearsome, the likelihood of the North Prince ascending the imperial throne was significant. In his heart, General Du Yongyuan believed that even the Zhao King's forces, if faced with the North Country's army, would only be able to flee in disarray. If there were no unexpected developments, the North Prince had a high probability of becoming the next Sum Emperor. And besides, as the son of the Sum Emperor, he was rightfully entitled to the throne. Already, the idea of surrendering had taken root in General Du Yongyuan's heart. Even if he fled with his soldiers, when the North Prince eventually besieged the capital city, he would still have to confront the North Prince's army. However, his family was in the capital city, and should he surrender now, their deaths were certain. Moreover, with the shadow guard of the emperor within the army ranks, the moment he truly considered surrendering, it was likely they would take immediate action against him. Just then, a soldier's voice rose from the outside, "General, an envoy from the North Prince faction has arrived." General Du Yongyuan immediately responded, "Bring him in at once." Shortly after, a North Country soldier entered General Du Yongyuan's study, presenting a letter and saying, "General Du, this is a personal letter from our great king." Without hesitation, General Du Yongyuan took the letter from the soldier's hand and began to read it carefully. Upon reading the contents of the letter, General Du Yongyuan's previous concerns evaporated. He had not anticipated that the North Prince had made so many arrangements. After receiving Lu Chen's second letter, General Du Yongyuan did not immediately choose to surrender. However, in the following days, the army of North Country did not launch an attack, and the soldiers of Ziyang City were all on edge. Most of the soldiers understood that the main reason the North Country soldiers hadn't attacked after the city walls had collapsed was because the Prince of the North was persuading their general to surrender. The soldiers were overwhelmed with panic. Having seen their comrades from Great Sha blown to pieces by artillery, they had long since lost the will to fight. They now only wanted to surrender, but the court would never allow it. If they did surrender, their families might suffer. Of course, whether to surrender was not up to these low-ranking soldiers, the key lay in the intentions of their general and the deputy generals. Several days later, General Du Yongyuan summoned his trusted deputy, Gao Yang, to his study. When Gao Yang was summoned alone by Du Yongyuan, he realized that the general must have an important task for him. General Du took Gao Yang to an underground chamber and, after confirming there was no eavesdropping, Du Yongyuan finally spoke, "Deputy General Gao, do you know why I have summoned you?" Gao Yang said directly, "General, you raised me from the start and led me through many wars. I will absolutely obey your orders. If you have any special mission for me, just say it, and I will definitely fulfill the task you assign." General Du patted Gao Yang on the shoulder and said, "With those words, I can rest assured." Then General Du said, "I plan to withdraw 100,000 soldiers from Ziyang City. You will continue to hold Ziyang City and attract the attention of the North Country Army." Hearing this, Gao Yang was stunned. He thought that General Du was planning to surrender to the Prince of the North, but he did not expect General Du's real intention was to flee Ziyang City. If it was about fleeing, it was not impossible, but after General Du took 100,000 soldiers with him, the remaining 100,000 soldiers in Ziyang City would be even less likely to stop the North Country Army's advancement. Most likely, the remaining 100,000 soldiers in Ziyang City would end up being blown to pieces by the secret weapon of North Country. Seeing Gao Yang shocked, Du Yongyuan continued, "Once we withdraw, prepare the 100,000 soldiers you lead for evacuation as well. I've pretended to agree to surrender to the Prince of the North, which should keep him at bay for a while. They shouldn't notice our movements." Gao Yang asked with some concern, "General, do you really believe the Prince of the North will trust your surrender?" General Du answered, "He will believe it. The North Prince is young and arrogant, and with such a fearsome weapon at North Country's disposal, he will certainly think I will surrender out of fear." Gao Yang continued, "If you retreat like this and Ziyang City is lost, wouldn't the emperor?" Gao Yang stopped midway, feeling that if General Du fled, even if he did make it back to the capital city, he would most likely be put to death. To flee was to die, not to surrender was also to die. It might be better to simply surrender to the Prince of the North outright. General Du sighed and then said, "I don't intend to flee. I am merely planning to withdraw to another city and seek help from the Prince of Qi." Gao Yang immediately saluted and said, "I will definitely defend Ziyang City and buy enough time for your withdrawal." Suddenly recalling something, General Du added, "Right, after I withdraw, I will send someone to deliver a letter to you. When you receive the letter, prepare to evacuate as well." Gao Yang replied, "Yes, General." The next morning, when the sky was still dim, General Du Yongyuan quietly led 100,000 imperial soldiers out through the south gate. They moved so stealthily, fearing discovery by the North Country soldiers. Watching the retreating figures of General Du leading the soldiers, Gao Yang sighed deeply. Although he had always followed General Du and had been promoted by him, being left to cover the rear made him uneasy. General Du could have taken the entire 200,000 soldiers in one go, but he didn't, likely fearing that the North Country soldiers would notice and chase after them, resulting in none of them escaping. With 100,000 soldiers remaining to cover the rear, even if the North Country Army discovered General Du's intention to escape, the 100,000 soldiers could delay them, buying sufficient time for General Du to flee. Soon after General Du's 100,000 strong force had left Ziyang City, they had not gone far when, upon reaching a canyon, a deafening blast of cannon fire erupted not far away. Before long, General Du and his 100,000 soldiers were trapped in the canyon by the North Country Army. The soldiers became panic-stricken. When had the North Country soldiers gotten behind Ziyang City? At this moment, General Du roared, "Nobody panic. Follow me and charge out." As he said this, General Du drew his sword. However, just then, more deafening cannon fire erupted in the distance. Barrages of artillery shells fell before and behind the 100,000 soldiers, raising dust and causing such terror that the soldiers had no idea where to run. The artillery barrage soon ceased, clearly a tactic by North Country to intimidate them, signaling that there was no escape. Soon after, a voice called out from the mountaintop, "The king's command, you are all subjects of Great Shah. Those who abandon their weapons and surrender shall be spared their lives, and after the war, you may choose to go home." Upon hearing this, some soldiers immediately discarded their weapons. Seeing this unfold, General Du roared, "Do not surrender. Whoever dares to surrender, I will execute myself." By that time, no soldiers were obeying General Du's command, and more soldiers dropped their weapons. Realizing the situation was beyond hope, General Du looked to the heavens and howled, "Your Majesty, it is your servant's incompetence for failing to defend Ziyang City. I shall atone with my death." With those words, General Du lifted his sword and slashed it across his throat. Seeing that even Du Yongyuan had committed suicide by cutting his own throat, the soldiers who had initially planned to attempt a breakout had no choice but to abandon the idea of resistance. Eventually, the entire army of 100,000 was captured. At the same time, Gao Yong also noticed the commotion in the south, and realizing that something was amiss, he quickly dispatched scouts to investigate the situation, and he himself went up to the southern city tower. Before long, the scouting soldiers returned, their expressions filled with panic and their faces ashen. Gao Yong hastily asked, "Speak up, what's happened?" One of the soldiers replied, "The general encountered an ambush by the forces of North Country, and General Gao, seeing no way out, chose to take his own life." This. Gao Yong's face instantly turned pale, and he collapsed onto the ground, weak and powerless. How could this? The forces of North Country had actually circled to the rear of Ziyang City to lay an ambush. In this era of warfare, battles generally required the capture of one city after another. Without capturing the cities, the enemy forces inside could potentially escape and sever one's supply lines. If logistics were cut, the soldiers fighting at the front might end up in a rout. Gao Yong was somewhat taken aback that the forces of North Country had not followed customary practices and instead bypassed Ziyang City to move to its rear. What to do now? The fact that the forces of North Country had moved to the rear of Ziyang City meant Ziyang City was now surrounded. Du Yongyuan had already taken away an army of 100,000, and now Ziyang City was left with only 100,000 soldiers. Considering that the walls had been breached and North Country possessed such powerful weapons, an attack by North Country would ensure that Ziyang City could not be held. Gao Yong's face was filled with defeat as he sighed deeply. At that moment, a soldier from North Country suddenly appeared below the city tower, shouting, "General Gao, here's a letter found on General Du, please take a look." Seeing it was a letter delivered by a soldier from North Country, Gao Yong's brow furrowed, suspecting it was a letter urging surrender. Gao Yong then had his subordinates take the letter from the North Country soldier. However, when Gao Yong got hold of the letter, he hesitated for a moment. It was not a letter urging surrender, but one from Du Yongyuan. What did this mean? Gao Yong promptly opened the envelope and read the contents. The letter was very straightforward. It simply told Gao Yong that if their evacuation failed, he should just surrender. It was almost as if Du Yongyuan had foreseen their fate. Gao Yong sighed deeply once again. He did not for a moment doubt that the handwriting was anyone's but Du Yongyuan's, especially since Du Yongyuan had told him the day before that a letter would be coming. There on the city wall, Gao Yong asked the soldier from North Country, "Is General Du truly dead?" The soldier from North Country replied, "I, General Gao, General Du has indeed taken his own life." With a definitive answer, Gao Yong no longer resisted and immediately told his subordinates, "Raise the white flag." Hearing this, those behind Gao Yong finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had feared that Gao Yong might seek to avenge Du Yongyuan and fight North Country's forces to the bitter end without regard for life. They had already prepared to join forces to kill Gao Yong and then surrender. Since Gao Yang had taken the initiative to surrender, there was nothing more to say. Surrender, for their general had already taken his life. In the end, Gao Yang led the remaining defenders of Ziyang City out to surrender to North Country. Several hours later, in Lu Chen's study, Lu Chen sat at his desk and said to the robust man before him, "General Du, what do you think of my arrangement?" Du Yongyuan immediately knelt halfway and said, "Thank you, Prince, for sparing my life. From now on, I am willing to serve your highness." Lu Chen continued, "I have already sent people to protect your family. Once the news of your suicide reaches the capital, I trust that the court will not trouble them. In a while, I will bring them to North Country. For now, you should stay in Anping City and keep out of sight." Du Yongyuan said again, "Thank you, Prince." For Lu Chen, the 200,000 prisoners of great sum were still of great use. In ancient warfare, capturing a city was not the most challenging task, holding onto conquered land was harder. After Lu Chen conquers Qi country, he will need a large number of soldiers to occupy the cities won. If he lets the soldiers of North Country take over those cities, how many would remain by the time he reached the capital? Now these 200,000 prisoners can play their role. He could indoctrinate these 200,000 soldiers to become his own. He did not need them to be absolutely loyal. After all, he had no intention of giving North Country's weapons to them so soon. With North Country's weapons as a deterrent, they would not dare to oppose North Country lightly. Qi country's royal capital. Qi Prince Mansion. Qi Prince stared at the map on his desk, pondering on how to fend off the invasion from the North Country. Just then, a guard entered the study and said, "Your Majesty, there's terrible news." The guard's voice was so loud it directly interrupted Qi Prince's train of thought, and seeing the guard's flustered appearance, Qi Prince spoke with some displeasure, "What's the panic?" The guard hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, Ziyang City has fallen." Upon hearing this, Qi Prince was immediately stunned. What? Ziyang City has fallen. How many days has it been? How could it be so fast? The guard immediately handed over the intelligence collected by the scouts to Qi Prince. "Your Majesty, this is the intelligence from the front-line scouts, please look it over." Qi Prince snatched the letter and began to read it earnestly. As he read the intelligence recorded in the letter, Qi Prince's face grew increasingly grim. The next moment, he tore the letter to shreds, cursing loudly as he did so, "Incompetent fool. This Du Yongyuan is nothing but a waste. An army of 200,000, just gone like that. He didn't even have the face to see His Majesty, and took his own life." Qi Prince had originally planned to coordinate with Du Yongyuan to defend some crucial cities, but now, in just a few days, Ziyang City had fallen, and Du Yongyuan had committed suicide. How could the court send such a good-for-nothing to Qi country? After venting his rage, Qi Prince quickly calmed down and then said to the guard, "Summon all officials immediately." Now that the court's 200,000 army was gone, and it was impossible for the court to send additional forces to support Qi country in the short term, they had to rely on themselves. They must, at all costs, prevent the soldiers of the North Country from advancing south. When the officials of Qi country learned that the court's 200,000 army had been defeated and Du Yongyuan had killed himself, they were all frantic. An army of 200,000, unable to hold even for half a month before being defeated, and that was the court's army. If it had been their own Qi country's army, would they have been able to withstand the North country's military onslaught? Although they were extremely panicked, so far, very few officials in Qi country entertained the idea of surrender. The reason was simple. Behind these officials were various aristocratic families and large landlords, who would never allow the North Prince to rule. If the North Prince took power, their lands would be confiscated. For their own interests, they had to resist to the death. Eventually, after the deliberations, Qi Prince dispatched an army of 100,000, planning to intercept the North Prince's 200,000 army in Dikang Valley. Of course, Qi Prince did not entertain the idea of annihilating the North Prince's 200,000 army. He merely aimed to stop the North country's military forces and prevent them from advancing further south. South of Dikang Valley was Wanchang City. By holding Wanchang City, the North country's army would have to take a detour if they wanted to move south, and the routes in other areas were difficult to navigate, considering the many mountainous regions within Qi country's territory, which would significantly delay the North Prince's army from advancing south. This time, the 100,000 army was equipped with piercing cloud bows and piercing cloud arrows, and Qi Prince believed they would certainly stop the North country's army from moving southward. To ensure no chances were taken, Qi Prince also dispatched another 100,000 army to garrison a key city near the coast. If the North country's army failed to take Wanchang City, they might try to bypass it from the east and hence would come around to the sea. However, clearly, Qi Prince was overthinking it. Let alone 100,000 soldiers, even if all the soldiers within Qi country were assembled together, they could not stop the North country's army from moving south. Meanwhile, inside Anping City, Lu Chen was holding a military meeting with a group of military generals. What they discussed that day was how to capture Qi country. At that moment, Xuanyuan Chen suggested, "Your Majesty, why don't we divide our forces into two, one marching south along Dikang Valley to attack Wanchang City, drawing Qi country's attention, while the other takes a detour through the mountains, heading straight for Qi country's royal capital. Once we capture the royal capital of Qi country and take Qi Prince, we can force most of Qi country's military forces to surrender." Hearing Xuanyuan Chen's suggestion, Lu Chen thought for a moment, then said, "If we go through the mountains, it may be difficult to transport heavy artillery, and I'm not sure how much time it would waste." After thinking it over, Lu Chen continued, "The best strategy is to gather our forces at one point, rapidly take down Wanchang City, and then advance towards the royal capital." Xuanyuan Chen said, "Your Majesty, if we do that, we are giving Qi Prince plenty of time to escape. Our army might not even have reached Qi country's royal capital before Qi Prince flees south." Lu Chen spoke indifferently, "What I want is Qi country's land. If he wants to flee, then let him flee." Xuanyuan Chen's concern was that, as a seigneur, Qi Prince had a certain influential power in Qi country. If they didn't capture Qi Prince and allowed him to escape, once the North country's army occupied Qi country, Qi Prince would surely secretly contact his former subordinates and incite them to stir up trouble within Qi country's borders. Xuanyuan Chen's thinking had no fault, but his perspective was different from Lu Chen's. Lu Chen planned that, after taking Qi country, he would not rush south immediately but would first stabilize the situation in Qi country and pacify its people. As long as they could calm the people of Qi country, even if Qi Prince managed to escape, it would not be easy for him to make a comeback, as the hearts of the people would have changed. At this time, Lu Chen said, "I am aware of General Xuanyuan's concerns, but after occupying Qi country, I will not leave immediately, I will stay in Qi country for a while. Once I have dealt with the unstable elements, I will continue moving south." Xuanyuan Chen said, "Your Majesty, I understand your intentions." Lu Chen glanced at the military generals in the room and then said, "All right, proceed as I have instructed, immediately march south and conquer Wanchang City." All the generals stood up in unison and said, "We will strictly follow your Majesty's command and will not disappoint your expectations." A few days later, Anping City dispatched 150,000 North Country soldiers, heading straight for Wanchang City. Meanwhile, the commander of Wanchang City didn't pay much heed after hearing that the North Country had only mobilized 150,000 soldiers. Inside Wanchang City prefectural government, a group of military generals were discussing countermeasures. At this moment, the leading master-level general Cao Xuan said, "The North Country really underestimates me, to think they only sent 150,000 troops." Then another master-level general said, "General Cao, don't say that. It took less than half a month for the North Country soldiers to capture Ziyang City, which was defended by 200,000 of the imperial troops. If we underestimate our enemy, we could be in trouble." Cao Xuan replied with disdain, "The troops sent by the imperial court were a bunch of misfits, can they even compare to our Qi country's soldiers? General Shang, don't lose our spirit while boosting others' prestige. Moreover, we are equipped with the Wang family's piercing cloud bow and piercing cloud arrows. When facing master-level generals from North Country, a single arrow is all it takes to kill them. What could they possibly bring to fight against us?" Having said that, Cao Xuan stretched out his hand and drew a circle on the map on the wall around Dikang Valley, I have decided to take the initiative and lead the troops out of the city to ambush the North Country army. I want to see for myself if the North Country soldiers all have 3 heads and 6 arms. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan's face darkened instantly, and he promptly said, General Cao, have you lost your mind? We only have 100,000 men. The imperial court's 200,000 troops were defeated by North Country, and you dare to ambush them with only 100,000 soldiers. If the North Country army reacts, we might not even have time to retreat back to Wanchang City. Cao Shuan glanced at Xiang Yuan and said indifferently, General Xiang, this time I am the main commander, and you are only here to assist me as ordered by the king. You just need to follow the orders. Could it be that you are planning on overstepping your bounds? Xiang Yuan's brows furrowed, and his face turned gloomy in an instant. General Cao, don't blame me for not warning you. If anything goes wrong, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Cao Shuan said nonchalantly, what could possibly go wrong? The terrain of Dikang Valley is so conducive to ambushes. Should we just wait for the enemy to come and lay siege? The best defense is to take the offensive. General Xiang, if you don't even understand this principle, it's no wonder you are not the main commander. If General Xiang is scared, I will give you a few thousand soldiers, and you can stay in Wanchang City waiting for us to return victoriously. Xiang Yuan was about to speak, but Cao Shuan cut him off. Enough, it's settled. Prepare immediately according to my orders. I want to give the North Country soldiers a big surprise. Seeing that Cao Shuan had made up his mind, Xiang Yuan did not say more. He had a faint premonition that this would lead to disaster, so he immediately sent a message to the Qi prince, reporting Cao Shuan's reckless behavior. A few days later, Xuanyuan Chen led 150,000 troops to Dikang Valley, but he did not immediately enter the valley. With such terrain, if they entered directly, they could easily be ambushed by the enemy. They had used such tactics to ambush the Sky Wolf King's army before. Xuanyuan Chen immediately dispatched a vanguard squad to scout the area ahead. It didn't take long for a few soldiers from the vanguard squad to return. Xuanyuan Chen asked, what is the situation ahead? The scout team leader immediately answered, General, there are enemies ambushing on both sides of Dikang Valley. They were using high-powered telescopes. If they had relied solely on their naked eyes, they might indeed not have been able to spot the enemies hiding on both sides of the valley, but with telescopes, they could detect even the smallest details. The vanguard soldiers had noticed that the trees on both sides of Dikang Valley looked suspicious, and they had also spotted some people laying in ambush on both sides of the valley. After pondering for a moment, Xuanyuan Chen ordered, artillery camp, get ready. After entering Dikang Valley, cleanse both sides of the valley for me. The next moment, the drumbeat sounded, the messenger soldier beside Xuanyuan Chen waved their flags, and shortly after, the artillery entered Dikang Valley. Meanwhile, Cao Shuan, who was lying in ambush on the mountain, was stunned upon hearing the drumbeats. Why had the North Country army started beating the drums before even entering Dikang Valley? Could it be that their ambush had been discovered by the soldiers of the North Country? Thinking of this, Cao Shuan still didn't take it seriously. Even if they were discovered, what could they do? They were located on both sides of the Dikang Valley. When fighting from high to low, the advantage is with Qi country. He refused to believe that the North Country army outside wouldn't enter the Dikang Valley. Just as Cao Shuan thought this, a soldier came to him, ecstatic, General. The North Country soldiers have started to enter the Dikang Valley. Hearing this, Cao Shuan's lips curled up slightly. See, they entered after all. Next, it's up to them. Immediately after, Cao Shuan said, archers, get ready. As his words fell, Cao Shuan himself picked up a piercing cloud bow, planning to shoot down the commanders of the North Country's army. However, just at that moment, the sound of horns came from the distance, a woo-woo-woo sound that instantly filled the entire Dikang Valley. Although he heard the sound of the horns, Cao Shuan noticed that the North Country army did not continue to advance. Cao Shuan was puzzled. Wasn't that the sound of attack horns? Why had they suddenly stopped? The range of bows and arrows was not far. If the North Country army did not come closer, they would not be able to hit those soldiers. Thinking this, Cao Shuan wondered, were the soldiers of the North Country scared? As Cao Shuan pondered, suddenly there came a loud boom from the distance, and the next moment, countless fragments of rock erupted in the opposite side of Dikang Valley, and the bodies of Qi country's soldiers were blasted high into the sky. This sudden turn of events stunned the ambushing soldiers of Qi country. They were frozen for a long moment before they could react. By the time they recovered, the valley echoed with the rumbling sound of cannon fire. Countless Qi country soldiers were blasted out from the forest. For a moment, Cao Shuan was dumbfounded. What kind of weapon was that? How could there be such a terrifying weapon? Although he had heard early on that the North Country possessed a mysterious weapon, and its power was immense, in his eyes, the so-called mysterious weapon of the North Country was probably similar to the piercing cloud bow and piercing cloud arrow. Only after witnessing it today did he realize he had been completely wrong. Cao Shuan immediately shouted, "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" Soon after, the sound of the Qi country army's retreat horns echoed in the Dikang Valley. But because they were ambushed in the forest, their retreat was very slow. Before they could even leave the battlefield, North Country's cannonballs were landing on their heads. In no time, the valley was filled with cries of agony. Even as Cao Shuan fled, he was ripped to pieces by North Country's heavy artillery, and this celebrated general of Qi country fell. Xuanyuan Chen, observing the scene through a telescope from a distance, felt that they had done enough, and so he immediately led his troops to launch an attack. Before long, the Qi country soldiers ambushed on both sides of the Dikang Valley were either killed or captured. This battle, from beginning to end, took less than 4 hours. At the same time, Xiang Yuan was anxiously awaiting news from Dikang Valley on the watchtower of Wanchang City. He had faintly heard the rumbling noises from inside the Dikang Valley, which made him feel very uneasy. Just then, some broken soldiers escaped from the Dikang Valley. As soon as Xiang Yuan recognized the uniforms they were wearing, sweat poured down his face. The fleeing broken soldiers were indeed from Qi country. Something had truly gone wrong in the Dikang Valley. Xiang Yuan hurriedly said to the soldiers defending the city, "Quick! Open the city gates." Soon, the first group of remnant soldiers fled into Wanchang City. Xiang Yuan immediately approached one of them and demanded, "Speak. What happened in the Dikang Valley? Why have you run back?" The soldier's face was filled with panic, and he said ashen-faced, the heavenly thunder, it was heavenly thunder. The soldiers of the North Country can summon heavenly thunder. Most of our soldiers were blasted to death by the heavenly thunder, and even General Cao's body was blown to pieces. Upon hearing the soldier's answer, Xiang Yuan felt completely powerless and collapsed to the ground. It's all over, all lost. Cao Shuan had only left a few thousand soldiers in Wanchang City. How could those few soldiers withstand the attack of the North Country's mighty army? The fall of the city was only a matter of time. Xiang Yuan, upon hearing of Cao Shuan's defeat, did not hesitate for a moment and immediately chose to surrender. When the North Country's vanguard heavy cavalry arrived at Wanchang City, they found several fluttering white flags on the city tower, and Xiang Yuan, along with the soldiers of Wanchang City, stood respectfully outside the city awaiting their arrival. Xiang Yuan did not harbor the slightest intention of resistance. He had already grasped the situation through those soldiers who had escaped back and knew about the power of the North Country's weapons. He did not believe that the city walls of Wanchang City could withstand the mysterious weapons of the North Country. Seeing how quickly Xiang Yuan kneeled, the vanguard soldiers of the North Country were stunned. They had originally planned to call out under the city gate of Wanchang City, only to find that the gates were already open, simply waiting for their arrival. When Xuanyuan Chen arrived with the main army, Xiang Yuan glanced at the distant North Country troops and felt a shock in his heart. Cao Shuan, after all, had taken the initiative to ambush the North Country soldiers, but now it seemed that the North Country's 150,000 troops appeared to have suffered no losses at all. Not only had they suffered no losses, but their numbers seemed to have increased. Of course, where those extra troops came from, Xiang Yuan was very clear. Seeing the captured soldiers, Xiang Yuan sighed. This was all Cao Shuan's fault. If it weren't for Cao Shuan's impatience for quick success, they might not have been defeated so swiftly. But now none of that mattered anymore, for he had already surrendered. At this moment, Xuanyuan Chen rode up to Shang Yuan and asked, "Are you the defending general of Wanchang City?" Shang Yuan immediately bowed and said, "Yes, general." Feeling the aura emanating from Xuanyuan Chen, Shang Yuan was somewhat frightened inside. This person's presence was so terrifying, obviously a grandmaster. Had the North Country become so luxurious as to let a grandmaster lead the army? With a grandmaster present, even without those so-called weapons capable of summoning heavenly thunder, they still wouldn't stand a chance. Shang Yuan was somewhat worried, uncertain whether Xuanyuan Chen would choose to execute him on the spot. It was then that Xuanyuan Chen said, "Our king is merciful. As long as you cooperate with us in attacking Qi country, our king will spare you. After the war ends, you may choose whether to return to your homeland." At that moment, Xuanyuan Chen's gaze fell on Shang Yuan. "Seeing that you're also a grandmaster, you must have a not insignificant status and know quite a bit. Tell me everything you know about the affairs of Qi Prince." Shang Yuan respectfully said, "Yes, general." Then Shang Yuan led Xuanyuan Chen and the 150,000 troops of the North Country into Wanchang City. When the North Country troops entered Wanchang City, there was not a single civilian on the streets. The civilians were afraid that when the North Country troops invaded, they would plunder and loot, so they simply hid in their homes, with their doors and windows tightly shut. However, the civilians soon discovered that the soldiers of the North Country were just marching in orderly rows, quietly passing through the streets without harassing the city's civilians. Witnessing this scene, even Shang Yuan himself was astonished. Had the military discipline of the North Country reached such a level? Apparently, the strong combat power of the North Country's army was not just due to the fierce power of their weapons but also had a lot to do with their army's strict discipline. With such powerful weapons and firm military discipline, could Qi country really withstand them? Shang Yuan harbored deep doubts about this. In his view, the Qi prince probably had only one path left now, which was to surrender quickly. Perhaps the North Prince would then show leniency, considering their familial ties, and allow him a worry-free existence for the rest of his life. If they continued to resist, he estimated that there would only be one path left: death. In the following days, the civilians of Wanchang City remained highly cautious of the North Country soldiers, but the soldiers only encamped in specific areas. They didn't harass the civilians. In fact, they hardly left their temporary encampments at all. Just when people were starting to lower their guard, the civilians inside the city became anxious once again. Xuanyuan Chen had the temporarily appointed prefecture governor assess the land and property of each household. The first thought that came to the people's minds was that the North Country army was planning to confiscate the land. After all, that was exactly what the North Prince had done in the North Country. Although worried, given the deterrence of the North Country's military, the common people of Wanchang City and those aristocratic families could only cooperate. Of course, among them, there were some who harbored ulterior motives, such as those who underreported a lot of land, wishing to hide their assets. As a result, those families who were sly quickly disappeared from Wanchang City. A few days later, Wanchang City regained some of its vitality, and the townspeople were willing to go out again. The common people also noticed that the North Country soldiers really did not loot, kill, or plunder. At least they had never troubled ordinary people. Those who suffered were the landowners or aristocratic families who hoarded land and did not cooperate with the land statistics. People were soon surprised to find that the number one aristocratic family in Wanchang City, the Qi family, was still doing well. The head of Qi family was seen running around as if nothing had happened in the following days. Everyone had thought that the Qi family would certainly be purged, but unexpectedly, the Qi family was left unscathed. Some people who were on good terms with the head of the Qi family asked why their family had not been eradicated, and the head of the Qi family replied that they had cooperated with the North Country's military in reporting the land, completed the transfer of land ownership, and submitted some uncultivated land to the prefectural government. After releasing the surplus family retainers, they encountered no trouble at all. Soon, people understood that the North Prince had only legally confirmed the ownership of the land to belong to the North Prince, but he had no intention of taking back the land, for the North Prince lacked the capability to cultivate such vast fields. With the Qi family as an example, the common people in Wancheng City and nearby were even more proactive in cooperating with the prefectural government in reporting their land and completed the transfer of land ownership in a short period. Of course, this was not the most important. What mattered most was the sudden announcement by the prefectural government that henceforth, under the rule of the North Prince, the agricultural tax would be collected at a rate of 1% and that no other taxes related to agriculture would be additionally levied. Upon the release of this policy, the common people of Wancheng City and the nearby towns embraced the rule of the North Prince, praising the North Prince as a merciful savior and believing that if the North Prince could become the Sum Emperor, he would surely be a merciful emperor as well. The news of the collapse of Wancheng City and the actions taken by the North country's military there quickly reached the ears of the Qi prince. When the Qi prince learned that Wancheng City had been captured, he literally became sick with anger. Qi country, royal capital. Qi prince mansion. Qi prince lay on his bed, his face haggard. At this time, his wives and children had come into the room. With a face full of sorrow, the Qi prince said, the 100,000-strong army in Wancheng City was equipped with piercing cloud bows and piercing cloud arrows. How could it have been defeated so quickly? Is the North country's strength truly that formidable? The charming Qi queen sat by the bed, looking worriedly at Qi prince and said, Your Majesty, your health is what's important. We still have another 100,000-strong army in East Sun City. We still have hope. However, just at that moment, a panicked voice of a soldier came from outside the room, Your Majesty, urgent report from East Sun City. Hearing these words, Qi prince's heart skipped a beat. Qi prince coughed violently several times, then said, Come in. The next moment, a soldier entered the room and knelt down, saying, Your Majesty, dire news. East Sun City has been taken by an invading North Country fleet. Upon hearing this, Qi prince's eyes went dark, and he collapsed. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Quick, call the physician. Qi prince held great expectations for Wancheng City, believing that with its strategic location in Dikang Valley, which allowed for both offense and defense, securing Wancheng City meant that the North country's army could no longer continue marching south. Yet, in such a short time, Wancheng City had fallen to the North country's army. Moreover, after capturing Wancheng City, the North country's army immediately appointed a new prefecture governor and began to reform the land policy, transferring all land ownership rights to the North Prince and drastically exempting taxes, implementing a rate of 1 in 100. Qi prince could not fathom how the North Prince had the audacity, not only to eliminate other agricultural taxes but to also implement a tax rate of 1 in 100. If it came down to it, even if he recaptured the territory, the local people might not support him as the Qi prince anymore. Had his grandnephew lost his mind? Agricultural taxes were the foundation of their rule as seigneurs, how could he dare set the taxes so low? Of course, what Qi prince was most concerned about at the moment was not the issue of taxes but whether he could hold on to Qi country. Now that Wancheng City and East Sun City had fallen, Qi country had instantly lost an army of 200,000. There were still some troops in the royal capital, and if they conscripted forcefully, they could gather another army of approximately 200,000 soldiers in a short period. However, such soldiers would basically possess no significant combat power, though they would suffice to take a few arrows. Although Qi prince had fallen ill, to resist the North country's army, he still gave orders while dragging his sick body. Qi prince was now completely tied to the chariot of war. Even if the current Qi prince wished to surrender, those aristocratic families wouldn't allow it. If the leading Qi prince surrendered, what would become of their families? They had heard about the things the North country's army did after occupying Wancheng City, especially the reclamation of land into the hands of the North Prince, which deeply struck a nerve within them. The aristocratic families absolutely would not permit such a policy to befall them. Swiftly, Qi country assembled another army of 200,000 in the royal capital, but most of these soldiers were forcibly conscripted peasants, with little to no combat effectiveness. But given the dire situation, the fighting capability of these peasant soldiers was of less concern. In an effort to prevent the North Prince from taking over Qi country, the domestic aristocratic families truly exhausted every method possible. Inside Anping City. In the dead of night, Lu Chen looked at the battle report sent back by Xuanyuan Chen and couldn't help but sneer. Did these aristocratic families of Qi country really intend to perish together with him? Yet, when an egg smashes against a rock, it's only the egg that breaks. At that moment, Bai Qingqing, dressed in a black guard's uniform, entered the study. Prince, it's time for you to rest. This time, Lu Chen had traveled south following General Xuanyuan. He was not the main commander, nor was he leading troops, so he had maids to serve him, with Bai Qingqing being one of them. Since leaving the North Prince mansion to head south, Bai Qingqing had been in charge of arranging Lu Chen's daily life, including his meals and his bedtime, all scheduled by Bai Qingqing. Before departing south, Chu Yukan had instructed Bai Qingqing to take good care of Lu Chen, which led Bai Qingqing to take extra care of his needs. Of course, even without Chu Yukan's reminder, she would have devotedly cared for Lu Chen. Seeing the expressionless and astonishingly beautiful Bai Qingqing, Lu Chen put down what he was holding and then said, "All right, it really is time to rest." Following Bai Qingqing, Lu Chen then returned to his room, and upon entering, said to her, "Bai, stay with me tonight." Hearing this, Bai Qingqing showed no reaction on her face. She was already accustomed to serving at the bedside, and such matters were nothing new to her. "Yes, Prince." As soon as Bai Qingqing finished speaking, Lu Chen pulled her into his embrace, holding her slim waist, and said, "Bai, you've been back by my side for so long, why are you still so reserved?" While speaking, his hand began to slip inside Bai Qingqing's clothes. The usually expressionless Bai Qingqing now showed a hint of blush on her face, but she did not say much, quietly leaning into Lu Chen's embrace, allowing him to have his way with her. Seeing a flush of shyness on the face of the cold beauty, Lu Chen no longer held back, promptly carrying Bai Qingqing to the bed. Eventually, under Lu Chen's guidance, Bai Qingqing finally began to call out, "Darling." The next morning, dressed with the help of Bai Qingqing, Lu Chen put on his clothes. Just as he was about to eat the breakfast prepared by his servants, a maid came up to him and said, "Prince, the head of the Qi family requests an audience." Hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. The head of the Qi family. Which Qi family? Lu Chen immediately asked, "The Qi family. Which Qi family is that?" The maid replied, "It's an aristocratic family within Qi country's territory. Their family is located in Wanchang City. According to the family head, he was guided by General Xuanyuan, and he specifically wished to meet with you." With the maid's words, Lu Chen then realized it was the aristocratic family from Wanchang City. After Wanchang City was captured, land ownership around the city changed, and from Xuanyuan Chen's letters, Lu Chen had heard that the leading aristocratic family of Wanchang City was particularly cooperative. Not only did they hand over a lot of gold and treasure, but they also actively cooperated with the changes in land ownership. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen decided to meet with the head of the Qi family. Normally, the head of a regional aristocratic family like the Qi family would not have the standing to meet with a senior like Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen considered that the Qi family still wielded some influence within Qi country and he could support them in the future to set an example for other minor families. After breakfast, Lu Chen met with the head of the Qi family. The family head had come not with important matters, but simply to demonstrate his loyalty. Furthermore, the head of the Qi family also smartly handed over a list of families within Qi country that had backed the Qi prince in resisting the army of North country descending from the south, clearly acting as a guide for Qi country. With the list provided by the Qi family, Lu Chen felt more prepared to settle scores with those families when the time came. Of course, this did not exclude the possibility that the Qi family might want to use this as a chance for revenge, but Lu Chen was indifferent to that, as he already planned to clean up the aristocratic families within Qi country. After meeting with the head of the Qi family, Lu Chen issued a military order to Xuanyuan Chen, ordering him to advance towards the royal capital of Qi country. At the same time, Lu Chen didn't stay in Anping City but led 50,000 soldiers southward, heading for Wanchang City. The current Lu Chen no longer needed to be present on the front line. He was a great king, and waging war was not his duty. He only needed to command from the rear. How to use people was what he, as a ruler, should consider. Upon arriving in Wanchang City, The streets were deserted as the common people of Qi country lined up on both sides of the road, warmly welcoming his arrival. Not to mention other benefits, just the exemption from taxes alone made the common people deeply grateful to Lu Chen. Previously, Qi country was controlled by local aristocratic families, and their various and complicated taxes not only were plentiful but also burdensome. The arrival of North Prince meant those taxes were abolished, earning him the adoration of the common people. When Lu Chen reached Wanchang City, Xuanyuan Chen had already led 150,000 troops straight towards the royal capital of Qi country, and in the half-month that followed, Xuanyuan Chen advanced forward at the pace of conquering a city almost every day. As news of each city's capture reached the royal capital of Qi country one after another, the Qi prince grew increasingly fearful, as did the aristocratic families of Qi country. Finally, in a mere month's time, Xuanyuan Chen fulfilled Lu Chen's expectations and led the 150,000 troops of North country to the outskirts of the royal capital of Qi country. When the Qi prince learned that the army of North country had reached the royal capital, he was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. At this moment, inside the Qi prince mansion, within the royal capital of Qi country, the Qi prince sat on the ground, his face filled with fear. How is this possible? Quote, how could it be so fast? Then, the Qi queen, who was beside him, anxiously held onto the Qi prince and said, Your Majesty, let's flee. The Qi queen's words immediately provoked the Qi prince, who promptly said, No. I will not run away. I still have 200,000 troops. I've already written to the court will surely send reinforcements. I refuse to believe that the Sum Emperor will just watch idly as Qi country falls. The face of the Qi prince twisted fiercely, still devoid of any thoughts of fleeing or surrendering. Xuanyuan Chen led an army of 150,000 to the royal capital of Qi country but did not immediately launch an attack. After all, Qi prince was North prince's uncle, so of course, it was not possible to resort to violence right from the start. On one hand, Xuanyuan Chen was waiting for Lu Chen's order to attack the city, and on the other, he sent people to shout outside the walls of Qi country's royal city every day, urging Qi prince to surrender as soon as possible. For a time, the noble families within the royal capital of Qi country were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Originally, they were quite confident that they could stop the North prince's advance southward, but to their surprise, the northern army had reached the royal capital of Qi country in such a short time. Now they were in trouble. If the northern army really broke in, their noble families would inevitably be raided and annihilated. In their fear, some noble families suddenly came up with a good plan, which was to push all the responsibility onto Qi prince. If the army of Qi country really could not withstand the attack of the North country's soldiers, they would immediately lead people to break into the Qi prince mansion, capture Qi prince's entire family, and then take the Qi prince's family to seek refuge with North prince. Perhaps North prince, seeing their initiative in surrendering and capturing the main culprit, Qi prince, would spare the noble families. They had also heard that the Qi family of Wanchang City was now living well. Although the Qi family might have lost wealth to avert disaster, however, this was better than being raided and exterminated. 2 days later, Lu Chen's military orders reached Xuanyuan Chen's tent. The next morning, the sound of drums began to echo in the camp of the North country's soldiers. As the drums sounded, everyone within the royal capital of Qi country tensed up, guessing that the northern army was about to launch an attack. At that moment, Qi prince was still inside Qi prince mansion. He did not hear the drumming, but a guard rushed into his courtyard in a panic and said with a terrified expression, Your Majesty, disaster has struck, the northern army has launched an attack. Upon hearing this, the ailing Qi prince rose abruptly from his chair, and the Qi queen hurriedly supported him, Your Majesty, let's escape quickly. The Qi queen was very scared. She did not believe that the royal capital of Qi country could withstand the North country's army's assault. If they had truly been able to hold off the North country's attack, Ziyang City would not have fallen, and neither would Wanchang City and East Sun City, and other cities that stood in the Northern Army's way would not have been taken. With so many cities already captured, how could the royal capital withstand the attack of the North country's army? After hearing the words of the Qi queen, Qi prince pushed her away and headed outside, saying as he walked, I, the prince, will absolutely not flee. I cannot believe that North Country's 150,000 soldiers can breach my royal capital. Come, armor up, I will command the battle personally. Hearing this, the Qi Queen's face turned deathly pale. Your Majesty, you must not do this. The Qi Queen quickly approached Qi Prince and clung tightly to his arm. Your Majesty, you cannot go. Once again, Qi Prince pushed her aside forcefully, this time with such strength that he knocked her to the ground. I want to see for myself just how formidable the North Country's troops are in battle. At that moment, the Qi Queen cried out, Your Majesty, don't go. Your Majesty. Qi Prince then ordered his men to hold the Qi Queen back, and after donning his armor, he rode to the city tower, leaving only the weeping Qi Queen behind in the courtyard. Meanwhile, the noble families within the city gathered at the Han family, the largest aristocratic family within Qi country. After Qi Prince was assigned to the territory of Qi country, it was the Han family that had always supported him, providing Qi Prince with many resources that enabled him to grow rapidly and strengthen. One could say that without the Han family, there would be no Qi Prince. There were many concubines in the Qi Prince mansion who hailed from the Han family, tying the Qi Prince and the Han family together in deep bonds. It was precisely because of this that the Han family was the aristocratic family most fearful of the Northern Army breaching the royal capital. At this moment, the heads of the aristocratic families were discussing how to avoid the impending calamity. Running away was definitely too late by now. After all, the Northern Army was already at the gates. Even if they attempted to flee, not to mention their inability to take their ancestral wealth with them, they would likely end up captured or killed by the Northern soldiers. Now they had to change their way of thinking. At this time, the Han family's guest hall was eerily quiet, and the faces of the aristocratic family heads were fraught with anxiety, making the atmosphere in the hall incredibly somber. Just then, a servant rushed into the courtyard, running and shouting, Family head! Family head! Something terrible has happened. The servant's abrupt entry into the guest hall caused Han Fu's face to instantly darken as he said with a grim expression, What's all this fuss about? What has happened? The servant hurriedly said, The Northern Army has begun their assault, and the Qi Prince himself has donned armor to ascend the city walls and supervise the battle. Upon hearing this, the aristocratic family heads in the guest hall erupted into chaos. What shall we do now? Can the city's troops withstand the Northern Army? Why did the Qi Prince even go up to the city walls? What if something happens to him? The aristocratic family heads babbled on, and after a while, a family head finally said to Han Fu, Family head Han, we must get the Qi Prince back as soon as possible. If something happens to him, what will happen to our plan then? Their plan was to seize the Qi Prince and pin all the blame on him if the royal capital were to fall, and then surrender to the North Country. But now, with the Qi Prince on the city walls, if he were to be shot dead by an arrow, wouldn't that spell the end of their prime culprit? No, the Qi Prince must not come to harm. At this thought, Han Fu immediately said to the servant, Send Han Wu at once to bring the Qi Prince back. He absolutely must not come to any harm. The Han Wu mentioned by Han Fu was a general of Qi country, and most importantly, he was a member of the Han family. In the current situation, Han Wu would naturally no longer heed the Qi Prince's commands, he would indeed side with the Han family. As soon as Han Fu gave the order, Han Wu would surely follow his directives. As he spoke, Han Fu suddenly thought of something else and continued, We must prepare for both possibilities. Someone, send Han Yu to surround the Qi Prince mansion and ensure no one from the Qi Prince's mansion is allowed to leave. As the aristocratic families within the city were making their moves, the Northern Army was also taking action. No sooner had the Qi Prince ascended the city walls than countless cannonballs rained down from the sky, and in the next instant, the soldiers on the city walls were blown into the air. Witnessing this sight, the Qi Prince collapsed to the ground in fright, muttering, What? What kind of weapon is this? How could there be such a terrifying weapon? Before the Qi Prince had time to recover, the city gates were blasted open with a huge gap, and the stalwart walls were likewise breached. The Qi Prince was completely stupefied, even forgetting to flee. It wasn't until the soldiers on the city walls panicked and ran in all directions due to the bombardment that the Qi Prince snapped back to his senses. However, it was too late for him to escape. The cannonballs did not discriminate, and soon one landed beside the Qi prince, causing his mind to go blank as he lost consciousness entirely. The Qi prince met his end. The siege of the royal capital by the North country did not take much time. The soldiers of Qi country hardly possessed any will to fight, and upon witnessing such a terrifying weapon, their thoughts of resistance dissipated entirely. The key point was that their king had been blown to pieces. Even with their king dead, what was there left for them to fight for? In less than 4 hours, tattered white flags began to flutter atop the battered ramparts of Qi country. The northern army quickly stormed into the city, delivering a final blow to the Qi soldiers who were still stubbornly holding out. At the same time, Han Fu had already had the Qi prince mansion completely surrounded. When the Qi queen saw the sudden appearance of so many soldiers armed to the teeth around the Qi prince mansion, she panicked and shouted loudly, "Who are you people? Are you planning a rebellion?" The leading military general, Han Yu, said with a smile, "Sorry, Qi queen, we're doing this for the safety of Qi prince mansion. The city outside is at war. What if thieves break into Qi prince mansion and harm you?" The Qi queen was no fool. How could she not perceive what Han Yu intended to do? The Qi queen was suddenly thrown into a state of panic. Now that the Qi prince had gone to supervise the battle from the city walls, there was hardly any military force left in Qi prince mansion. She was just a woman with no course of action available to her. Meanwhile, as the heads of the aristocratic families were still discussing how to surrender, a soldier burst into the Han family's reception hall. "Family head, it's terrible news." A startled feeling arose among them all. Their first thought was not that the city had been breached, but whether the Qi prince had encountered some misfortune. As the soldier rushed into the reception hall, Han Fu anxiously asked, "Has something happened to the Qi prince?" The soldier stammered out, "No, it's not that, the northern army has broken through, the city has fallen." "What?" The heads of the aristocratic families in the reception hall all stood up, their expressions revealing shock and panic. Although they were aware of the Northern Army's strong fighting power, which had sobered them up through a series of previous wars, they had still assumed that it would take at least several days for the Northern Army to breach the royal capital, given the city's more formidable and towering walls. Yet from the onset of the Northern Army's assault, it hadn't even been 4 hours before they had broken in. In abrupt realization, the heads of the aristocratic families all fell into panic. At this moment, Han Fu urgently asked, "Where is the Qi prince now? Where is the Qi prince?" The soldier was momentarily dumbfounded. Impatient by this time, Han Fu bellowed, "Didn't you hear me? I'm asking about the Qi prince. Why hasn't the Qi prince come back?" In a panic, the soldier replied, My subordinate doesn't know, but when I was on my way back, I seemed to hear some soldiers saying the Qi prince had, already." Everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning, with a pretty clear guess as to the Qi prince's current situation. At that point, Han Fu viciously pressed on, "Already what? Speak clearly." The soldier hastily responded, "He has passed away." Upon hearing the soldier's affirmative answer, Han Fu's vision darkened, and he felt unstable on his feet, ending up seated heavily in a chair. However, he quickly snapped out of it and urgently said to the other family heads in the reception hall, "Gentlemen, to the Qi prince mansion at once. The Qi prince may be dead, but his family remains. If we capture the Qi prince's family, we can still surrender to the North prince." Upon hearing Han Fu's words, like waking from a great dream, they all rushed toward the Qi prince mansion. Before long, the heads of all the major aristocratic families gathered at the Qi prince mansion. Quickly, the Qi queen and the other relatives of the Qi prince were all tied up. The Qi queen shouted angrily, "What is this you are doing? I am the Qi queen, how dare you treat me this way?" Han Fu sneered and said, "Queen. Now that Qi country has already been annihilated, what kind of queen do you consider yourself to be?" Upon hearing these words, the queen of Qi country felt her heart skip a beat. She looked at Han Fu in horror and said, What do you mean by that?" Han Fu spoke indifferently, "You may not know yet, but the royal capital has fallen, and the Qi prince has died in battle. The soldiers of North country have entered the city by now." Instantly, the queen of Qi country was dumbfounded, murmuring, "No, it's impossible. How could the great king?" Before the Queen of Qi country could finish her sentence, she blacked out and fainted on the spot. Han Fu frowned slightly, then ordered the soldiers, take them all. Subsequently, the aristocrats brought along a group of officials from Qi country to the city gate and actively surrendered to the Northern Army. When Xuanyuan Chen entered the royal capital of Qi country, the aristocrats and those officials from Qi country were already kneeling on the ground, foreheads touching the dirt, a vast expanse of them. Xuanyuan Chen swept his gaze over these aristocrats and officials from Qi country, then it landed on the relatives of the Qi prince. At that moment, Han Fu hastily raised his head and pointed to the people of the Qi prince mansion, saying, "General, those are the relatives of the Qi prince. He is already dead. We were afraid they would escape, so we captured them. Please, General, deal with them." Hearing this, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Xuanyuan Chen's eyes. He did not harbor any good feelings towards the aristocrats just because they had surrendered on their own initiative. On the contrary, the behavior of the aristocrats, pushing out their sovereign as the scapegoat, displeased Xuanyuan Chen greatly. He understood all too well why the aristocrats did this. It was nothing but a way to shirk responsibility and ensure their own survival. Although he held the aristocrats in contempt, Xuanyuan Chen did not say much. He simply stated, "My king is merciful. As long as one has not participated in resisting the advance of the Northern Army, they will not be held accountable. You may all temporarily return to your homes." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. They were all seasoned players in the game of power, and they easily grasped the implication behind Xuanyuan Chen's words. Xuanyuan Chen spoke of those who did not participate in resisting the advance of the Northern Army. These aristocrats had supported the Qi prince by default, and they undoubtedly counted as resistors. Wouldn't the North prince settle accounts with them afterward? Although the heads of the aristocratic families were extremely anxious, they said nothing. At this moment, Han Fu stood up and said, "Thank you, North Prince, thank you, General. The North Prince is merciful. We will surely support the North Prince to the death." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Fu, pretending as if nothing was amiss, led the Han family away. Seeing that the Han family had left, the other aristocratic families also dispersed one after another, leaving behind only the officials from Qi country and the people of the Qi prince mansion. At this time, the Queen of Qi slowly regained consciousness. When she saw the Northern Army before her, she was instantly filled with panic and confusion. By this point, she had accepted the fact that the Qi prince had died in battle. But the following question was, what should the people of the Qi prince mansion do, and how could they ensure their survival? Then, Xuanyuan Chen glanced at the people from the Qi prince mansion and said to the soldiers behind him, "Find the body of the Qi prince." "Yes, General." They needed to see the body whether alive or dead. Xuanyuan Chen would not assume the Qi prince was certainly dead based on just a few words from the Qi prince's soldiers. At that moment, the deputy general beside Xuanyuan Chen asked, "General, what should we do with them?" The deputy general's gaze was on those from the Qi prince mansion. Xuanyuan Chen said indifferently, "First, take them back to the Qi prince's mansion and confine them there. We'll discuss what to do after the prince arrives at the royal capital." After all, the Qi prince was Lu Chen's uncle. Although the Qi prince had fallen in battle, how to handle his family members was still a decision that only Lu Chen could make. After Xuanyuan Chen finished speaking, the soldiers escorted all the people from the Qi prince mansion back to the Qi prince mansion. The people of the Qi prince mansion, upon returning to the Qi prince mansion, were filled with panic. Now that the Qi prince was dead, they had lost their patron, and they became prisoners. According to precedent, it was very likely that all the people of the Qi prince mansion would be executed. While the people of the Qi prince mansion were feeling panic-stricken, some were even more fearful, the aristocratic families within the city. Although Xuanyuan Chen seemed to have spared them, it was only temporary. Once Xuanyuan Chen had clarified their relationship with the Qi prince mansion, he would very likely settle scores with these aristocratic families. Thus, they absolutely could not sit back and wait for death. Of course, they had no intention of clashing head-on with the soldiers from the North country, especially since the Northern Army possessed such terrifying weapons. Even the hundreds of thousands of soldiers from Qi country had been defeated by the Northern Army, so their own private soldiers certainly stood no chance against them. The best strategy now was to find a way to flee the royal capital. The major aristocratic families had already shown subjugation to the North Prince, and it was very likely that the Northern Army would relax their vigilance. The heads of the major aristocratic families had come to the same conclusion and quickly got in touch in secret, beginning to plan their escape. The great families were located in various directions around the royal capital, and once they made a move, it would certainly cause a great commotion. They could not gather in one place in a short time. However, precisely because they were spread out in different directions, they had the opportunity to escape. If they fled in one direction, it would instead be possible for the Northern Army to encircle them tightly, capturing them all in one fell swoop. If they fled through the various city gates, they could disperse the attention of the Northern Army, increasing their chances of escaping. After Han Fu had confirmed his plan to escape, he immediately instructed his family to pack up and sought to make contact with the captive soldiers. A few days later, one evening, the most prosperous pleasure quarters in the royal capital of Qi country were set ablaze, attracting almost everyone's attention. Several groups followed the routes they had previously planned and rushed toward the city gates in the east, south, west, and north. Although these aristocratic families did not have a Grand Master among them, they did have master-level martial artists. Just when they thought they could rely on Grand Masters to break out of the city gates, the Northern Army's weapons quickly shattered their illusions. The master-level martial artists from all the great families had not even come close to the soldiers guarding the gate when they were turned into sieves by the firearms of the soldiers from the North country. However, there is always a chance for the unexpected. Because there was a huge gap at the North Gate, a number of the Han family, under the protection of their private soldiers, actually managed to escape through the gap. When Xuanyuan Chen learned that some had actually escaped, far from getting angry, he instead revealed a smile. If the aristocratic families did not flee, it would be inconvenient for him to make his move. Since they had initiated trouble, they could not blame him for what followed. Xuanyuan Chen then ordered the messenger soldier to fire a signal flare. A huge firework bloomed in the dark night sky, and immediately, the cavalry that had been prepared long ago, set out. The night quickly passed. The major aristocratic families within the royal capital of Qi country became history. The news of the fall of the royal capital of Qi country quickly spread among all the major powers, reaching the royal court. The Great Xia dynasty, the capital city. Inside the imperial study room, the Sum Emperor frowned as he looked at the intelligence report in his hand. Although he had anticipated that the fall of Qi country was only a matter of time, he did not expect the day to arrive so swiftly. Are that rebels' weapons truly so terrifying? The soldiers of Qi country, numbering hundreds of thousands, together with the 20,000 soldiers from the royal court, could not at all withstand the rebel Nan's southward march. Judging by their speed, it might not take long before that rebel could reach the capital city. At that moment, the flames of the room's candles suddenly flickered, as if two gusts of wind had blown into the imperial study room. The next instant, Yu Changqing and Fu Hongzhou appeared inside the imperial study room. The Sum Emperor said displeased Ly, although we have already joined forces, it does not mean you can do as you please in my imperial palace and go wherever you wish. Yu Changqing paid no heed to the Sum Emperor's words. Stroking his beard, he said, I presume your majesty has already heard about the annihilation of Qi country. The Sum Emperor said, what of it if I know? Yu Changqing continued, we have confirmed through our scouts that the former palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace and the current one have headed south with the North Prince. According to their pace, they will reach the capital city within 3 months. We need to be prepared. The Sum Emperor replied indifferently, I have been prepared for a long time. Fu Hongzhou asked on the side, since your majesty says you are prepared, may I know whom you plan to entrust with the use of that divine weapon? Upon hearing this, the Sum Emperor's brows immediately knitted. After a moment of silence, he cast a sharp glance over both Yu Changqing and Fu Hongzhou. What, are you interested in that divine weapon? The Sum Emperor suddenly felt that these two were coveting the divine weapon. Otherwise, why would they come to ask about this matter? Seeing the Sum Emperor's misunderstanding, Yu Changqing chuckled and said, "Your Majesty may not know that a weapon of such power is not something just anyone can wield. You've mentioned before that one of your soldiers accidentally triggered the divine weapon once, and as a result, the soldier was instantly struck by backlash and died on the spot. If such a dangerous weapon isn't placed in the hands of someone reliable, not to mention the risk of it backfiring on them, there's even a question of whether it would hit the former palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace." Hearing what Yu Changqing had said, the Sum Emperor fell into deep thought. This was indeed a problem. He had been considering for a long time who should wield this weapon. If he entrusted the weapon to someone else, and that person betrayed him during battle, wouldn't he end up being killed by the divine weapon? Yet that weapon was so wickedly strange. Every time he saw the divine weapon actively sucking the blood of martial artists, he felt exceedingly creeped out. Such an uncanny weapon, if he were to wield it personally, what if it backfired? After much deliberation, the Sum Emperor still declared, "I will personally use this divine weapon. There's no need for you two to worry." After hearing the Sum Emperor's words, Yu Changqing smiled and said, "What courage your Majesty has. Since your Majesty has decided to wield the divine weapon yourself, we won't say any more." Cloud City. Lu Yi's temporary residence. Within the courtyard of the residence, the military generals were silent. Nobody knew what to do now. Many of those present had originally joined Lu Yi's forces mainly because the North Prince supported him. But now, the North Prince was marching south with an army, using the pretext of aiding the emperor. Moreover, he had conquered Qi country in such a short time. They weren't fools and could see what the North Prince's southern march was really about. It was clear he was after the throne. Although it seemed that Lu Yi was surrounded by powerful forces, these people all had their own ulterior motives and were not genuinely loyal to Lu Yi. Many had already considered leaving Lu Yi's forces to join the North Prince. And Lu Yi himself lacked confidence. The thought of the North country's mysterious weapons sent chills down his spine. The memory of Xuanyuan Chen leading the assault on Heong County was deeply etched into Lu Yi's mind. He still dreamt at night of being blown to pieces by the North country's cannons. Just then, a sudden burst of excited news came from outside the courtyard. Your Highness, great news." Everyone in the courtyard immediately turned towards the gate as a soldier rushed in. Lu Yi, with a stern face, said, "What great news?" Lu Yi didn't believe there could be any good news for him at this point. After the soldier ran into the courtyard, panting, he said, "We've found something that can explode just like the North country's iron spheres." Hearing the soldier's words, Lu Yi and everyone in the yard were stunned. They were somewhat incredulous at what they had heard. Regaining his composure, Lu Yi quickly asked, What did you say? You found something that can be used to make the weapons of the North country." The soldier replied excitedly, "Yes, Your Highness, our men encountered a group of fake Taoist priests who were selling some useless fake pills. Many of our soldiers were duped by them, spending a great deal of silver on those worthless pills. When our men discovered the hiding place of these fake Taoist priests and were about to capture them, they happened to be in the midst of alchemy. Just then, their pill furnace suddenly exploded, and several of the fake Taoist priests were injured by the flying fragments of the furnace. I immediately realized that the explosion of the pill furnace was very similar to the explosion of iron balls, so I captured these fake Taoist priests to interrogate them. According to their confession, their furnace often exploded during their alchemy. As long as we replicate what causes their furnaces to explode, we will be able to produce weapons like those of the North country." Hearing the soldier's response, Lu Yi was momentarily perplexed. Then, regaining his senses, he suddenly burst into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, truly, heaven has not forsaken the lonely path. At this, the others in the yard started saying, "Congratulations to the Crown Prince, best wishes to the Crown Prince. Once we produce weapons similar to those of the North country, we will no longer have to fear them. The Crown Prince is truly the son of destiny." Listening to the congratulatory voices, a brazen smile appeared on Lu Yi's face. After laughing for a while, he immediately stood up and said, "Take me to see those fake Taoist priests." "Yes, Your Highness." The soldier then led Lu Yi to where the fake Taoist priests were being held. Upon seeing Lu Yi, the fake Taoist priests were terrified, assuming he would have them all executed. But to their surprise, when Lu Yi saw them, he wore a smile and seemed to have no intention of killing them. After glancing at the fake Taoist priests imprisoned in the cell, Lu Yi said to the soldiers by his side, "They are all talents. How can you keep them locked up? Quickly, let them out." The soldiers immediately realized what he meant and quickly opened the prison door. At this sight, the fake Taoist priests were baffled. They had sold fake pills to Prince Lu Yi's soldiers, yet he seemed not the least bit angry and even called them talented. What was going on? Just then, the leader of the fake Taoist priests hurriedly knelt down and said, "Thank Crown Prince for your mercy in sparing our lives." Seeing their leader kneel, the rest of the fake Taoist priests also quickly knelt down and said in unison, "Thank Crown Prince for your mercy in sparing our lives." Smiling, Lu Yi said, "All of you, rise." The crowd expressed their thanks in unison, "Thank you, Crown Prince." After everyone stood up, Lu Yi's smile left them confused about how he planned to deal with them. Was he simply going to let them go? That seemed unlikely, right? At that moment, the leader of the fake Taoist priests spoke up, "Crown Prince, if there is any way in which we can be of service, we will not hesitate to lay down our lives." They weren't fools. If Lu Yi had spared them, he surely had plans for them. Lu Yi said, "You're a smart man, so I will speak frankly. I need you to stay by my side to make weapons." Upon hearing this, the fake Taoist priests were momentarily stunned. Make weapons. They didn't know how to make weapons. The leader of the fake Taoist priests quickly said, "Your Highness, we are not blacksmiths and do not know how to make arms. Keeping us doesn't serve much purpose, we can at best only assist the blacksmiths." Lu Yi spoke indifferently, "The weapons I need are not ordinary weapons. I have heard that during your pill making, the pill furnace often explodes. I need you to write down the ingredients that cause the furnace to explode and to create something that can reliably trigger the pill furnace to explode." Listening to Lu Yi's words, the fake Taoist priests instantly understood what he needed. However, they didn't respond immediately. Seeing their leader in contemplation, Lu Yi's expression turned grim instantly. Then he coldly asked, "What, can you not do it?" This question from Lu Yi jolted the leader of the fake Taoist priests back to reality, and he hurriedly said, "We can do it, we can. We know how to make the pill furnace explode." The leader of the fake Taoist priests knew very well that if they admitted they couldn't do it at this point, they would have no value in the eyes of Lu Yi, and they would likely face execution. Upon hearing the fake Taoist priest's words, Lu Yi showed a satisfied expression, then said, "Tell the soldiers whatever you need next, and they will provide it for you. As long as the explosions your creations produce can kill people or animals, I will give you 1,000 gold taels. When I ascend the throne, I will confer official titles and noble ranks upon you." The fake Taoist priests quickly said, "Thank you, Your Highness, we will surely live up to your expectations." Lu Yi then turned to his trusted aide and said, "Arrange the best lodgings for them and prepare the best provisions." "Yes, Your Highness." Lu Yi said no more and turned away, returning to the courtyard he had come from. At that moment, a military general approached Lu Yi and asked, "Crown Prince, now that the North Prince's power is great and, judging by his movement, it looks like he could reach the capital city within half a year, should we continue to close in on the capital city?" Hearing this question, Lu Yi fell into deep thought. After a while, another military general said, "With the aristocratic family's heavy cavalry blocking us ahead, it may be very difficult to advance further. Moreover, when the North Country army moves south, we will only be able to make way for them. Now that you possess the method of making the North Country's weapons, perhaps we should avoid direct conflict for the moment and head to the south. Once we have a large number of those iron ball weapons, then we can fight our way back." Hearing this suggestion, Lu Yi said, "That is indeed a good plan. Good, we will move south in some time." Although Zhao Qing's army was in the south, Zhao Qing was now focused on the capital city and hardly had the energy to pay attention to them. Moreover, since Zhao Qing had previously annihilated many seigneurs, some of their subordinates had always been dissatisfied with Zhao Qing. Furthermore, there were offspring of seigneurs who harbored delusions of re-establishing their nations. Now, if he went south, as long as he could make some promises to those offspring of seigneurs, it was very likely that they would switch allegiance to him. Conquering a piece of territory for himself in the south was not a particularly difficult task. A few days later, in the royal capital of Qi country, an imposing and exceptionally handsome man rode a white horse slowly into the royal capital, and the common people of Qi country lined the road on both sides. After the North Country army captured the royal capital of Qi country, the soldiers did not harass the commoners. The North Country army only eradicated a few aristocratic families, then propped up a new ruler, instructing the common people to conduct land surveys and sign agreements for land ownership transfer. Beyond that, the North Country army had not committed any acts detrimental to the commoners, and most importantly, they immediately declared a tax exemption upon arrival, which earned some goodwill from the common people toward the North Prince. After laying the groundwork, Lu Chen finally arrived at the royal capital of Qi country.